This is database. So what is the purpose of databases? See, databases are used to store different types of data. So data storage purpose, we use these databases, right? Coming to next scenario. To store data, we can go for files also. Different types of files available in the market. We can use those files for data storage purpose. Why we are going for databases? This is common question. See, when we are working with the databases, security, performance, and storage capacity. These are really important for us. So these scenarios can be provided by only databases. File system cannot provide these scenarios. So security, data level security also. For example, you are working with some database. What about data level security? Performance. Performance means the speed. Accessing speed of the databases comes under performance. In the same as storage capacity, because in real-time environment, we are going to work with the terabyte size of the databases. So their top level storage management is also really important for us. So these are all can be provided by only databases. That's why generally to store data, we use different databases. Even not only data storage, even you can modify data. Anytime you can modify data and you can perform data retrieval operations. These are all can be done in RDBMS databases. So that is the reason why we are going for databases basically. Coming to next scenario. So basically this Power BI is related to data warehouse. So what is data warehouse? What is the difference between databases and data warehouse? Better to discuss those scenarios also. For example, this is my data source, means database. Basically, this database is volatile database. Volatile means anytime you can connect it to database and you can modify. So anytime you can modify data in the database means it contains only current data. Only current data will be there in these databases. So what is the tool you are going to work? Data analysis tool, Power BI. So we cannot use this type of data, current data for data analysis purpose, right? So if you are working with current data to perform data analysis, it is like, time consumption will be there. So this type of issues, performance related issues will be there. That's why we are not going to use that type of data to perform these activities. So we need some other environment which maintains historical data. Historical means without modifications, non-volatile. Volatile means what? Modifications. We need some environment where we can avoid these modifications. We can maintain historical data. That we call it as a data warehouse database. So this is a non-volatile environment. So what we are doing, we are going to copy data from data source to data warehouse environment. Data source to data warehouse environment. Right. And so the major difference between data source databases, and data warehouse is volatile and non-volatile. So because of non-volatile property in data warehouse environment, we store historical data. So that is required for us to perform data analysis. That means suppose you copy data from different data sources to data warehouse environment. After that, you cannot make any changes to data. If data is there in the source, then only you can modify it. If data copied from source to data warehouse environment, you cannot make any modifications. Right? And so data warehouse environment is especially for data analysis purpose, report creation purpose. Okay, that is data warehouse. So now my next question is, I said like Power BI is related to data warehouse. Power BI is related to what? Data warehouse. So how it is related to data warehouse? Let us see that now. See, for example, this is your Power BI environment. So what are the operations we are going to perform in Power BI from the beginning? From the beginning, what type of operations we are going to perform in Power BI? Copy data. In the beginning, we are going to copy data from different data sources to Power BI environment. So copy data is not going to modify anything. For example, you have some table in the source. You are going to copy table from source to Power BI. That is not going to modify, right? So copy data is not going to make any changes to your database. Non-volatile. So copy data is not going to modify, right? Next scenario. Transform data. So generally transform data, next DAX, next visualization creation. So generally these are the major operations we are going to perform in Power BI. Okay, fine. But the thing is, Power BI also non-volatile environment only. We are not going to make any changes to data even in Power BI. But when I'm talking about copy data, transform data, DAX data, you feel like data is going to modify. That is not correct. I'll tell you the reason. So copy data I already explained. Transform data. Basically, we use transformations to bring the data into required format. See, simple scenario. After copying data or while copying data, you are going to work with the transformations, right? For example, we have some table products in this source, and this table contains some column sales amount. Now, I'm going to copy same table from source to Power BI. Products table with what? Sales amount column. Okay. But it is not plain copy. So plain copy directly copy and save. That's it. But it's not. It's not plain copy. We have something different requirement here. Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. I got my requirement right. Suppose sales amount is greater than 3,000, then only copy. Otherwise, don't copy. Then what to do? I write some condition. See, there we have some condition there. What is the condition? Sales amount is greater than 3,000. By writing this condition, we are going to copy data, required data. So what happens? Only salary greater than 3,000 data will be, sales amount greater than 3,000 data will be copied. That means what you are doing here, you are just copying only required data from source to Power BI. Are you modifying anything? Anybody please tell me? Are you modifying anything here? No, we are not modifying anything. It is not modifying anything. Just what it is doing, it is copying only required data. So it is non-volatile operation. So this type of operations are comes under transformations. What it is? Transformation. Right? And so next scenario, now it's clear. Transformation is not going to modify anything. This is only for data transformation purpose. I mean, bring data into required format purpose only. No doubt. Right? Coming to next scenario, DAX. DAX stands for data analysis expressions. Formula language. We use DAX for data related calculations purpose. Right? In databases, we are going, not databases, in Power BI environment, we are going to perform calculations. Different types of calculations we are going to perform. You can ask some question here, sir, why we perform calculations in databases, tell me. In data warehouse, tell me. Common questions. For example, you copied products table with sales amount column from source to Power BI. So now you are going to create some report. See, what is the final scenario we are doing in Power BI? Report creation only, dashboards creation only, right? Finally, in Power BI, what we are going to do, tell me, reporting. Report creation, dashboard creation, we are going to do. Right? Okay, fine. You copied data, you transformed it. Now you are going to create some report. You have sales amount column, but this is monthly sales amount. What type of sales amount column is available? Monthly sales amount is available. But your report, you need yearly sales amount. Sales amount into 12. You are doing some calculation here. What's the calculation? Sales amount into 12. Because you need annual sales amount to create report. You don't have annual sales amount in our environment. You have only monthly sales amount. So you have to do some calculation. So doing like this. But we do this calculation by using DAX function. Right? And by using DAX functions only, we are doing these calculations. So is it going to modify anything in the database? No, it is not modifying anything. So totally what I'm trying to explain, Power BI is pure data warehouse environment. In Power BI, we are not going to perform any data modifications because it is non-volatile environment. You just perform copy data, transform data, DAX data, any type of operations. But ultimately, these are only for bring data into required format because we are going to create reports, dashboards, some format of the data is required for us. For that format of the data, we are going to perform transformations and DAX functions. Got my point? And next, visualization area. Visualizations means what? Creating reports. Different types of reports we are going to create. Right? In the same way, need more clarity on this Power BI environment, what we are going to do.
Your voice is breaking, sir.
How is it now? Is it okay now? Okay.
Yes, sir, it is fine now.
Right. So generally in Power BI environment, we are going to work with the different scenarios like this. Right. And in the beginning, we have some data source. For example, what is our data source? For example, SQL Server database. Just assumption. From SQL Server data source, we are going to copy data into Power BI desktop environment. What is the tool name? Power BI desktop. So whatever the operations I discussed till now, like copy data, transform data, DAX data, creating visualization, these are all we are going to perform in Power BI desktop only. So major development we are going to perform in Power BI by using desktop only. So after finishing your development here, you are going to publish your work. Whatever you developed, you are going to publish. Because why we are developing all these things, tell me? Because of customers. Right? Okay, now? to share customers, we are going to do these development activities. So from Power BI desktop, you cannot share anything to customers. This is only for development purpose. So after finishing development, you're going to publish. Your published work is going to store in Power BI service. From Power BI service, we are going to share them to customers. Even we are going to create a dashboard in this service environment only. So dashboard means what? It is collection of different visualizations, related visualizations. So this is a user environment, end user environment. Some application will be there, some other environment will be there. Now what you are doing, you are developing these things here, you are going to publish them to service, right? And from service, you are going to share them to users. See, your important thing is coming to desktop environment. Here only we have building blocks of the Power BI. So building blocks of the Power BI are Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. Power BI development means these activities only. No doubt. Power Query, Power Pivot, and Power View. So Power Query means transformations area. This is transformation area. Power Pivot means DAX. DAX, data modeling, creating relationships between tables, defining cross filters. These are all comes under Power Pivot. So this area is purely related to data operations. That's why we say copy data, transform data, DAX data. We are going to perform these tasks directly on data. Because before going to create report, you have to bring data into your required format. Because see, you are working with some scenario, some project means some requirements will be there, right? Based on requirements only, you are going to work. Then we have Power View also. Power View means what? Visualization creation. So Power View concept is different. That means overall Power BI development, we have data related operations and visualization creation operations. Right? So now coming to next scenario, prerequisites. What are the prerequisites there for this training? SQL queries part is required. Transformations, DAX, purely coming from SQL queries part. No doubt. In the same way, data warehouse concepts knowledge is also required for us. See, SQL queries we are going to discuss in this training only. Data warehouse concepts also we are going to discuss in this training only. Right? So you no need to go for some other training. In the same way, if you are ready to learn complete SQL developer, Power BI participant can attend complete SQL development class also. Right, and that is also available in this institute, Durga. Clear? But remember, you go for data warehouse or database related scenarios, whatever it. Database development or data warehouse. SQL queries knowledge is required, no doubt. Some people says that if you know basics of the SQL, you can work. How can you work? You are going to work with real-time environment. Basic knowledge, how can you perform operations? Tell me. Am I right or not? Straight question. Got my point. So these are all. And I said power pivot. Power pivot means we are going to work with the data modeling concept there. Right, Andy? Data modeling concept means we are working with fact table, dimension tables concepts. Because see, those concepts are coming from data warehouse. Because in the beginning, we started with the data warehouse. Of course, database we started, then we discussed about data warehouse. So to work with some scenarios of the Power BI, we need data warehouse concepts. That's why we are going to work with those things also. So these are the prerequisites. We are going to discuss prerequisites in this training only, no doubt. So coming to next scenario, we have to discuss more on process. What are the scenarios we are going to discuss, and what we are giving some project also. What project we are giving, what we are going to learn in this project, that and all we'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Same time, same link. Now, that's all for today from my end. Any questions, please go ahead. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Anybody? You can unmute and talk to me, or you can send messages also. We have chat facility. Please. Tomorrow's class, I'm going to discuss more on these things, somewhat related to real-time scenarios. Also, I'm going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Please go ahead. Any questions, please? What happened here? No questions? Nobody asking questions?
Yeah, I have one question. Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, please, Srinu. I can hear you. Srinu, I can hear you.
Yeah, yeah. So when we attend this class, yeah, yeah. When we attend this class, we're going to do some real-time scenarios in the real work environment. Suresh.
See, Srinu, one thing is important. Real work environment you can
Hello.
get easily. See, real work environment you can get only in our job, in our project only. When you are attending any training, don't expect that, frankly speaking. Okay, now? What we can provide,
Okay.
we can guide you towards real-time environment, but we cannot show real-time environment because it is training environment, right? Okay, now? We are giving project.
Mhm.
Project means you'll get idea. Okay, fine, what we are going to do in real time. Process you are
Okay.
going to learn. Okay, now? Right?
Okay.
Right. Anybody, please? Any questions? Any? Okay. Right then. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow with remaining things. After finishing tomorrow's class, you'll get more clarity. Bye. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios related to Power BI introduction part. And we discussed what are the things we are going to do in Power BI. Clear-cut information we discussed. So today, we are going to discuss about more related scenarios here. Suppose you are going to work with some project, right? In this project, I mean, Power BI related project. I'm talking about Power BI project only. In that project, what are the different scenarios we are going to do? And from where the project is going to start. These are all really important. Now, in the beginning, copying data. We are going to work with different data sources. From data source, we are going to copy data, then we're going to transform. Different things will be there. So here important scenario is So we have some data source, Power BI desktop, Power BI service, end user related scenarios. Suppose this is our data source. From this data source, we're going to copy data, right? And so maximum scenarios, what happens, you are going to work with some data source means it will be database only. Maximum SQL server database will be there. Okay. So coming to next scenario. From data source, we are going to copy data into desktop. In this desktop only, we are going to transform, right? And DAX, different scenarios we are doing here. See, here important point is, for example, we have some table here in the source. Oh, every time why I'm talking about tables, because in RDBMS databases, in the same in Power BI, data is going to store in the form of tables only. There is no other facility, right? In the beginning, we are creating tables and we are going to store data in the form of tables only. That is the point. Clear? And so coming to next scenario. Suppose we have some tables here. You take regular table. Suppose you have employee table and a department table. So in these tables, we have common column department number. Okay, now listen carefully, please. We are going to copy data from employee table, department table. What is the common column we have in these tables? Department number. So here important point is, if you are working with these two tables individually, lot of burden will be there, right? Suppose you have two tables and you are going to work with two different scenarios, means number of operations will be more and even burden will be more on our server. So that is going to create troubles to us. Okay. That's why what we are doing, here you have different tables copying from source to Power BI, and here you have common column also. So now we can perform some transformation called as merge transformation. So by using this merge transformation, we can combine data from these tables. Suppose here you have two tables, right? You are going to copy data from these two tables. And what we are doing, we are going to combine the data. So how we are going to combine the data here? By using transformation merge. So why we are going to combine the data? See, working with less number of tables always better than working with more number of tables. Remember that point. Okay. So here what's happening? Initially, when the data is there in the source, there are different tables. Right, Andy? When data is there in the source, they are what? They are different tables. So multiple tables. Right? When you're going to copy data and when you perform this combined transformation, merge transformation, right? They are only single table. Okay. So now what's happening, you know, by doing this transformation, merge transformation, we are going to combine the data. In the same way, we are going to minimize number of tables. Am I right or not? We are going to minimize number of tables from 2 to 1. 2 to 1 only. Please check it. Right in. So now after finishing this transformation, merge transformation, if you want to create any report by taking data from single table, you can go for report creation because you combine data. But just assume that you have not done with any merge operation. There are two different tables still. Still there are two different tables. You're going to create report so that you have to access data from two different tables only. Am I right or not? Okay, now listen carefully. Very important real-time scenario I'm discussing now. Okay. So an important point is so simple logic. What we are doing here, we are minimizing number of tables. So burden will be minimized. So performance will be increased. That is the key point we are discussing. So after doing this task, generally we are going to create report. If any DAX is required, we perform DAX. Otherwise, we are going to create report. Fine. See, important point is, yesterday I discussed, your data source is volatile. And our data warehouse is non-volatile. This is the point we discussed yesterday, right? Some of you attended yesterday's class. Some new participants there today. Non-volatile means, for example, data copied from source to Power BI environment. Done. You performed transformation much, and you go ahead and create report. That's fine. No problem. But after creating report or before creating report, right? Anand? After creating report or before creating report? If source is modified, we have employee table, department tables in the source, we copied them to Power BI. Then only we perform transformation and we created report. That's what we are doing. For example, your source is modified. You created report. Source is modified. Right. Now, whatever the data modified in the source, that should be copied to Power BI. That should be reflected to your report. Right. So why I'm discussing this point, you know, you are new to this environment. Generally, you feel like we copied data, transformed data, created report. There ends the matter. That is not correct. Initially, we are going to take copy of the data from this source. We are creating report. Of course, we are performing transformations, DAX. After that, refresh will be there. So refresh means whatever the modifications done in the source, they should be copied into Power BI. They should be reflected into report and visualization and dashboards also. So that is the importance of transformation. Not only merge transformation, we have different types of transformations there. You know, basically, merge transformation is joins concept of the SQL. In yesterday's class, I discussed some points. What are the prerequisites there for Power BI? SQL Server queries part and data warehouse concepts. So these transformations coming from SQL only, SQL queries only. Right. So now we got some idea what we are doing with the transformations. Okay. So after that, we are going to work with some DAX. For example, DAX also I'll give you some scenarios. Suppose you have source here. From source, you have some table employee. Okay. The employee table means generally what will be there in employee table, employees information will be there, data. You copy table from source to desktop, Power BI desktop. So employee table, salary column, there is no null value. Commission column, we have null value. So now you want to do some report, you want to create some report, that is in that report you want to go for total salary. What is total salary? Salary plus commission is comes under total salary. That is the meaning, right? You have salary and commission means what is the meaning of total salary? Salary plus commission. In this scenario, so now we cannot perform any type of operation with the null values because nobody knows what is the value of null. Suppose I'm doing it like salary plus commission. If commission is null, total value you are going to get it as null. There is no null value in there is no null value in salary column, but you are doing operation with null value, right? So you'll get total null. Right? So that is really important for us. So here we have to do some conversions or calculations. But still, because see, I want to complete this task here. I want to work with the commission from commission salary plus commission. Contains null values, but still I want to work with that. How to do that task? You got my point, right? So in this case, what you are doing, here you are going to use some function. Suppose is null of commission comma 0. This is null function is going to convert null value into 0. For example, you have null value in the commission column, then it is going to convert. Is null function is going to convert null value into 0 temporarily. Up to completion of this query. So if that query execution completes, then you are going to finish your task, right? For that, we are using DAX, data analysis expressions. DAX functions. What is is null? Is null is functional. Is null is functional. We are working with DAX functions only. Purpose of the DAX. So then you're going to create visualization, report. Even one thing, after completion of this, if any modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied to Power BI from source. In the same, they'll be copied to DAX, then they'll be copied to report also. That we call it as refresh concept. Tomorrow I'm going to discuss that refresh concept. Refresh data. Refresh data means copy latest modifications done in the source to Power BI environment. If you already created report with that data in Power BI, even that report also gets modifications, refreshed modifications. Right, Annie? So these are really important. So coming to next scenario, yesterday I discussed some points here. data modeling concept, Power BI modeling. What is that Power BI modeling? 1 second. So modeling means relationships between tables. Previously, we discussed about joins, merge. That is not relationship. So different tables data you are going to combine. That's what we did. But now the scenario is different. Here, what we are doing, suppose you have employee table, department table, common data, department number, common column, right? And so you are going to copy everything. Employee table, department table with common column, you are going to copy. From source to Power BI. Right? And even after copying, you're going to store those tables in Power BI environment permanently, right? So there also we should go for relationship between tables, because these tables contains common data, right? And common column. So relationship between tables we are going to establish. Previously I discussed about merge concept. That is different concept. Merge concept is different, because merge combined data. Now we are not going to combine. They are separate tables, different tables only. Even inside Power BI also, we are going to store them as different tables only. But relationship we are going to establish. What is the advantage of creating relationship between tables? Number of operations are going to minimize. For example, you are creating some report. Generally, in Power BI environment, you are going to create report means you are going to use data from different tables for creating that report. You're going to use data from different tables to create that report, So then these tables are related tables. Then time consumption is going to minimize, right? Easy access will be created, right? So that means performance will be increased. Performance means what? Speed. Report speed will be generated. That is what client required. You are creating report. Report creation is not enough. Lot of things you need to provide to that report, especially, security, performance, these things. Security is different thing that we can do, no problem. Performance is important. Accessing speed is important. how you are going to provide it. So these are all. There are many ways to improve performance, right? And so the major scenarios I discussed yesterday, building blocks of the Power BI. What are the building blocks we discussed? Power Query, Power Pivot, Power View. Power Query transformation area. Power Pivot means relationships between tables, modeling, DAX, that and all comes under that. Then report creation. Suppose you created some report. Different scenarios will be there in this report creation. Creating report, then formatting report, then filter report. Three different scenarios you are going to work in the report. So you are going to take data and creating some report here. Then you have to format visualization. Different themes, different layouts, backgrounds, colors, fonts, size. So journal formatting, visual formatting, different things will be there. You have to make that report attractive, right? That we are going to do with formatting. Then filtering data inside report. Suppose you created some report. How to filter data? For example, now we discussed different employees, different departments. So you created report with all employees, all departments data. Now there is some person, some user wants to see particular department number related data. So you have to provide access to that department number data only, right? So this type of requirements will be there. For that we are going to use filters, filtering data. So previously I discussed some points, transformation. So DAX also given some real-time example. And now this filter concept, group by class, where class, having class, after by class, these are all filters only, right? So these are all coming from SQL Server queries part only. Right? So Power Query, Power Pivot to Power View. Same order we are going to follow. Suppose you created some report, then if you want to make changes to that report, you can edit that report. You can edit and you can make changes to the report. That is also possible, don't worry. In the same way, this is desktop, right? Here, whatever the things up to now I discussed in today's class, we are going to perform them in this desktop environment only. So after finishing your work from here, you're going to publish it into Power BI service environment. This is service. This Power BI service, I can say it is like, to share your work to customers. To share your work to customers. In the same way, dashboard creation is also really important. So maximum projects we are going to create dashboards. Dashboards we can do in Power BI service only. Here only sometimes we are going to create deployment pipelines. Deployment, what is the deployment pipeline? Development to, then testing, then production. So in the beginning, development will be done. Then it goes to test environment. Then it goes to production. So the deployment pipelines creation and creating apps. Apps creation is important. So app means what? It contains some visualizations and dashboards, collection of visualizations, dashboards already developed. We call them as apps, right? And even in real time, what happens, if you're working with real time project, sometimes they will develop their own visualizations, dashboards, and they are going to give them to us in the form of content, like for example, organizational apps, organizational services. What they contains, visualizations, reports, and dashboards they contains. We can use them, we can design them, or we can arrange them for the customer's purpose. So these are all we are going to work here. So after finishing these things, we are going to work with integration. Integration means generally we are not going to do anything. Nowadays we got some concept here. Embedding Power BI visualization with some application. For example, I give you a simple example. Suppose you are attending some exam, online exam. How you are writing exam? By using some application. They will give you some user account, you are connecting to their application and you are going to finish your exam. Am I right or not? In this scenario, after finishing your exam, they will give you some report there. So total marks, percentage, where you scored more, where you scored less. This type of graphs kind of visualizations they are going to give you, where you are accessing those visualizations in the application only. But those visualizations not created in application. Application is just user purpose, user access purpose. Right? And so they are developed in some reporting tool, like for example, Power BI, based on the data. That is really important for us. So how to embed that report? Like just information. Your role is up to service only. Embed is not related to Power BI developer. But still, if you know something extra, that will really good for you, right? So little bit about embedding Power BI reports, Power BI dashboards into applications. Internal users purpose, external users purpose. So what are the licenses required? What are the security scenarios required? Something real-time environment. So these type of things we are going to discuss under this training. End-to-end training. So at the ending, I'm going to give you some projects for practice purpose. One or two projects I'm going to provide you. You can use them for practice purpose. Clear? So these are all we are going to do. So I think you got some clarity now, end to end, what we are doing in Power BI. The major scenarios of the Power BI development are copy data, transform data, DAX data, and visualization creation, dashboard creation, publishing. These are all comes under major scenarios. So if you know something about app design, creating app, designing means it's not like application development and you don't worry about the coding or kind of nothing. App designing means what? You developed some visualization, some reports, some dashboards. By using them, you're going to create some application, app. We are going to do that. We are going to develop it. So you'll get more knowledge there, more idea about real-time environment. How you are going to work out the things in real-time environment. That is required for us. Subject is okay, no problem. If you're practicing, you'll get subject, no doubt. But scenario is important, right? Even DAX also will go for in-depth of the DAX. We have different types of DAX functions, differences between DAX functions, depth of the DAX. These are all we are going to discuss. So now tell me if you have any questions related to this training, please. Any questions, please? Anybody? Amit, Ashish, Srenu, Vaibhav, Vijay, you attended yesterday's class. But other participants are new to this. Vinith and Vikas. Vikas, you attended yesterday's class? Tulasi new, I think. Sarita also new.
No, sir.
Dhananjay. All right. Any questions, please?
I actually wanted to ask, but I didn't want to disturb you before. So when I registered for this, today was the first class. That's what I was assuming.
See,
But
yesterday I discussed the introduction part, Vikas. Don't worry about that. You have not missed anything, okay?
okay,
Just what is database, what is data warehouse, those things only I discussed. We will give you that recording also. Don't worry about that, okay? No?
okay. Only question being like in the future when we are to do the project and everything, I was reading the prerequisites were SQL Server knowledge beforehand.
Yes, yes.
So how much of that would play a part in this?
Actually, SQL Server complete queries knowledge is required because we have different types of query concepts in SQL environment. All those query concepts required for us. Because of that reason only, in Power BI class, we are going to discuss SQL. And if you want, you can attend separate SQL class also. Complete SQL Server training you can attend if you have free time. So that we are doing morning 6 o'clock now. SQL Server development class. Complete end-to-end SQL development will be there. And Power BI class at 5 p.m. Okay, no? Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Anybody, please? Any questions? Okay. Let's do one thing. Let's meet tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to start with Power BI scenarios. Okay, na? Right then. See you. In yesterday's class, we discussed about some scenarios like complete details about the project environment and how it is going to work in real time. Every scenario we discussed in the last session, yesterday's class. And coming to next case. We are going to discuss about the introduction part of the Power BI practical environment. I mean, Power BI desktop. The major tools in Power BI environment we are going to work are Power BI desktop, Power BI service. Okay. So Power BI desktop is for development purpose. Complete development activities of the Power BI we are going to perform in Power BI desktop environment only. Okay. So I'll show you how to install Power BI desktop. Even I'll help you in SQL Server installation also. You don't worry about that. And coming to next scenario. Basically, in Power BI environment, real time we are going to work with licensed software. But now practical purpose in this training environment, we are going to work with free software. So we have different versions of the Power BI. Now, what are the versions there? Kiran, tell me, Kiran. Any questions? Right. Free version, pro version, and premium version. So these are the different versions of the Power BI we have. So coming to next scenario. Free version, directly we can download it from official website of the Microsoft Corporation, and we can use it for practice purpose. No doubt. Coming to next step. Pro version, premium version. Pro version of the SQL Server, premium version of the SQL Server, they are, licensed softwares. So generally when you're working with real-time environment, real-time project, so we are going to work with the pro version of the SQL and premium version of the SQL. Sorry, Power BI. That's okay. See, pro version, premium version, licensed. That means if you want to work with those versions, you have to purchase license, then only you can work with them. That's fine. But when we are going to work with the pro version and premium, what is the difference between pro version and premium version? So that is really important now. Forget about free. Free means that is only for practice purpose. Real time purpose we cannot use. Project purpose we cannot use free version of the SQL Power BI. Right. Coming to next scenario. Now, pro version. Generally, what happens, when you are working with the gigabyte size of the data, hundreds of the users, right? And in that scenario, we are going to work with the pro. I mean, middle level cost. Premium version, when you are working with the terabyte size of the data, in the same way, thousands of the users, then you are going to work with the premium version of this Power BI. But what is going to change means, yesterday we discussed about some scenarios. Storage capacity, number of users. That is really important. Right. Pro version, premium version. So the only difference is like, storage capacity in the same way. User capacity, number of users. So this point is really important in the beginning. And coming to next scenario. Initially, you're going to create some data set. Data set in the sense of data, whatever the tables that and all you are going to copy from source to Power BI environment, we call it as data set. So now coming to next scenario. One second, 1 minute, please, all of you. Right, coming to next scenario. Now, you're copying data, you're going to create data set inside Power BI. Okay, so two things we have to discuss here, because we're in the beginning only. Better to maintain clarity from the beginning. Otherwise, what happens, it is going to create a lot of confusion. Here we have something like a data source. Assume that your data source is SQL Server. So in the same way, this is your Power BI environment. Okay, na? Fine. You're going to copy data from data source to Power BI environment. So I said like data source is SQL Server. What is SQL Server? Microsoft RDBMS database. How data is going to store in Microsoft RDBMS database is tables format. Maintain clarity. So you are going to copy data from data source to Power BI. Means you are going to copy table from data source to Power BI. Clear? Right? Even in Power BI environment also, data is going to store in the form of tables only. Right? And so now next question we can ask, like what table contains? Generally, table contains structure and data. Structure means columns, data means rows. Okay, better what is structure, what is data, that also I'll give you clarity. See, for example, here we have some table. Suppose table name is what? Products. So in this table, we have different columns like this. Suppose column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, like this. Okay, na? So now this area is comes under structure of the table. Right, Andy? Structure of the table. See, after creating structure, what we are doing, we are going to insert data into table like this in the form of what? Rows. So this is rows. That's why we say like what is table means it is collection of columns and rows. We say like that. So this area comes under what? Data. So this is structure of the table. This is data of the table. Structure means what? Columns. Data means what? Rows. Got my point, all of you? So maintain clarity. So now coming to next scenario. We have table here. Table contains these things. The same table we are going to copy from source to Power BI. And structure and data. Everything is going to copy from source to Power BI. So coming to Power BI environment, we call structure as a metadata, rows data as a physical data. Okay, Nene? So little terminology is going to change between your data source and the Power BI. So in SQL environment, we call it as structure, and coming to Power BI environment, we call it as metadata. In the same way, in SQL environment, we call it as data. Coming to Power BI environment, we call it as physical data. Right? Same concept. Concept is not going to change, but terminology is going to change. Okay, na? So this is the point. Okay, that's fine. See, next question is, so format of the data. Format of the data is clear. Table only. Table contains metadata, physical data. And one more important point. You have to concentrate on Power BI. SQL is not so important for us. Query is part important because they are not going to develop any SQL environment, right? Just we are going to take data from SQL environment, but we are going to develop everything in Power BI environment. So concentrate on Power BI environment. And coming to next scenario, format of the data is clear. Tables format. Even terminology is also clear. Metadata, physical data, done. Right? And but what is storage mode? Where inside Power BI, where the data is going to store? Why I'm asking this question, you know? SQL server is database. Purpose of the SQL server is data storage only, right? And purpose of the SQL server is data storage only. So no need to discuss much about that. But coming to Power BI, it is not database, right? It is data analysis and report creation tool. Some data warehouse tool. So in this data warehouse tool, where the data is going to store, that is important. That is my question. See, we have some cloud environment called as Azure. This is from Microsoft only, Microsoft cloud environment only. Azure cloud, right? Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL environment. physical data is going to store in Azure BLOB formatted. So BLOB means Azure Data Lake. Physical data is going to store in Azure blob format. Metadata is going to store in Azure SQL format. Remember, here you'll get some doubts. So we don't know anything about Azure because we are working with Power BI development only. Do I need to learn anything about Azure also? No need, because see, storage is different. Storage purpose, separate team will be there. Azure team will be there. They're going to take care of storage. So, but you should know where the data is going to store, right? I'll give you some more information about Azure SQL and Azure Blob when we are going to work with the Power BI service environment. Okay, na? Don't worry about that. And coming to the next scenario. So data related, I mean format related, storage related, everything is clear. Now, fine. Coming to next step. Generally, you started database. I mean, Power BI development means database copy only. Without copying data, we cannot perform any operation in Power BI environment. So, Power BI development is going to start with the copy data only, no doubt. So, let's concentrate on copy data area. So, how to copy data from source to Power BI? What are the different ways we have to copy data from source to Power BI environment? See, assume that there is some table products in the source end. What is the table name? Products. This table contains some columns, sales amount. Of course, we have some other columns also. I'm going to discuss some points related to sales amount from products table. That's why I mentioned that column name there. Fine. So now, okay, forget about sales amount. We'll discuss that later. We have some table products. So 10 rows of the data there in the table, I mean products table in the source. Now you are going to copy products table from source to Power BI. Okay. The different ways are import and direct query. So by using import, by using direct query, we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, now we can copy data from source to Power BI environment. Okay, fine. So what is import? Let us see. Suppose you are using import, table structure and data. Everything will be copied. Okay, Nandi? Table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment. That is import. See, we can use import for databases in the same way files also. Because sometimes we store data in the form of files in the source. I mean, Power BI developer, sometimes you're going to copy data from databases. Sometimes you're going to copy data from files also. Excel files, Notepad files, Word files, WordPad files. Like this, we have different types of files. Right, Annie? So whether you are going to retrieve data from databases or files, but you can use, files, you can use import. But see, if you are using import, table structure and data, everything will be copied from source to Power BI environment, and it is going to store in Power BI environment permanently. Right? And that is import. Next step. For example, we are going to copy data from source to Power BI by using direct query. How we are doing this task? Direct query. Then what happens, only tables structure will be copied from source to Power BI. Data will not be copied. Data will be there in the source only. Only structure is going to copy from source to Power BI environment. Here what happens, some connection, permanent connection will be there between your Power BI and your data source, because you are using direct query. Got my point, Alf? So in this scenario, physical data we are not going to copy. We are going to copy only metadata. Only metadata, not physical data. And coming to next scenario, one more point. Direct query can be used for only databases. Right? Only for databases. Direct query you cannot use it for file. Right, Andy? So this is what the scenario. Now, okay, fine. Suppose forget about direct query for some time. Right, Andy? Forget about direct query for some time. We used import. So what happened? Table structure, data copied from source to Power BI. Fine. Okay. 10 rows there in the source table. 10 rows copied from source to Power BI environment. Right. Now you did copy. Copying data from source to Power BI is done. Okay. Now what happened? In source environment, data modified. Modified in the sense, suppose somebody inserted 10 rows. See, here the thing is, this area is done. Initially what happened? You copied table structure and the data from source to Power BI by using import. That is done. Now somebody inserted some rows, suppose for example 10 rows. So that is latest data which is existing in the source table. Now can I copy that new modification or new data from source to Power BI or not? Why not? We can copy. So for that we have some concept called as refresh. Okay, na? Suppose you are going for refresh, you are going to refresh the scenario. Then what happens, whatever the new data, 10 rows inserted into source, modified in source, they'll be copied. Okay, na? So by using this concept, refresh concept, whatever the modifications done in the source, those modifications will be copied from source to Power BI environment. So this refresh concept is also important for us. Because generally, initially what happens, you're going to copy data from source to Power BI. After that, your source is going to modify, right? Your source is going to modify by the users. Then you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. For that, we are using refresh. Okay, that is fine. And so we got some idea what is refresh, why we are using refresh, and how it works. Okay, that's fine. But my question is, we discussed two different scenarios to copy data from source to Power BI. Import and direct query. Import and direct query. Can I use refresh for import and direct query or not? This is the question. Import, we can use refresh. The reason I'll tell. See, if you are using import, what happens, the data is going to copy from source to Power BI, right? Data is going to copy from source to Power BI if you're using import. So then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to copy them from source to Power BI. That is import. So refresh is required. Next scenario, direct query. If you are going for direct query, data will not be copied, only structure will be copied. Then why we need to go for refresh, tell me? Got my point, all of you, right? So if data copied, then if any modifications done in the source, then you have to refresh, because you have to copy those modifications from source to Power BI. There you need refresh. But now data not copies when you are working with the direct query, right? Then why you need to go for a refresh? Am I right or not? So refresh we do for import. But if you copy some table by using direct query, no need to go for refresh. Is it clear, all of you? Clear? What is the difference between import and direct query? And what is refresh concept? Clear, or any questions, please? Any questions, please? Right? Okay, now? So this is required in the beginning. So the scenarios today we discussed, they are base for Power BI training. Suppose you don't know all these things, directly we are going to start working with Power BI, then there will be no use. You should know what's happening, right? So we have different
Sir,
scenarios. Yeah, tell me.
hello.
Samar.
Then what is the use of the direct query?
Direct query, actually, I wanted to explain more on direct query when we are going to do it practically, mostly tomorrow, but anyhow, you asked a question. When we are going to copy whose data, because see, sometimes tables we can expect gigabyte size of the data also, right, Samar? Okay, no?
Yes.
In that case, we use generally direct query, because to avoid space issues in BI environment, Power BI environment. In the same way, from source you want to get data by writing some query based data extractions. In these scenarios, we are going to use direct query. Up to 1 GB size of the data, tables, whatever it. Generally, we go for import only. We will not go for direct query. Got my point? Clear?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Right. Any questions? Anybody, please? Right. This is the way. So next step, we have to go for Power BI desktop installation and work with remaining things. Let's do one thing. I'll show how to download Power BI desktop and how to go for installation. I'm sorry. In the same way, copying data concepts. And before going to copy data from the source, we have to create some report project in Power BI. Those are all I'll discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay. I think tomorrow's class, they're going to change link and contact training team. In the same way,
I have a question. Can I ask?
yeah, tell me, Kiran.
Only we are using SQL Server only database, or some other database also possible to connect to the
we can go for a lot of data sources. Once we start Power BI, I can show you. But not only SQL server, we can work with other data sources also, other databases also. No problem, right?
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So that's the point. And tomorrow morning 6, we are going to start SQL fresh batch. Power BI participants can attend if you have free time. You can attend morning 6 o'clock SQL development class also. Okay, na? Conduct training thing. Right, and see you tomorrow then. Bye bye. So while connecting to SQL server, this is your server name. Copy this server name. And now I'm going to open Power BI desktop environment. This is the tool we are using to interact with the Power BI environment. So we are in the beginning only, so close this window.
So actually today's session was this one, no? To how to download and install all these, correct? That is,
Yeah, that we will do. Wait, okay, na?
Yeah.
So this is the environment. This is called as Power BI desktop. So Power BI desktop. Here we have different options. We are going to work with them. So this is pure development environment of Power BI. So coming to next scenario. How to get this tool? How to install this tool? Yesterday we discussed about different versions, different editions. Everything we discussed in the last session. Right. So go to Google website. Here type it as Power BI desktop download. So open this website. So this we are recording this website name here. Please check it. Okay, na? So scroll down here. Go to this. Download. Select 64-bit. Right, go to next step. It is downloading now. Please wait. In the same way, you just download and install SQL also. Durga Sub training team will give you SQL Server installation videos. Okay, no? By following them, you can do that. Right. Open this file. Wait, it will open. Why it is taking time here?
Sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for the SQL Server, what is the timing for this batch actually?
What is the
For the SQL Server, so
class?
what is the timing? Yeah.
4 p.m. now. After some time, new batch will start again.
Okay. Okay. So we have to come to the new batch only, correct? Yeah. Yeah, because I joined today, so it is already many courses over. I think we are doing the join thing, correct? So wanted the new batch.
Okay, no problem. Right, why it's not opening? Wait, I'll do it again now. Let's go to
Sure.
so downloaded, right? Go to downloads, right? I think there is some issue, it seems, with this file we downloaded. Retry is also not working. Let's do one thing. I'll download it again and I'll show you. Okay, but we'll do later. Now, it's simple to install. You go to this environment. So in this environment only, we are going to perform development activities, right? So coming to next scenario. Right side, you can see fields. Under fields only, we can work with metadata. We can see metadata. For example, you connected to source and you copied some tables from this source, right? And you connected to some source and you copied data from some source. So metadata you can see here for that table. Metadata means what? Table names, column names we discussed in the last session, right? Table names, column names comes here. If you come to left side, you can see report view, data view, and model view. Data will come here, right? And coming to next scenario. In this area, you can create different types of reports. Now here you can see visualizations. These are the different types of visualizations we are using for creating this report project. So different types of visualizations available as per your requirement, right? You can work with this. And coming to next scenario. Now, here you can see get data window. If you go to get data window, you can see different data sources. So by connecting to these data sources only, we can copy data. In the same way, before going to copy data from this source, we have to can you hear me now? All of you can hear me?
Yes, yeah, you can hear.
Right. Before going to copy data from this source, to create a report project. So for that, go to File, Save As, provide some project name. You just take some location and provide some project name. Suppose I'm giving project name as 5 p.m. How this file is going to store with .pbix extension. What is the extension of this file is going to get? .pbix is the extension, Power BI file, PBI means. Right, and you just can save button. This project save. created here now. Okay. So coming to next scenario. In this project only, we are going to perform different types of activities. So if you want to perform any task in this, go to get data window. Source now SQL Server provide a source database name, provide source, server name, database name. So while connecting to SQL Server Management Studio, I copied this server name, and this here we have database name also. Right, and click on OK button. So these are the tables existing in the source. Suppose I'm going to copy EMP table, department 1 tables, load. How we copy? We are copying now import. What is the other way to copy data? Direct query. Right, and you go to, suppose employee table, expand it. See, that is the metadata. Okay, no? So metadata. Metadata means what? Structure. Table structure. Where can I see the data? Physical data. Rows. Left side you can see data view. So I clicked on employee table, see that it is showing physical data. Right, and metadata, physical data. So metadata means what? Structure. Physical data means rows. So it is showing clearly. And you place mouse here. It is clearly showing how this table copied import. By using import only, this table copied. Right, and so the other way to copy data from this source is direct query. Go to SQL Server source again. Here we have to provide server name and provide database name also. Direct query this time I'm using. Previously we worked with import. Now we are working with the direct query. Expand it. Here you can write query. Select statement. Suppose I'm writing basic select statement only. Select star from EMP. So that is retrieving data from EMP table. So I'm going to retrieve data from EMP table. By using it only, I'm going to copy data. So, I mean, whether data copies or not, let us see now. So, click on OK button. So, this is the data coming from the source. Load. So now we are getting this table name as query 1. We can rename it, no problem. Okay, na? Right. Let's complete this copy. Okay. So data copied. You just double click on this table name, query 1 table name, and you can rename it like this. For example, I'm going to rename it as employee 1. Expand it. See, you can see structure. Right? You can see the structure. Copied from the source by using direct query. Finally, what about data? Please check it here. See that data is not there. It is not showing data. Even there is some message also. Check it. Right. Got my point? So clear scenarios here we have examples, practical examples we have, like what is the difference between what is the difference between import and direct query? You can see directly. In the
So
same
then
way,
what is the use of the direct query then?
direct query data will be there in the source only structure copied, right?
Yes.
Why we are using direct query means Storage. Generally up to 1 GB size of the data, we are going to use import. If size is more than that, we are going to work with the direct query because of size, data size, space issues. Right? And is it clear,
Yes.
Namak?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes.
coming to next scenario. Let's go and copy data from other data sources. Just SQL Server, we copied data now. Not only SQL Server, we have other data sources also. Now let's copy data from other sources. Let's go to Excel files. And let us see how to copy data from Excel file. Right. So go to get data, select Excel source. So here we have some file, Excel file. Before going to copy data, I'll just open this file. This is basically file system. How data stored in this file system? In the form of sheets, order sheet, return sheet, user sheet. But coming to our environment, Power BI, again data is going to store in the form of table only. The only way we can store data in SQL Server in Power BI environment is table only. There is no other facility. So we have to create table. After creating table only, we can store data. Right. So now let's click on open button because we are going to copy data from this. Right. Select like this and load. So whatever the sheets existing there, I'm going to copy every sheet. See this. Like this. Okay, now? But see, while copying data from this file, it was not asking for anything like what we call like import or direct query. Not asked. So now my question is how you copy it? By using import or direct query, how you copied it? That's what the question now. You just place mouse here. How it is copied?
Import.
Import only. That means direct query works for only databases. We cannot use direct query for file system. So that is what the scenario. Okay, now. So coming to the next step, how to copy data from text files. Text file means what? .txt. So let's go to get data window. Text file. So here is the file csvmp. Right click and open. So on top you can see column names. Under column names we have data. Please check it. Right, Annie? So now I'm going to copy data. Open. Load. Copy it, Annie. Please check it. From where we copied this? Now we copied it from file system. What type of file? Text file. Okay. Now? So if you place mouse here, what it is showing import. By using import only, it is copied. So this is the way. Okay. So file system, how we are going to copy data? By using import only. Coming to databases, we can use import and direct query also. Right? You can go to import data and direct query when you are copying data from the databases. So now even see after copying data, if you place mouse here, clearly it is shown how it is copied. Right? And so this is overall scenario. Of course, still we have to copy data from some more scenarios. But you have to practice these things. And in the same way, we have to go for SQL installations also. Then I will share you these files. So whatever the files we have, I used now copying data, right? Different files I used now. Even I'm going to share you those files. So by using those files, you can copy it, right? So Vaibhav, you are actually enrolled for 7 p.m. class, right? 7 p.m. Vaibhav is there. 7 p.m. or
Yes.
7 a.m.
Yeah,
You want
7
to
a.m. But but I have a office timing at 7 a.m. So I'm not able to join properly the class at 7 a.m. So I want to switch it to 5 p.m.
5 p.m. What about 7 p.m.? 7 p.m. works for you?
7 p.m. in the evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is also fine.
Sorry. Okay. Right now, bro. Right. Let's do one thing. Let's work with these scenarios in tomorrow's class. Okay. Right.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Okay. And one more request to all of you. Some of your numbers are better. You please contact training team. Here I'm typing my mail ID. If you really wants to continue this training, enroll with them, because the problem is you're not getting access to videos or anything, right?
Yes.
So wait, I'm giving you a number here. 720 721 2427. This is the number 720 721 2427. That is the number. Please copy that number and contact training team, because they're going to share videos, everything to participants and materials, and these files also, practical files also, and even practice databases also they are going to share. Okay, na? Right. Okay then. Bye.
Okay. Bye, sir.
Bye. Let's connect it to project. So this is the project we created yesterday.
Yes.
So in this project, we copied data from different tables, and today we are going to work with this concept, enter data concept. So enter data means like this, directly you can go for input data. Suppose ID, ename, salary, like this. Okay, now Suppose employee 2 is the table name. So we are not copying data from any source. Directly, we are creating table here only, and we are going for data rate. See this. So if you want to check the data, what to do? Go to data view, left side. See this. Okay. Na? So in the same way, we can also copy data from SQL. I mean, direct copy paste kind of. You select database here. Select star from EMP. See this. This is the table we have. You click on this corner and right click, copy data. Okay. Na? You can go to this environment. Here, go to home tab, enter data. Right click and paste. Table created. Okay. Na? Even like this also, we can do this scenario. Right. And so find out the difference, what we are doing here and how we are copying data from different sources to Power BI environment. Okay. So this is the way like how we copy from different sources to Power BI. In the same way, now we have to discuss about refresh concept. So how to work with the refresh? See this, you go to department 1 tab. We copied this table by using import. See, if you place mouse here, you can see import concept. Right? So now I'm going to modify something in the source. Suppose select star from department 1 table, no data. I'm going to insert data into department 1 table. 10 computer science. Hyderabad. So this row inserted into table. That means table modified in the source, right, Andy? Okay, now please check. So now this modification copied from source to Power BI. Or change the tables and check it. Modification not copied. And so now I want to copy this modification from source to Power BI. What to do? That's my point, right? Here we have refresh button only. Just click on refresh. See, refresh is used to copy data from source to Power BI. Refresh we use it only for what? Import. Direct query, no need to use import. Let's finish it. See this, copied or not? Right, and modification copied. That is refresh option. So these are the ways, different ways to copy data from different data sources to Power BI. In the same way, how to copy modifications from source to Power BI. These are all different things. And coming to next scenario. After finishing copy data, we are going to work with transformations. How to transform data. Let's go to this window, transform data window. Right, and this is Power Query Editor window. Left side you can see queries. Queries means tables. In Power Query Editor, we call tables as queries. Coming to right side, you can see applied steps. So you are going to perform transformations, means you are going to perform some scenarios. So it shows there whatever the scenarios you performed. So generally we are going to save them. So you can see save button, or you can also use Control S. But sometimes what happens, you know, we can cancel. Okay. We can cancel. And coming to next scenario. Let's start with, and here in this training, I'm not going to save the steps. I'm going to perform this step, and then I'm going to cancel. But in real time, we are not going to cancel. Every step maximum we are going to save. Okay, na? Now practice purpose, I'm going to. So here we have right click. I mean, just take right click on query. I mean table. You can see properties. Copy, paste, delete, rename. So these are common scenarios. Just leave it. But here we have enable loaded. Those things also I'm going to work. I'm not skipping anything. Okay, now right. So we'll read that message. So disable means this table cannot be used in report creation. Suppose there is some table, you don't want to use the table in the report creation, you can disable like this. But my question is different. I'm not going to disable because I'm going to use this table, I think. But now my question is different. My question is, if you don't want to use the table, why you are copying the table? You just stop copying table, right? And that's my point, right? But see, sometimes what happens, I told you in the beginning, we are going to create relationships between tables. Right? And so some scenarios, what happens, you copied some tables from source to Power BI. You want to create relationships between tables. But you're not going to use that table in the report creation. There we are going to disable like this. Otherwise, we are not going to disable. Okay, na? Right. Coming to next step. See, if you unselect it, what happens? You know, this table will not be included in refresh. You just unselect it and click on refresh button. Then this table will not be refreshed. Right? And so next, duplicate. Just creating duplicate table. You're working with some table, you can create duplicate. See, this duplicate table is created. Now I will show how to delete it. See. Okay, now. So coming to next scenario, here also we have some other scenarios which we are going to discuss in the coming sessions. But now let's go to this advanced editor. See that this advanced editor is showing source details. Please check it. What is our source server name? What is our source database name? It is showing clearly. This is what the scenario. In the same way, go to properties window. What it is showing? Again, same scenario it is showing. Properties window also showing same enable, load, refresh. So these things only it is showing. Okay. Na? So this is what the scenario. Hello. Right. So these are the properties we have for our queries. After that, here we have different columns: employee number, employee name, hire date. Okay, now So open this employee number drop down because employee number is number family. You can see some scenarios here. Data selection 7369 or 77886. I mean, you can select required data. See, it was showing step, but I cancelled that step. Okay, now next ascending order, descending order. So what happens? Sort. Next step, remove empty. Empty means what? Null values. Suppose your column contains null values, you want to remove them, then we use it. For example, we don't have any null value in employee number column. You just go to commission column. Of course, commission is also number family only, right? In commission column, we have null values. See this. So remove empty. See that what happened based on null value, that row, whatever the null valued row is there, that deleted. I mean, those rows deleted. Please check it. So next, go to number filters. Number filters means operators. We use different types of operators in these number filters. For example, employee number means number family column, right? And what is the column we are using now? Employee number column we are using. Employee number is number family, right? Suppose employee number equal to 7369. In the same way, suppose equals to 7788. Different employee numbers I'm using. But here important thing is there are some operators and operator or operator. When we use and or operators, what is the difference between and or operators? See, we use and or operators when we are working with multiple conditions in the query. Okay. Coming to next scenario. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Suppose you have different conditions there. Please check it. Right, and you have different conditions there. Please check. And you separated them by using and operator, right? And that means every condition must be satisfied. Or operator means if any condition satisfied, then you can complete the task. Now it is not going to complete because I'm using and operator. See that no data is coming. No data is extracted. Let's do one thing. Here you can see the step applied. You open this step like this. Go for R operator. See this, now it is working. Got my point? So when we are working with multiple conditions in the same scenario, we use and or operators. And operator means every condition must be satisfied. Or operator means if any condition satisfied, so that you can extract that. That's what happened now. We have seen practically also, right? And so I'm going to cancel this step. But remember, in real time, we are not going to cancel this step. Okay, now? So next scenario, you go to character.
So I have one doubt.
Tell me.
Okay. So in the AND operator, so both the condition what you gave, that 7369 and 7788, so that both were matching, then it should pull the data also.
Not matching. And means it must be there in the same column, same value, single attempt. But they are not single attempt, right? They are different department numbers, right? Okay, na?
Okay.
Got my point? But when you are using R operator, it is working, right?
Yes.
That's the
Yes.
reason. Okay, na?
Yeah, got it.
Right.
Thank you.
Coming to next scenario. Ename column. Ename means what? Character data. In Power BI, we call it as text data. Open this drop down window. See that same, everything same. Everything same. Please check. But you go to this area, changed. Because based on data type, what's happening here? Filters are going to change. I mean, changed already. We can see here now. So begins with, suppose ename begins with yes and suppose contains T. See this and operator I'm using. So means every condition satisfied there. Started with yes, contains T. Please check it. Right hand. Open this filter. Go for R operator. Now you can see more. See. That is what the scenario. Okay, no? And in the same way, higher date time data. Because see here we are working with the different types of data. Right now it is date time. Everything is same, but filters changed. Only here, only quarter. Suppose quarter one related data. How many quarters there per year? Any idea, please? Anybody? How many quarters per year? 4 quarters.
4 quarters.
In the same way, cancel this step and go to month. Suppose I need only June month data. Please check it. So month, week, everything based on what? Date time. So these are the scenarios. In the same way, you can see your column names and these are row numbers. What are these things? Row numbers. Remember this point also. Okay. Na? So based on column name, based on row number, also we are going to perform some transformations that we will see in tomorrow's class. Practice these things for today. And coming to next scenario, Samar and Ashish, you connect to 7 a.m. class tomorrow morning 7 o'clock class. You don't need to connect to 5 p.m. Okay, na? And we will give you access to 7 a.m. class recordings also. I think this guy already got access. Ashish, Samar, you'll get it.
Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, is my voice is clear to all of you guys? Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online, is my voice is clear to all of you? Guys, please check it. All of you are getting my voice on screen. Yeah, nice. All right. Good morning, guys. And just give clarity for me. How many of you are attending both the sessions like 7 to 8:30 and 8:30 to 10? Almost all of you. Nice. And how many of you registered for Advanced Java not attending Servlets and JSPs? Any of you are available here? Registered for Advanced Java but not attended for Servlets and JSPs at morning 7 o'clock. Okay, fine. Right, I'll talk it separately. So people are taking advantages from videos actually. At least courses startup days also you have to come to. At least first 1 week of time. Then if you come at offline there, I can see how many members are coming there. Really, you are not aware about it. Almost all the registrations for this class, there's a frameworks, advanced Java with frameworks and basic pack, complete Java package and all, almost all, nearly more than 250 members. Maybe 60 or 70 members are sitting now in front of me. At least first 10 days of time, basic classes is a course start of Spring Framework. If you come to the offline classes, no, then it will be good thing. Then for core Java evening, we made a call to the students, no? Then I got the responses what there. Completely we are depending on videos, or every day video is coming. So we are attending that through that videos, no? Maybe tomorrow or day of tomorrow, for this batch also, our admin people will call them why people are not attending there. No? Any other reasons, any exams or kind of things, no? Any exams are going on for academic students? If they're academic students, they will not attend this 8:30 to 10 class. I'm sure about it. But still, see, then you are coming here for offline classes. But by thinking about your benefit, I'm giving that video support. But don't depend completely on that video support now. At least few days of time, up to first application development, come to the offline class. Those who are registered for offline class now. If you are in online, then no chances for you. Okay. Right, sir. Then my online people are giving suggestions now. Don't upload videos, sir, immediately. Right, sir. No, not like that. Then anyway, then once you are committed for the service, no, then max level we are trying to give that service there, but don't depending on it. Yeah, definitely we are going to upload the videos on time and everything going on. At least I want to see your faces now. How many of you registered for this course? Of course, whether you like to see my face or not is a second. I want to see your faces at least. All right, sir. Then why I'm talking about this? No, I think these statements are going to be recorded. When they see this video, maybe today or tomorrow, at least they'll realize no. So next 2 to 3 days of time, I will check it whether all members are coming or not. Otherwise, next 10 days of time, I will not upload videos. Not lately. I will not upload videos next 10 days of classes. Sure. Today and tomorrow, I'm giving time there. Those who registered for offline classes, at least first 10 days of time, you have to come for offline. Otherwise, next 10 days of time. Even after 10 days of time also, if you are not coming there, I will think about your admission. Okay. Right, sir. Now let's come for the point here. Okay, fine. Now see this, then what we completed there in the last session, what exactly the content here we discussed it there in the last session. The topics are introduction classes only, just about to introduce the frameworks. What's the requirement of it? Then that part we started there. So we are going to understand effectively the content. Right, sir. Again, I'm telling to you before starting this course, in general, in outside, what content is getting very good demand in outside there, Spring Boot and microservices. That is very, very hot in outside market, hard cake. Even if you have Spring Boot microservices in your resume, then you'll be selected immediately. It's a matter of weeks of time, 1 or 2 weeks of time to get selected in a company. Damn sure. But again, I'm telling there, even I can start directly Spring Boot, but complete awareness you will not get. Because of that reason, I'm telling to you, even if anybody else in outside also saying that, why you're learning this entire Spring, better to go for Spring Boot microservices now. Don't fall with that particular statements now. So in a standard approach, I'm taking the classes to you. First, let me complete the total Spring. Then after that, I will go for what there Spring Boot and microservices. More clearly, I'm telling now, at the time of announcing these batches also, whether you recognize it or not, I did not announce the batch with the Spring Boot microservices. I announced the batch with what there Spring Boot microservices. So Spring is also a course. And then after that, Spring Boot. Next one is microservices now. So for your better understanding, for your completeness, for our complete clarity point of view, first we have to understand the total Spring framework. Of course, still some companies are using Spring framework before this Spring Boot. Without Spring Boot, only Spring framework is also be going on. But very good demand is going on for what there Spring Boot and microservices. I have to accept that. So because of that reason, first we have to understand complete Spring framework. Why? Because your status I know clearly. Just almost all we completed core Java. Next one is like what there advanced Java we completed JDBC. So let's we start it. Okay, that is your status now. Now with this knowledge, if I start directly Spring Boot microservices now, how can you understand the content here? Spring Boot is direct step. First application of the Spring Boot is nothing but Spring Web Module. The first application of Spring Boot is what there Spring Web Module. How can you understand it without having awareness on Spring Web Module? So because of that reason, let me complete this Spring framework. Then after that, I'm telling to you Spring Boot and microservices. Why I'm telling this information there? You may get some misguidance from outside. Then to go for it, to don't go for that misguidance from outside now. So for that purpose, I'm giving some alertness to you. If anybody else in outside they are saying to you, don't learn a Spring framework, directly learn a Spring Boot and microservices. No, don't go with that statements now. As I know the total process. See, for example, think a minute about it. Without Spring framework, if I start Spring Boot and microservices now, I may complete my batch a bit earlier mode or not. I may start new batch there, right? If I start new batch, more money will come or not. But still, I'm thinking about Spring in the sense, understand it now. It's not in that like what there in a different way. Completeness, we need to get the total base. We need to get clearly. This is permanent solution. Please recognize this. What I'm telling to you, it is a permanent solution. It is not like temporary solution. It's a permanent solution for everybody. Once you complete these frameworks here, in the next 10 to 15 years of time, you should not look back. You have to complete this total part. So because of that reason, I'm taking in a standard way, but try to attend the classes properly, try to understand the content. And one more thing I'm telling to you, maximum students are attending servlets and JSPs and what there, this is the frameworks concepts. Am I right or not? Maximum, majority of you are attending that. So your regular practice is very, very important. In core Java, you might be neglected the regular study. You okay up to core Java, it's okay, fine, it's worked out. Why? Because maybe after 1 week of time, even if you open the notebook, there we can see some content there we can understand at least some points here. But these concepts are not like that. Every concept is linked to concepts. Today, for example, if I discuss X now, tomorrow Y I'm going to discuss there. Definitely Y is depending on X. If you miss X, you will not understand Y. If you're not understanding X and Y, then there is no chance to understand Z. If you are not understanding Z now, better to stop these classes. That's enough. That's it. So because of that reason, regular study. Today, even the theory, blindly think of it. To prepare first Spring application, it may take minimum 10 days of time. Minimum 10 days of time it will take to start first Spring application. to type a program, a hello world program, if you want to show on my system there, 1 week to 10 days of time minimum it will take. So up to the time we have to understand theory only, complete theory. Why? Because we need to be get very much strong in the basics, foundation. After that we are going to see, without knowing what is the purpose of the framework, how can you understand Spring framework? No? Why frameworks are coming into the picture? That question I'm having there. We need to answer for this question. That's why then first I'm going to give the step by step each and every point. No, you must aware about all the points clearly. Right, sir. Anyway, then I'll go for the content here. Now try to understand it clearly. Right, sir. That's fine. Now let's come on to the content, guys. What I'm telling to you. Can you tell us different technology which are trending and we should learn to become a successful software engineer? Right. Nice question. Anyway, I think all of you might be aware about it. But as for my concern, I'm telling to you, at present, the market is totally with what there, Spring Boot microservices. And if that profile, the Java developer having Spring Boot microservices, RESTful services, these three trending in outside. But to understand these three, under Spring, entire content is required, enter Java is required. Along with these three, if you have DevOps in our resume, Java developer with Java DevOps background, Java developer background with DevOps. If you have that in your resume, definitely you'll be very good resource in outside at present. Because of that reason only, in the full stack we included what there DevOps. DevOps in the sense Linux, AWS, and DevOps tools. These three things. Then you'll be very good resource in outside. Recognize this. If you're asking that, then I'm giving response for it now. Right, now let's come for our content here, all of you know. Right, guys, now Spring introduction part I've given. Introduction in the sense like what I've given there, what exactly the content I'm going to be covered inside the Spring framework up to this point only here we discussed it there. Clear or not? That's okay, fine now. Then what are the various modules which are available there? First introduction is existed here. Introduction part here I discussed it there. Next one is the steps to prepare Spring application. After the steps to prepare Spring application, next one is the core module. For core module, what programming knowledge is required there? Core Java is sufficient. No need to get even JDBs also to understand this core module. This core module is mandatory even for what the Spring Boot. Mandatory. Next one is Spring DAO JDBC model. What is a prerequisite now? Core Java and JDBC. All right. Next one is Spring AOP model. Core Java is sufficient. Core Java is sufficient, and a little bit about what there, some real-time tools like what there, Log4j, this kind of things we required here. Okay, I'll discuss about it, no problem. Spring transactions, Core Java, JDBC, these things are required there. Next one is ORM, Hibernate is required. Web module, struts and JSF is required. All right, sir. Struts and JSF is required. Next one is a Spring Web MVC module. Servlets and JSP, struts JSF. Basically, struts and JSP is not mandatory. Servlets and JSPs are required. Spring is security. Servlets and JSPs are required here now. Right, sir. Anyway, now these are the various things here we have to understand clearly in our Spring framework. After that, after completion of these concepts, there I will start with what there Spring Boot, then microservices now. All right, sir. Now let's move on to the content, guys. All of you observe carefully. First of all, I'm telling to you, by using Spring framework, we are going to prepare enterprise applications. Of course, so many applications here we are able to prepare by using Spring framework. Of course, standalone applications we can prepare, database related applications we can prepare. Not only that, web applications we are able to prepare, distributed applications here we are able to prepare. So all the types of applications here we are able to prepare, but Spring framework is mainly for what their enterprise applications. Spring framework is mainly for what their enterprise applications. Yes, sir. All of you are getting my point or not? Now here I'm asking one simple question to all of you. Now try to answer for it. What is an enterprise? First of all, what is an enterprise? After that we will think about an enterprise application. First tell me, what is an enterprise? What exactly the meaning of an enterprise? It's a normal terminology, general terminology only, general awareness only, not like any too much technology. Before going to talk about an enterprise application, what is an enterprise? Simple, as per my awareness I'm giving there. Observe carefully. It is a group of, it's a group of organizations come under a single label. Come under a single label. It's a group of organizations that come under a single label. This is called as like what there? An enterprise. A simple example I'm telling there. And one more point. It is a group of organizations that come under a single label where business is going on. Where business is going on. Or else maybe instead of saying that a business going on, it is a business organization. It should be what there? A business organization. Don't say charitable trust is available. Don't say that is what there? An enterprise. Yes, sir. Are you getting my point or not? Okay, fine. What is an enterprise? It's a group of organizations that come under a single label. That's okay, straightforward point. Next one is, it's a business organization basically. It's a what there? Business organization, where business must be transferred. Business must be transformed. Business must be existed. I can take some examples now. Try to answer for it. For example, a roadside pachari shop is available. A roadside saloon shop is available. Can I say that saloon shop is an enterprise? There also be businesses going on. If you go there, maybe if you put some money, some services they're able to provide. There also be businesses going on. Money is transferred from one hand to another hand. Can I say it is an enterprise? No, leave it. That is low level, middle range. I am telling there. Durga Software Solutions. Can I say it's an enterprise? Can I say is that Durga Soft is an enterprise? No. Still no. I cannot say it is an enterprise. No. Here also the business is going on. I'm not saying Durga Soft is a charitable trust. I'm not giving any overarching kind of statements. No. We are giving services very good. No. Very good services to the students. Genuine sir. No. It's not like that. Students are paying the money and Durga Soft is giving services. No, definitely. We are not allowing any other student without payment. Do you think about it? Durga Soft is a charitable trust? Never. Don't think like that. Definitely business is going on. But still it is not an enterprise. Still it is not an enterprise. Right, sir. Next one is like what there? What is that another one here? For example, Reliance Group of Industries, Tata companies, Tata, the name Tata, Reliance Group of organizations. Nowadays maybe Adani Group of organizations. We can say all these are like what they are? Enterprises. Yes, sir. All of you get my point on. We can say all these are like what they are? Enterprises. Yes, what is the difference? Example. Of course, the Reliance people are nowadays starting their own saloon shops. I think already in Mumbai they were available. In Hyderabad maybe they just started. Reliance people have started their saloon shops. That's okay. But because of that reason, I'm not saying that Reliance is what there is an enterprise now. But I'll give some points here. If we take a Tata group of organizations, what we have there now, what exactly the sub companies are available inside this Tata under the label Tata, what are the various branches are available, what are the various verticals are available, can you tell me? Right from salt to steel, right from salt to steel, so many domains are available for Tata. Example, Tata Salt, Tata Insurance, Tata Steel, then Tata Mobiles maybe, communication, Docomo or something else no previously. Then apart from that, what next one can know? Apart from this, no, TCS, best example, Tata Consultancy Services, Software Wing, TCS. Like this, so many, yeah, best example is like what the nowadays, Tata Motors is available. Do you know the Tata group of industries, they have taken over one very good cars brand. What is that cars brand there? Jaguar, right? Jaguar or any other one? Jaguar. Then the Tata people have captured that. Understand it? Okay, fine. Now, anyway, then like this, so many branches are available, but all these branches are running under a single label. So we can treat it is like what there as an enterprise. Leave this one. Reliance Group of Industries nowadays. What they're having there no Reliance Group of Industries, then what they're having there no, there also be number of things, number of sectors, especially they're mainly they are in what their oil supply, right? Gas supply. Reliance Gas. That is one other one. Next one is what there apart from that, the Geo Marts nowadays. And communication Geo, right? Next one is what there, Reliance Electronics. Am I right or not? Retail, right? Retail shops. Then apart from that, now they have taken steps in saloon shops also. Not only that, you are not aware about it, they are taking the steps in training institutes also. Really. But it was failure case for them previously, almost 5 to 6 years back, especially in Hyderabad. They want to capture that Chaitanya Educational Institutes and Narayana Educational Institutes. They want to take over them. But I don't know what happened there, but in the middle, that process was stopped. They want to be in a training part also. Understand it? So like this, number of things are available. They are under like what there, a single label. So we can say it is what there, an enterprise. So just this is a general the awareness point on I'm telling there, not too much technical content here. What is an enterprise in the sense? These many things here we are able to get clearly. Right, so that's okay, fine. This is the meaning of like what there, an enterprise. All of you are getting clarity. What is the meaning of an enterprise? Can know? All right, sir. Now tell me, Durgasoft is an enterprise or not? No, not at all. Durgasoft is not an enterprise. Why? Because Durgasoft is not having any other domain. Durgasoft is in what there, a training and a little bit in development. That do previously. Now at present we are not maintaining any development center. Basically, previously we have a development center at Madhapur. Now just we stopped it during this before this corona. Okay, now Durgasoft is purely on what there, training only. For example, if Durgasoft is in construction field, if Durgasoft is in food delivery, food field, understand my point? If Durgasoft is in like what there's some insurance domain, if Durgasoft has some real estate, if multiple domains are available for Durgasoft, then we can say Durgasoft is what there, an enterprise. Get my point or not? So Durgasoft is now, as of now, it is not like what there is an enterprise. Roadside saloon shop is also not an enterprise. Just it is a shop. Good. Then after that, what is an enterprise application? In general, I'm telling that the meaning no. Enterprise application. What is the meaning of it now? Right. So the name itself is giving suggestion for us. No. What is the meaning of an enterprise application? It is a software application. Enterprise is what there? It is a software application. It is a software application. Okay. It will simplify. It will simplify the business processing. It will simplify the business processing. It will simplify the business processing of an enterprise. It will simplify the business processing of an enterprise. All of you get my point on it. It is a software application. It will simplify the internal business processing of an enterprise, or internal or external, whatever it may be related to that enterprise. The total business processing have to be simplified. For that, if you prepare any application, then that application is called as what there? An enterprise application. Everybody understand this point clearly? Okay, fine. Next one is after that, how we are able to prepare this enterprise application. To prepare enterprise application as a developer, being the developer, what I have to do as a software engineer, what I have to do if I want to prepare any enterprise application. All right, understand this clearly. To prepare an enterprise application, we have to provide the following layers. We have to provide the following layers. What are the layers here we have to provide there? Actually, let me show one diagram, guys. Now try to understand this diagram. To prepare an enterprise application, we have to provide a set of layers. What layers mainly? Then one more thing I'm telling to you, this is a high level representation. High level layers only, high level, topmost layers only I'm talking there. But if we open any topmost layer, where again sub layers are available, I'm not moving to the total sub layers immediately, but topmost layer. What are the various topmost layers are available to prepare an enterprise application there? The first one is like what there? User interface layer. User interface layer. Of course, in other words, we can call it as like what there? Presentation layer. We may call it as like what there? Presentation layer. User interface layer, or we can call it as what there? Presentation layer. Next one, after that, business layer. In other words, first of all, business processing layer, or we may call it as like what there? Business layer. Next one after that, data storage and access layer, or in other words, persistence layer. In other words, we can say it is what there? Persistence layer. Overall, these are the three layers which are available to prepare our enterprise applications. User interface layer or presentation layer, business processing layer or business layer, data storage and access layer or persistence layer. Right, sir. Let's understand this clearly. Yeah, maybe people are asking to me, sir, can you give an example for an enterprise application? Now, whatever the examples I said to you, for example, Reliance Group of Industries, they're having their own softwares. The software is nothing. Say, for example, a simple example, no need to think much about it. If you go for Reliance Fresh or maybe somewhere else, some supermarket, if you go there, what we are doing now, just we have taken some items there where billing is going on or not. How that billing is going on there? Through software, or directly you want to give like go for like what there, then paper receipts. No, what we are able to get there? Then through software only we are paying the bill or not? It's also be the part of like what there, an enterprise application. Not only that, say for example, I want to book a Tata car, Tata Harrier, for example. Now maybe in a Tata also be so many cars are available, very good cars are available, right? I want to book a car. How we are doing that? Of course, we'll go to the Tata showroom. There we are going to select some car, maybe something else. But where your details and everything must be entered in that software or not? Customer details and everything will be entered in that software or not? That's also be what they're part of the enterprise application. Not only that, if you go for TCS, for example, TCS is an organization where internal softwares are working or not, internal softwares are running or not. For the sake of tracking our employees there, they definitely they require some internal software. It's also be the part of like what there, like an enterprise application there. Get my point or not? Like this, in every domain we can get like what there's some software. Nowadays everything is through softwares only. With respect to Tata, whatever the softwares they are using there, they are nothing but like what they're like an enterprise application. Of course, in a single enterprise a single application may be available or maybe multiple applications are available. Say for example, Tata Motors is available. It has its own application. Tata Insurance is available. It has its own application. The domain has its own application. Am I right or not? But altogether we can say an enterprise application, or individually each and every one is treated as what there, an enterprise application. Finally, applications are prepared for what there, an enterprise. There's a simple example here I'm telling to you, right? Of course, might be Flipkart and e-commerce applications there. Amazon or Flipkart, so many applications are available. Not only this, right? Now let's come for the points here now. Next one is after that, user interface layer or presentation layer or business processing layer or business layer or data storage layer, or what next one here no, persistence layer. These are the various layers which are available in an enterprise application. If we want to prepare an enterprise application, what layers here we have to provide? In the sense, these are the various layers here we have to provide. That's okay, fine. Now first let's understand, the first one is like what there, user interface layer. user interface layer or presentation layer. Right, sir. What exactly the purpose of this user interface layer? What is the need of it? Why we need to go for this user interface layer? That part here we have to understand. Let's say this one, the very first point here I'm telling to you, all of you observe carefully. What is the purpose of this user interface layer? The very first one is what there? It will provide starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. Understand this point? It will provide a starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. What's the meaning of it? No. Say for example, simple example, flipkart.com. Just on the browser, what we are going to type there? www.flipkart.com. Then what we are getting, sir? Home page of the flipkart.com here we are getting or not? That means that what is the meaning of it? No, that is user interface or not? Where indexes are available or not? All items are listed or not? All categories are listed or not? That is nothing but what there? A look and feel. That is nothing but what there? A user interface. That is the first point for the user to interact with our application or not? Leave it. www.gmail.com. What we are getting, sir? Immediately login page you are getting or not? That login page is nothing but what there? User interface or not? Observe carefully. So definitely it will provide what there? Starting point for the user or entry point for the user to interact with our what there? An application. So that's why that user interface is mandatory. Understand my point here? Is it possible to check our authentication without having login page? No. Without having username, password fields, text fields, and labels, without having that, is it possible to check my authentication? Not possible. Definitely we require that user interface or not. So that is the reason why it will provide a starting point for the users in order to interact with the application. That's point number one. Next, another one. It will improve look and feel. It will improve what there? Look and feel to the enterprise applications. It will provide look and feel to the enterprise application. Now, what is the meaning of it here? For example, guys, observe carefully. I want to book a car. I may go for some showroom there. In that showroom, some registration form is available. Online booking I want to do, for example. A registration phase here we are getting. In that registration phase, then what is available? Maybe some details here we entered. Customer details are entered. Along with that, booking date we have to provide. Booking date we have to provide or not? Okay, booking date is what there? Some date here we have to specify. Clear or not? How we are going to specify the date? No. In the text field, you want to write like what there today date, like what there 30-01-2023. In that way, you want to write. Not providing good look and feel. Of course, text field providing date is not required. Along with the text field, maybe some icon is available. If you click on that icon, automatically calendar will open or not. In that calendar, we are going to select a particular date or not. Now tell me which one will provide very good look and feel. Providing your date in a text field or providing selecting date in the calendar. Calendar is giving very good appearance or not. This is the meaning of look and feel. That will be provided by what their user interface. Presentation. Okay. Not only that. See, think a minute about it. If login page is not available, how can we provide our data to the Gmail application? No? Username, text field, password field, where dots are displayed. If you provide a password data. Understand my point, Ken? Then how it is possible to provide our details to the application without this registration pages and login pages? No. Got my point or not? So definitely that user interface is providing look and feel to the enterprise applications or not? That is another advantage here we have to understand clearly. Okay, look and feel is the main intention here. Next one is after that, after completion of this, it is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications. It is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications in order to get data from users. That means in order to transfer data from users to the server side application, and from server side applications to the users. Am I right or not? Please check this statement here, what I've given. This is very, very important statement. It is acting as an user interface between users and server side applications in order to transfer data from users to the server side applications and from server side applications to the users. Simple example. For example, what I want to do there, I'll go for some examples like what now. As a simple, durgasoft.com is available, for example. Not even durgasoft.com there. For example, I want to go for facebook.com. I want to provide. Where immediately what we are getting there, Facebook login page here we are getting. If you are new to the Facebook, sign up process is available. Click on the sign up. Where registration page is open or not. In that registration page, I have to enter the data. When I enter the data, when I click on submit button, automatically user interface is sending the data what I entered to the server side application or not. Means that user interface is collecting data from user. The data is transferred to what their server side application. Server side application has done some process there. Then after completion of that process, server side application will send some data to the user through the user interface. Now user interface is collecting data from server side application and the data is displaying to the user. User can see the data, can get the data. So what is the meaning of it now? User interface is acting as a mediator or middle one between users and server side application in order to carry the data from user to server side application and from server side application to user. Answer my point here. So that is nothing but like what they like as a user interface care now. That's okay, fine. Right, guys. Now I'm asking one more question. Now try to answer for it. I want to create, guys, all of you observe carefully. I want to create an application. In that application care, what I want to there, I want to take some user registration. User details I want to take through registration form. Observe carefully. In the user registration form, there are some fields. What fields are available? Date of birth field is available. Date of birth field. Okay. Right, sir. Date of birth field. For example, date of birth field is available. There, unfortunately, I provided the date of birth value is like what there. Say, for example, 45 hyphen 11 hyphen, say for example 2025. Is it a valid date for date of birth? Tell me, guys, is it possible? First of all, what is this 45? We thought of it is a day. What is the day maximum value? No, 30 or 31st, that depends on that calendar, right? Depends on the month. What is this 11 here? No, month. It's okay. 11 is okay, valid. Like here, we have 1 to 12. But date of birth in the sense, what is the meaning of it now? It must be a past date or not? The date of birth, that year should be what their past year or not? But here, what we provided there, future year we provided. How much it is valid there? No, not at all possible. That's why if we provide data like this, Then internally, what our program has to do, internally, what our application has to do. Come on, guys. Our application has to take the data. It has to check whether this data is valid or not. Then it has to, if it is invalid, then it has to display some error message or not. Date of birth value must be a past date. It should not be a future date. Like this, we need to get some message or not. So before using this data in our application, in our business logic, first we have to check whether this data is valid or invalid. First we have to check whether this data is valid or invalid. Am I right or not? Right, so the process of checking whether the data is valid or invalid is called as data validations. The process of checking whether the data is valid or invalid is called as data validations. Answer my point now. Right, sir. There are two types of data validations. How many types of data validations are available? Two types of data validations are available. What are the two types of data validations? No, client side data validations and server side data validations. Right, sir. First one is what there? Client side data validations. Second one is what there? Server side data validations. What is the meaning of this client side data validations and what is the meaning of server side data validations? No, very simple. Try to understand this. Server side data validation is nothing but, observe carefully, we have a form. We have a form. In that form, we provided the data. Some fields are available where I provided the data. When I click on submit button there, request will go to the server side application. Along with that request, our data will be submitted to the server side application. At server side application, our data will be stored in the form of a bean object. As per the application development, our request data will be stored in the form of what there? A bean object, for example. After storing the data in a Java bean object, we will get the data, we will use the data in our business logic. At server side application, business logic is available or not? There we are going to use the data what we submitted from client aligned with request. But before using our data in the business logic, at the server side application, if we are checking whether this data is a valid data or invalid data, before using the data in a business logic, if we are checking whether the data is a valid data or invalid data, the checking process is called as data validations. The checking process is called as what there? Data validations. Data validations at which mission? No, server mission. Data validation at which mission? No, server mission. That's why this type of data validation is called as like what there? Server side data validations. This type of data validation is called as like what there? Server side data validations. Got my point or not? To prepare these server side data validations, we have tried Java code, purely Java code, not any other technology. Server side data validations are performed by using Java, purely Java code. Understand it clearly now? Okay, fine. This is completed. Next one. Another one is like what there? Client side data validations. Another one is what there? Client side data validations. What's the meaning of this client side data validations actually? Observe carefully, all of you know. Simple point. First of all, I got a form from the server side application. That form is open in a browser. Form is available in the browser. Username or maybe user like address details or maybe some other details. Everything I provided. Date of birth values and everything we provided inside like what there? A form. At bottom we are having a submit button. At bottom we are having what there? Submit button. Say for example, I enter the data. I enter the data. After entering the data, when I click on submit button, as per the concept, what is going to be happen there? Along request will be submitted to the server machine. Along with request, our data will be submitted to the server machine. Am I right or not? But here the point is what? Understand it now. When I click on this button, after clicking on this button, before submitting request to the server, in the middle, after clicking on the button, before submitting the data to the server, in between these two, our user interface will take our data and it will check whether the data is valid or not at a browser only. Before submitting data to the server at a browser, our data will be checked whether it is valid or invalid. Tell me, at which location that the data validation is going on, at the browser or at server side now? Browser only. Browser in the sense client emission only. At the client side only, the data is going to be checked whether it is valid or invalid. This type of data validations, is called as what? Their client side data validations. That's it. Now tell me, all of you guys, what is this? What is the difference between server side data validations and client side data validations? What you are thinking about it now? Answer is very clear. If you perform data checking process at server side with Java code, that is called as what? Their server side data validations. But if you are checking whether the data is valid or not at a client browser after submitting data and before sending the data to the server side, if you check whether the data is valid or not, this type of data validity checking is called as like what? Their client side data validations. Now tell me, to implement server side data validations, what code is required here? Java code is required. Am I right or not? What code is required there? Java code is required. But to implement client side data validations, here we required JavaScript kind of technologies. What we required there? No, JavaScript kind of technologies. Might be some of you completed already JavaScript. Am I right? No response, guys. Completed already in the full stack Java. Already we completed UI technologies where JavaScript you completed. In JavaScript, functions topic is available or not? JavaScript functions are exist or not? User defined functions are possible or not possible? Possible here. We can call that user defined functions either by clicking on button or by selecting some data in the checkboxes. No, like this we are able to access that user defined functions or not? No response, guys. On click attribute or maybe on submit attribute, then where along with that we have to call that functions, JavaScript functions there. Yeah, by using the JavaScript functions, we are able to implement client side data validations. Answer my point here now. Client side data validations, if we want to perform, there we have to use JavaScript functions. We have to use that. By the execution of the JavaScript functions only, client side data validations here we are able to provide. Of course, right from HTML 5.x version onwards, inbuilt data validations are available along with the fields. Of course, in the text field, if you specify mandatory option there for any text field, no, mandatory is equal to true something else, no, automatically the data is mandatory in the text field. Without providing the data, if you submit the form there, then immediately it is providing like what there, data is mandatory in this field, please enter the data. Right from HTML5 version, I think so, right from HTML5 version onwards, data validations are inbuilt inside the HTML tags now. Sir, fine, whatever it may be, whether it is an inbuilt concept or user defined JavaScript functions, whatever it may be, that validations are performed at client side or not. So they are called as like what their client side data validations. Fine, now tell me, to implement client side data validations, we have to use JavaScript functions or not? Definitely we have to use what their JavaScript functions. Okay, but here my question is JavaScript functions we are able to use, that's okay. But we have to define the JavaScript functions now. If you want to execute JavaScript functions now, first we have to define JavaScript functions or not. If you want to execute JavaScript functions now, first we have to define them or not. Where we are going to define the JavaScript functions? Where we are going to define the JavaScript functions? Right, we are going to define the JavaScript functions in the form of HTML pages only. In HTML page only, header part and body part, two parts are available. Inside the header part, we will define the JavaScript function. Inside the body part, we can call the JavaScript functions. Inside the header part, we are going to define what their JavaScript function. In the body part, we are going to access the JavaScript functions. Got my point or not? Now tell me, all of you now tell me here, that HTML file or JSP file, whatever it may be, is a part of the user interface or not? That HTML file is a part of the user interface or not? For example, if user interface is not available, there is no HTML file, there is no JavaScript function, how can we perform client-side data validations? No. How can we perform client-side data validations? No. Is it possible? No, not possible. So because of that reason, What's the conclusion here we are providing there? User interface is providing very good environment to implement data validation logic or to perform data validations. Get my point or not? So here the point is like what there? What's the point I'm telling to you? Observe carefully. To perform client-side data validations, to perform client-side data validations, with JavaScript functions, we require what their user interface. Right, sir. Understand my point here? User interface, it will provide a starting point to the users in order to interact with the application. It will improve the look and feel of the enterprise applications. It is acting as an user interface between users and server-side application in order to transfer data from users to the server-side applications and from Java and from server-side applications to the users. Next one is to perform client-side data validations with the JavaScript functions. That means it will provide a good environment to perform client-side data validations with JavaScript functions. That is another point here we have to understand. Right, sir. All of you observe carefully. The next one here after completion of this. Listen carefully. I think in your user interface, have you understand the form tag? User forms topic is available in user interface in HTML, not more than that. Inside the HTML form tag is available to gather all the input components as a single place, to group all the input components in a single place in order to submit their data to the server as a single data. There's some form tag we are going to use. Am I right or not? Can you tell me inside the form tag what attributes are available? What attributes are available inside the form tag? Any idea? Say for example, action attribute is available to represent a particular server-side resource in order to perform server-side action. Next one is there is an attribute like method. Method attribute. Have you remembered that? Method attribute. To that method attribute, we are able to specify different types of request types, HTTP methods. Different types of HTTP methods we are able to specify. That means different types of requests. I have a form. From this form, I want to send GET request for getting the data. I want to send a POST request for posting the data. I want to send some like what there head request for getting headers of the response. I want to send some options request. I want to get which options are supported by my server-side application. I want to send something else like put request to the server to perform some updations in the database or maybe updations in the server side now. Got my point or not? Different types of requests are available. HTTP requests are available. Different types of requests. Get to post to head put options. They may be delete. Sir, all of you are getting it or not? Okay. Now the point is what I'm telling here. I'm asking to you. Try to understand this clearly. Login pages are using which request type? No. Okay. Before that, I'm giving one more point. Get and post. If we compare there, get is not providing security, whereas post is providing security. Security point of view, which request type is very good? No, post request type is very good. Now tell me, from the login page, what request type here we have to specify? Is it get request or post request? Post request. In the login pages, we are going to specify what request there? Post request. One more point. If we specify the get request now, the data which we entered in our form, the data will be sent to the server as a plain text data. The data will be sent as what there? Plain text data. But if we use a post request now, the data what we provide in the form, the data will be sent to the server-side application by encrypting the data. Post data will be encrypted while transferring in the network, but the get data will not be encrypted. The data will be transferred as a plain text data. Now tell me, security is more with what? Post request or get request now? Post request get. Now I want to send post request from my form. Login pages are using post request types only. I want to download a resource from my server side. Get request I'm going to use. I want to update my resources at server side now. Then put request we can use. Sir, got my point or not? So if you want to specify these many request types now, where we are going to specify these request types now. At the time of preparing the form, we have to specify some request type or not. That means in form tag, we have to specify method is equal to get, the method is equal to post, method is equal to options like this. We have to specify or not. That means in user interface only we are specifying this data or not. Come on guys, in user interface only we are providing this data or not. So here the point is like what there. It is a point here the point is like what there. It will provide very good environment. It will provide very good environment to specify different types of requests. Different types of requests like what there, get. Then what next one get no post. Next one is like what there, options. Next one is like what there, put. Next one is like what there, head. Next one is like what there, delete, and so on and so on and so on. To specify these many request types, no, here we have to provide like what there. Here it will provide very good environment to specify different types of requests like what there, get, post, options, put, head, and what next one there, delete. It's clear, all of you know. So this is another requirement to go for like what there, user interface. Guys, I'm asking one question to all of you know. Try to answer for this. What is the question here? Everybody now tell me here what is the question here we have to understand. What is the requirement? First of all, tell me to prepare an enterprise application. What layers here we have to provide? No, 3 layers here we have to provide. What are the 3 layers here we have to provide there? User interface layer. Next one is what there? Business layer. Next one is what there? Persistence layer, data storage and access layer. They are the 3 layers here we have to provide. Tell me what is the purpose of this user interface layer? What is the requirement of this user interface layer? First one is what there? It is a starting point for every user to interact with our server side application. Second one is what there? It improves look and feel to the enterprise application. Third one is what there? It is a carrier, data carrier between user and server side program. It transfers the data from users to server side application and from server side application to user care. Next one is what they, it provides very good environment to perform client side data validations with JavaScript functions. Next one is what there, it provides very good environment to specify different types of requests like a get, post, options, put, head, delete, and so on. Yes sir, got my point or not? Then after that, after completion of this particular point here, another thing is like what there, observe carefully. To prepare this layer, to prepare this user interface layer or presentation layer, we are going to use a separate logic. We are going to use what there, a separate logic. That logic is called as presentation logic. We are going to use a separate logic. That logic is what there, presentation logic. To prepare user interface layer, we will use a separate logic called presentation logic. Next one is to prepare presentation logic, we will use a set of technologies like right sir, we'll use a separate set of technologies like what there, HTML, CSS, of course supporting technology for HTML. Next one is what there, then apart from that, right sir, HTML, CSS, of course JavaScript for the sake of these validations or event handling, for the sake of that. Next one is offer this Bootstrap as a framework for CSS. Then apart from that, then what next one here, like sir, then AWT, am I right or not? Swing, Java related, AWT and Swing, they are for geo applications only. Right sir. Then apart from this, JSPs, web technologies, if we have to this, not servlets purely servlets, no, server side only, but JSPs is also for what their presentation layer, for presenting the data. We are going to use what their JSPs mainly, and so on and so on and so on. So many things are going to be used clearly. That's enough. This is what exactly the meaning of like what there presentation layer, what we are having there, or user interface layer. Right, sir. Next one is what there. Second one is what there. Business processing layer or business layer. Business processing layer or business layer. Right, sir. Business processing layer, and next one is what there. Business layer. We can use the thing here now. Right, sir. Then shall we discuss this topic on tomorrow? That's it. Then tomorrow I want to go for this, and tomorrow we'll complete the remaining 2 layers. Okay? Then after that, tomorrow we are going to start like what there types of enterprise applications. I have to talk there, but types of enterprise applications already we discussed in the servers and JSPs now. Difference between web applications and distributed applications, almost 5 or 6 differences I'm given there. Just one time I'm able to read the statements. By that I'm able to complete the topic. Why? Because here also we have to discuss about what are their types of enterprise applications clearly. Yes, sir, got it or not? After that, after completion of this, web application models, web application model architectures are available that we are going to understand. Model 1 architecture, model 2 architecture. There I'm going to introduce MVC architecture. After completion of this MVC architecture, we are going to talk about like what there, what is the requirement to go for frameworks. That point is very, very important. Frameworks introduction there I will provide there. After understanding the frameworks introduction, next, how many types of frameworks are available? Right, sir. How many types of frameworks are available? Then what after this? What are the various examples for the frameworks? Where Struts, JSF, and Spring, so many things are available. Then why Spring is so special when compared with Struts and JSF? What differences are available? Why Spring is very good when compared with others? There I'm going to give some reasons. After that, after understanding that Spring, next one is we are going to talk about what their Spring history. How many versions are available and which are the very first version is coming. What is the intention of writing this Spring framework? That introduction we are going to see. After completion of that is Spring versions. That means how many versions are available at each and every version, how modules are available. After completion of this, next one is like what there, overview of each and every module inside the Spring framework. Overview of each and every module. After understanding the overview of Spring, each and every module, then we are going to start steps to prepare first Spring application. What components we require to prepare first Spring application? In the first application, we are able to get very much clarity. Why we are discussing all these concepts? No, there in first application we are going to see. Observe carefully. In that first application, I'm going to include some files, so different files I'm going to prepare. Then their explanation part I have to give. Then afterwards, we are going to start with what their programming part can. Once if we complete that the first application development with all the steps, no, then I will start 4 module inside the Spring framework. 4 module we are going to start. There we are going to see the remaining content one by one we are going to see now. Max, understand this? Right from today, this is Saturday and Sunday, including that we are going to have sessions. Don't neglect this. In JDBs, I think so 1 or 2 small topics are remaining here. Then I'll take some time and then I'll cover the topics. Don't worry. But meanwhile, this next Saturday and Sunday also, we are going to have sessions. That I will give that appropriate schedule, that exact time I will provide to you. Maybe on what there tomorrow or day of tomorrow, I will give that announcement. But every Saturday and Sunday, at least 3 hours for servlets and 3 hours for Spring framework I want to take on weekends. I'll give the schedule information there. If it is not possible on Saturday to take long session, definitely I'll think about like what there on Sundays. So max no holiday scheme we are going to plan until the completion of the Spring framework. Then after that we'll think about what there Spring of board. As early as possible, I'm going to complete Spring framework. Don't worry for it. Right, sir? That's okay, fine now. Okay, right, sir. That's all for today. Then tomorrow we'll see the remaining content. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Right, sir. And 7 p.m. class is what? What's the 7 p.m. class, guys? No, complete it. Okay, okay, right. Link is not prepared. Permanent link is not prepared. It is a demo link only. We can use that. Okay. Thank you. Thanks a lot. ఏం చేస్తున్నావు దాన్ని? అది ఇన్స్టాలేషన్ ప్రాబ్లం ఇది. ఏ వర్షన్ ఇది? 12 కదా? మీకు ఎంత మించి మనం ఏం చేయగలం దీనిలో? ఇంకా దీని మించి మనం ఏం చేస్తాం దీనిలో? అదే ఇంటర్నల్ తంతుంది అది. ల్యాప్టాప్ రావట్లేదు. చూడాలి అసలు ఏం ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటనేది ఇంకా క్లియర్గా. అంటే మేబీ మనకి తెలిసినంత వరకు కూడా సెటప్స్ ఏమి ఉండవు దీనిలో. మ్యాక్సిమం మనమే సపరేట్గా సెట్ చేసేది ఏమి ఉండదు పాతలో కానీ కానీ పోర్ట్ నెంబర్స్. ఇప్పుడు అది జనరల్గా టిఎన్ఎస్ లిజనర్ అదేదో ఉందో కదా దానికి. ఇది ఎందుకు పెట్టినావు మళ్ళీ? జేడీకి ఇచ్చావు కదా, అది జేడీకేలోని ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసావు కదా, జేడీకే 1.8లో ఇన్స్టాలేషన్ కూడా జరిగింది. సార్ రీస్టార్ట్ చేసి చూడు, రీస్టార్ట్ చేసి స్టార్ట్ చేయవు సార్, చూద్దాం. చూడు ఇప్పుడు చూద్దాం. Yadav, nothing you scripted, guys. Then one class I complete, just overview I've given there. All right, okay. I registered for only frameworks. Could you please Sadhugran Yadav, just please contact with the admin people there. They'll be available at yeah. Then I'll give some email ID to you. Then we can contact with them. Like www.durgasoft online training @gmail.com. Either we can go for it, otherwise might be 888-252627 or maybe 9246212143. Yeah, this is 9246212143. These numbers here we can contact there. So our people will be in touch with you. Then they'll provide information to you. Right? All right, guys. That's all, guys. Then tomorrow I'll continue the content. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those are attending in online. Guys, please confirm to me. All of you get my voice on screen. Those who are attending in online. Right. Right. Good morning, guys. And one small notice to everybody. I think some students are attending from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch. Just I'm giving this notice to you. Then this is not the right time to attend for frameworks. Those who are in the core Java at evening time, evening 6 p.m. There even I have not started hoops concepts. I have not started even whoops concepts. Before whoops only we are discussing just language fundamentals. I'm discussing there like how to write for loop, while loop and do while loop. So it is not the right time to attend for frameworks. I think some people have registered for packages like complete Java and full stack Java. So this is not the right time for you. I will start separately. Frameworks classes and advanced Java classes at evening time. But at present, for morning full stack Java students and some other students, we are taking these classes now. Okay. Then if any of you are coming from evening 6 p.m. core Java batch, then better not to attend for this class today onwards even, right? Today it's okay, it's a basic introduction part, then we can continue with that. But actual content is not required, then we'll plan for it separately. Okay. All right, sir. Now just give some time to me, then let me prepare some document and all. The classroom notes also we have to create. Right, sir. So let me create a separate folder for it. Now this is frameworks actually. Part of the framework here we are going to take like what there Spring 830. The location also we get specified clearly. So from now onwards, every work of our classes, I'm going to keep in like what there Spring 830. Then inside this, let me prepare a document. Right, sir. Now here I need to provide Spring 830. Right, sir. Today in the introduction part, I'm going to talk about you regarding this, what I'm planning there, then what I'm going to discuss with you, then all the things here we are going to understand effectively only one time. Then after that, we'll move forward into our introduction content. All right, sir. Okay. Then see this. Then first of all, today here I'm starting these classes with the Spring, but actually we are planning to start like what there Java frameworks. The total batch, no, it is like what there Java frameworks. All right, sir. In Java frameworks, what exactly the content here we are including there? In Java frameworks, the content here, what we are including there, observe carefully. In Java frameworks, the topics will be few topics like what there. 1 minute. The topics will be like what there. Spring, then Spring Boot. First one is like what there, Spring. Next one is a Spring Boot. Next one is a microservices. These are like what there, one set of concepts, no? Then after that, web services. Like this here we have to start. Then before that, I need to go for like what there. Like now here, we need to understand All right, sir. Now, okay. First of all, I need to take like what there Hibernate. Then next one is like what there Spring. These are overall the topic here. The topics here what we are having there. This is overall syllabus. That means content about like what there Java frameworks. Of course, you might be in complete Java package or you might be in full stack Java. Related to Java, this set is nothing but what their frameworks part. Here we are planning there. Today Java frameworks is a batch we started. Then where we are planning to discuss about these concepts. You know already the schedule for all these concepts there. 2 slots here I'm going to take to complete these concepts. No, observe carefully. Now 7 to 8:30. 7 to 8:30. Here I'm going to utilize one slot. There, what I'm going to discuss there. Then another slot is also be existed here. What is that another slot here? Now this will be like what the today. Then now here at present here we are taking the class there 8:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Here we are taking only one time. Let me confirm it. One time if I complete it, then I'll move on to our content here now, right? So at present here today here I'm planning to start like what there Spring framework here now. Spring here I'm taking now. Okay, fine. Now it's going to be started. The Spring framework is going on here like this. I'm going to take the classes continuously about the Spring framework continuously like this. It's going to be started. Then after few days of time, actually servlets and JSPs are going on at 7 to 8:30. When I complete the servlets and JSPs, there I will start like what there Hibernate. There I will start what there Hibernate. So Hibernate still Spring is going to be happen. It's going on there. When I complete Spring up at 8:30 to 10 now, here I will take like what there Spring Boot. The topic here I will start Spring Boot topic. Meanwhile, at 7 to 8:30, which topic is going to be happen there? No, Hibernate is going on there. So here we are planning to complete like what there Hibernate here. Right, sir. Hibernate is going on. When Hibernate is going on there, when Hibernate is completed, here I'm going to start like what there web services. Meanwhile, here what is going on here? No, Spring Boot is going on here at 8:30 to 10. So it's going to be happen. When the Spring Boot is completed, Spring Boot may take less time only, not too much time here. Then after that, I'll start like what there microservices. So at 8:30 to 10 now, at 8:30 to 10 now, continuously we are having the topics like what there Spring Boot, microservices. But after a few days of time, I'll start Hibernate at 7 to 8:30. Once Hibernate is completed, there I will start what there web services. This is actual schedule what I'm going to follow. Part of the frameworks and as well as like what there, then part of the all right, the total overall content here. Now try to recognize this clearly. All right, sir. Then after that, let's come for this content here. Let's come for this Spring content here. If you have to this, in general, maybe then people are having some different opinion in outside. Even still, people are coming to me. They're asking one question to me frequently, but I don't know what is the reason why they are getting this type of question. But frequently, one question is coming. Sir, I selected for a company. They are given work on Spring Boot and microservices, but I don't know anything about Java. Especially at evening 6 o'clock, people are asked to me now. So I don't know anything about Java. So can I learn Spring Boot directly? Spring Boot and microservices directly? Is it possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices directly? Right. Anyway, answer for this question is no, not at all. Without having knowledge on Java, how it is possible to learn Spring Boot and microservices? No. Understand it clearly? No, not possible. Leave this. Second question, another question here. What about this another question? No. Sir, I have knowledge on only core Java. Only core Java I know. Apart from that, I don't have any knowledge there. So can I learn Spring Boot? No. Again, this is a question here. No. Again, I'm telling to you, no. Not possible. See, it will be possible up to some part of the Spring Boot microservices. But once we are in some web environment, then how it is possible to understand that without having knowledge on the servlets and JSPs? No. Then before that, one more point I'm telling that to learn a Spring Boot, definitely we need Spring knowledge. Without having knowledge on Spring, it is not possible to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Understand it clearly. So without having prior knowledge on Spring framework, not possible to understand what their Spring Boot and microservices. Please recognize this clearly. So because of that reason only, I'm taking the classes like what this spring onwards. Of course, in outside environment already observed that people are announcing a separate batch for Spring and microservices, Spring Boot and microservices. There, what the trainers are also giving, they are giving the information there. No need to understand the complete Spring framework. Just only basics of the Spring framework is sufficient to come for what their Spring Boot and microservices now. But again, I'm telling there, half of the knowledge only we are able to get if we follow that approach, not complete knowledge. I'll give the clarity why complete knowledge we are not going to get with that only basis of Spring framework now. I'll give the reasons later on. Don't worry for it. But the point what I'm telling to you, if you know the Spring framework completely, then it is very easy to understand Spring Boot and microservices. Without having complete knowledge on Spring framework, we are able to understand little bit only in the Spring Boot and microservices. So because of that reason, we are going to use what there, we are going to understand effectively Spring framework. After that only, I'll plan for what there, Spring Boot and microservices. Don't hurry for it. Don't try to learn immediately Spring Boot and microservices. You are not going to understand complete internals. To understand internals of the technology, definitely we should have knowledge on what there, Spring Boot, complete Spring. Simple example. Tell me, by using Spring Boot, what type of applications we are going to prepare? You want to prepare only core Java programs? Only standalone applications you want to prepare? No. The Spring Boot application is like a core Java application, but it will activate web application internally. It will start server internally, it will deploy the application to the server, and it will expose like what their web application. Understand my point? That framework is designed in that way. So because of that reason, without having knowledge on Spring, we are unable to understand Spring Boot. That's the point I'm telling you. Right? So that standard foundation is required in Spring framework also. For that purpose only, here today we are going to start what their Spring content. Again, I'm telling there, if any of you are expecting today directly Spring Boot, next to tomorrow microservice, in the sense, forget about this course now, not required to attend for this course. The next complete Spring framework I have to discuss, then after that only I'll move on to what their Spring Boot and microservices. Again and again, I'm telling the same point. Now try to understand it clearly. All right, sir. Now coming to the Spring framework, what we are going to discuss actually in a Spring framework, what exactly the concepts here I'm going to discuss there. What modules here I'm going to discuss. Let us understand one time clearly. In a Spring framework, first one, introduction part, very good introduction here. We are going to see what is framework, what is the requirement to come for frameworks, why we need Spring framework, why it is very good when compared with other frameworks. This kind of environment we are going to understand. Here in the introduction part, majorly, we are going to put much focus on what is a framework. What exactly the requirement of the frameworks? A simple question I'm asking there. To design web applications or enterprise applications, we have so many technologies. Servlets and JSPs are available. EJBC is available. Then apart from that, number of servers are available, like Tomcat, WebLogic, or something else. Then after that, IDs are available, Eclipse, NetBeans, maybe, and IntelliJ IDEA, so many. These many things are available to prepare and execute enterprise applications. Then still, what is the requirement to go for framework? What is the need of the framework? That solid introduction is required. That exact point we require. What is the requirement of the frameworks? That exact point is required. Then only we are able to understand the concepts now. After understanding the framework, requirement of the framework, so many frameworks are available in outside. So many frameworks are available. Then why we should go for Spring? What is the need of understanding the Spring? What are the specialties of the Spring that we have to understand? So all this roundup we are going to see inside this introduction part. Moreover, inside this introduction part, we are going to understand clearly how many versions of Spring is available, how many modules are available inside the Spring, what is the purpose of each and every module. Even that introductory content also we are going to understand inside the introduction part here. That is one point. Next one, after that, next immediately we are going to see steps to prepare Spring application. What are the basic steps? What elements we require if you want to prepare a basic Spring application. Of course, core module application only. But before going to start core module, we need to have awareness on it, how to prepare the basic Spring project. Just to display hello world and console. How we are going to prepare that? Right, sir. Third one is like what there, where I'm going to start what there, core module. Core module, Spring core module, where IOC containers topics are available. Like application context and bean factory, like different containers are available. What is the need of these containers? What is the life cycle of the containers? Then after that, what is the meaning of dependency injection? Like so many core concepts are available. Internationalization support in Spring core module. Data validation support in Spring core module. Property editors in Spring core module. Dependency injection. Answer my point, Kerno. Like then after that, setter method dependency injection, constructor dependency injection, interfaces dependency injection. So many dependency injections that related topics are available. So many concepts are available. That core module is a heart for Spring framework. Core module is what their heart for Spring framework. Without having knowledge on core module, we are unable to understand anything in Spring framework. You know already core Java, right? In core Java, which topic is the heart in entire core Java? Object orientation. Without knowing object orientation, we can't do anything in the core Java. Once you are not having awareness on object orientation, no core Java, nothing about this Java. Similarly, in a Spring framework, the core module is available in that way. If you want to create a bean object and if you want to execute our business logic, container is required. The containers concepts will be covered inside like what their core module. If no container, no Spring framework. No container, no Spring framework. Answer my point here now. So because of that reason, core module is very important for us. Next one, after completion of this core module, we are going to start with what there Spring DAO JDBC module. DAO or JDBC, both are same here. DAO module is very small module only, but afterwards we will plan for what there JDBC module. All right, sir. What exactly the purpose of this JDBC module? Simple. For the sake of your awareness, I am talking there. Guys, can you tell me what steps we require to prepare JDBC program, normal JDBC program? What are the various steps we require to prepare normal JDBC programs? Can you tell me? First of all, load and register driver. Then what next one there? Establish connection. Then after that, after establish the connection, then what next one there? Create a statement or prepare a statement or a callable statement. Then after that, write and execute SQL queries. Then after that, what next one there? Close the resources here. Am I right or not? Right, sir. Now here, these many steps here we have to write. So this is somewhat like what there boilerplate code. In every JDBC program, the same steps we have to repeat. So we can say that what there, then boilerplate code, some duplicate code every time now. But if you use the Spring JDBC module, no need to write all these things, directly only one step. Write and execute SQL queries. Only one method where we can write that SQL query, finish. That query is going to be executed. Understand it clearly. So the JDBC module is available. Very good advantages here we are able to get. Whatever the work, whatever the concepts we are able to learn in normal JDBC, all the concepts we are going to understand in a Spring JDBC module in a very simplified manner. In very simplified manner, we are able to understand, we are able to perform all JDBC operations. What we have seen in normal JDBC, everything we are going to see inside what there, that is Spring JDBC. Support is available, but in a simplified manner. Observe carefully. Leave this one. Then after that, after completion of this, there we are going to understand like what there Spring AOP module, aspect oriented programming, aspect orientation. All right, sir. In the core Java introduction part, given the intention of this aspect orientation, like unstructured programming languages, structured programming languages, object-oriented programming languages. Then after that, I have discussed about like what I discussed there, no aspect oriented programming languages. That part I have discussed here. There I given some kind of introductory part for that. If you remember that, it's okay, fine, no problem. But no issues. That AOP, aspect-oriented programming, is very much effective in the case of the Spring framework. Say for example, simple examples I'm telling to you how this AOP is going to be available, how it able to provide some services for us. No, try to understand it. Ken. Simple understanding, simple logic I'm telling to you. Try to understand it now. Say for example, I have a bank application. Listen, all of you listen carefully. A bank application. Okay. Previously, I given a check, some post-dated check or maybe pre-dated check, whatever it may be, some check I've given to some customer, some person in outside. I given my check to somebody else. Then he dropped the check into a bank. Now the bank people wants to perform some transaction over the check. Then immediately what bank people are doing for us now? I have an account. In my account, maybe some 10 lakhs rupees is available. 5 lakhs check I have given to somebody else. Now he dropped the check in the bank now. He want to take that amount. He dropped that might be check in the account in the bank now. Then the check is coming for clearance to a particular bank. Then immediately what bank people are going to do? They have to do transaction or not? Then what is the amount? 5 lakhs amount. They have to do transaction. Means that they have to debit 5 lakhs rupees from my account. They have to credit that 5 lakhs rupees to what their customer account. Got it or not? This is what the bank people have to do now. Now immediately understand this. The date of clearance for the check is what today. The date of clearing the check is what today, for example. Then when the check is coming today, immediately that bank people will give a notification to me. What is that notification? There no one particular check, the check number is like this, is coming for clearance. Try to maintain the proper balance in our account. In the case if balance is not available in the account, what is going to be happen? The check bounce is going to be happen or not? It's the case actually. Understand my point now? So here I have to maintain the proper balance. Immediately bank people will send a notification for us. Today a check is coming for clearance, or maybe today or tomorrow we are going to perform, we are going to process the check. Please try to maintain the required amount in our account. Bank people are giving this notification to me, either through text message or through mail or maybe a call. Okay, I maintain the proper amount. That's okay. When they got confirmation I have the proper amount, immediately our bank people and will clear the check, will perform the required transaction. Okay, transaction is completed. When transaction is completed, then immediately what I'm able to get? No, I'm able to get again a notification or not? Again, we're able to get some notification or not? Answer my point clearly. So when I got a notification, how that notification is coming there? So some amount is debited from our account because of clearing the check, and its number is like this, some check number. Some amount is debited from our account for the sake of processing this particular check. There we are getting some notification. Here overall 3 activities I'm telling there. When check is coming to the bank for clearance, no, bank people are giving intimation to me. Point number 1. Second one is what there, when I maintain the proper balance, no, actual transaction is performed. Transaction is gone, completed. Number 3, after the transaction, about the amount debiting operation, I'm getting another notification. Got it or not? So now out of these 3 things, now tell me where actual business logic is going on. Out of these 3 things, no, 3 activities, no, giving notification about the check clearance. Second one is to perform the transaction, debit some 5 lakhs rupees from my account, no. Third one is like what there, giving information, giving notification about the amount debit. Out of these 3 activities, no, where actual business logic is going on. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Answer my point, guys. The actual business logic is going on with the debit operation or not? Then first one and last one are what? That just giving notifications is not the part of business logic. Our actual business logic is what? They debiting some amount. Got it or not? Okay. But before debit amount, some activity we performed. After debit amount, some activity we performed here. I get my point or not? So to perform some activity before the business method execution, after the business method execution, we need some environment. That environment could be provided by what there? AOP, aspect oriented programming, in the form of some advices, before advice, after advice, something is available there. Around advice is available to do some activity before the business method execution, to do some other activity after the business method execution. So something is going to be utilized there. The something is provided by what there? AOP module, aspect oriented programming. This is one simple example here I'm telling to you now. Like this, so many examples are available. Say for example, in my enterprise application, some logging support I required. Logging. What is the meaning of this logging there? Of course, then I forgot to specify that point here. Along with this web services here, along with all these things, the programming I'm going to prepare like with what there, Maven. So far we are not aware about this Maven, but application development is going on completely with Maven. One or two applications without Maven I can prepare. I will show without Maven what work we have to do. And then after completion of the basic programming, then I will start Maven. Then I will discuss about Maven. Then through Maven we are going to understand the remaining part here, the remaining course here. 95 to 97% of the course is going on with Maven only. Without Maven, we are not going to prepare the applications now. This is required. Next one is like what there, log4j. I need to prepare log4j for the sake of logging purpose. I'm going to discuss these two. So with these two, I'm going to prepare the applications here now as a part of the syllabus only. Right. Now let's move on to the point here. One more example here I'm telling there. My enterprise application required what there, logging service. Logging service is required. What's the meaning of this logging service? No. What's the meaning of this logging service here? Say for example, logs generation, you might be aware about it. Or simple examples I'm telling to you. If we go for server side applications, I think might be you aware about WebLogic server. At morning 7 o'clock I shown some examples there. WebLogic server, JNDI, data source and WebLogic server. When I start WebLogic server, when a command prompt is opened, server prompt, server console, here in the server prompt, some text data is displaying continuously. At least you might be recognized. Server state is changed to running mode, something else, you are getting that messages now. What are these messages actually? All these are logs only, logs of the server. Logs of the server. Okay, even forget this one. If you go for any normal organizations, say for example, Durga Soft, best example I'm telling them. Durga Soft has some employees now. Durga Soft has some employees. What they are doing there, maybe ships wise, some employees are coming there. 7 to 2, one shift. 2 to 9 is another shift, for example. When an employee is coming inside the Durga Soft front office, no, then immediately, what is the first work my employees are doing there? At the entry level, there is a logbook. In that logbook, they have to enter startup time, start time. They have to give a signature. Then they have to write the time and they have to give a signature. When their shift is completed, then what they have to do? Log out to time, log in time, log out to time. Immediately they have to give some information or not. So that is what their logbook. In that logbook, logs are going to be entered. Similarly, we can apply the same thing even for servers also. When we start the server, immediately server has to provide server startup in this particular minutes of time. There is a log on the server console. When I shut down the server, immediately there is a message, no, server shut down in this particular time. Okay, I started the server. I deploy my web application there into the server. So application is deployed in this particular time. When I undeploy the application, again, we have a message. This application is undeployed in this particular time. I submitted some request to my application there. Then request is coming in this particular time from the user. When a response is generated in this particular time. So they're nothing but what they're logs. So the process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. The process of maintaining these logs is nothing but what they're logging. To maintain that logs, to manage that logging, we need to go for one service. That service is nothing but what they're logging service. To inject this logging service in my enterprise application, we required some approach, especially in Spring Framework, one approach is required to inject this logging service into my application. There we have to go for like what there, aspect orientation. Now here logging is an aspect. That aspect we are going to be injected into our enterprise application, where we are going to do with what there, AOP, aspect oriented programming. Not only that, number of services are available outside. Logging service, maybe security service, transaction service, maybe so many services are available. Middleware services, no. All these middleware services, if you want to integrate with our enterprise application, where AOP model is providing very good support for us. That's one thing here we have to understand them. Nice. Then after that, after completion of this AOP module, there we are going to understand like what there, Spring transaction module. What the next one here? No, Spring transaction module. Observe carefully. For the sake of transactions, guys, so many things are available. First of all, we have to understand what is a transaction. After understanding the transaction, what exactly the asset properties of the transactions. Asset properties are available: atomicity, consistency, isolation, durability. Then we're out of all these things, the main important one is what their atomicity. How to achieve this atomicity? How to achieve like what next one? No, isolation. Some isolation levels are available. And some point, then after that, some attributes are available. Some attribute behaviors are available. So all these concepts we are going to be implemented in our applications, in our enterprise applications. So to provide some support for the transactions in our enterprise applications, there we have to go for like what there Spring Transactions module. That Spring Transaction module is providing the complete support for what their transactions kernel. That we are going to understand anyway. Right, sir? Then in the transaction module, we are going to understand the content here. Then after that, after completion of these transactions kernel, after completion of these transactions, get the next one is like what I'm telling there. I'll go for like what there Spring ORM. Spring ORM, object relational mapping. It's like what there integration of Hibernate. Integration of what there Hibernate. Okay, see, understand it clearly. I think some of you are not aware even that ORM. Don't worry, I'll explain clearly to you. It's somewhat related with Hibernate, but I'll give some basic content here. Try to understand it now. Listen, all of you listen carefully. To interact with the database from Java application, what technology we have to use as of now, as per your knowledge? To interact with the database from Java application, what we have to use? Come on, JDBC we have to use. Of course, the JDBC may be plain JDBC or Spring JDBC, that doesn't matter. JDBC we are going to use. Right. In the basic JDBC, in the plain JDBC, 5 to 6 steps we are using. Out of all the steps now, to perform database operations, what step we require now? Tell me. To perform database operations, what step here we have to perform? Write and execute SQL queries. Am I right or not? To write and execute SQL queries, how many methods we are using there now? Tell me. Right, sir. To write and execute SQL queries, overall, how many methods here we are using? 3 methods here we are using. Am I right or not? What are the 3 methods here we are using there? Execute query method, execute update method, and execute method. These 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Okay, good. Execute query, execute update, and execute method. 3 methods here we are using. Got it or not? Nice. If you take any of these methods, of course, you know, execute query method is for select SQL query. Execute update method is for what there? Non-select SQL queries. Execute method is for the sake of what there? Both the types of SQL queries. Already you're aware about it clearly. But even if we take any of the method, there we have to write SQL queries or not? Select the star from EMP1, update SQL query, delete SQL query, drop SQL query, create SQL query, select SQL query. In all 3 methods, we have to write SQL queries or not? If you want to write SQL queries in a JDBC program, you should know, you must have knowledge on Oracle database or not? We must have knowledge on SQL or not? So that is the JDBC environment. So final point is what there? If you want to work with JDBC, you must know SQL queries. So you must have SQL knowledge. Is it possible to prepare JDBC application without having SQL knowledge? No. Basically, we have to write SQL queries or not. So you must have SQL knowledge. Got my point or not? But here my point is what there? I want to interact with the database and I want to perform all my database operations without using even a single SQL query. Without having any knowledge on single SQL query, I want to interact with my database. I want to perform the required database operations. In a JDBC, execute query method with the select SQL query. Then only we are getting the data. Result set object is coming. From the result set object, we are reading the data by using while rs.next method, by using sys.out.println of rs.get xxx methods. Got it or not? But what is the alternative I'm expecting there? Basically, myself is a Java developer, but I don't have any knowledge on SQL. I don't know anything about SQL, but still I want to perform database operations now. Then in my alternative, what I want to do there, I want to prepare a Java bean object. Java bean class, Java bean object, I'm going to prepare employee bean. I'll create employee object. Inside this employee object, I will keep data, envo, ename, ecell, eader, data. Directly, I'm going to store that employee object into the database table without writing any insert SQL query. Without writing any insert SQL, just I want to use a Java method. That method is what their save method or a persist method. Just by using save or persist method, entire object I want to insert into the database table. Not required to write any SQL query, not required to write any insert SQL query. Or else already table is available. Already we have what there, one record is available. Now I want to update the data. Take again Java bean object. Insert the Java bean object, provide primary key value. Along with this primary key value, provide that data, normal data. What new data we want to update there, provide the data. Provide the data. Then simply access update method. Simple access what method? Java method, update method. Even I'm not writing any update SQL query, just Java method, update method. To that update method, pass that object. Which object there? No respective employee object. Automatically, updations have to be performed internally. I want to get an object. I want to get a particular record. That's my requirement here. In a plain JDBC, what we have to do there? Result set RS is equal to s2.execute query of select a star from EMP1, where envo is equal to 111. Lot of instruction we have tried. But in my alternative, what I want to do there, just I want to call only get method. Get off the respective class I'm going to provide. Get off employee dot class. Automatically record will be retrieved from the database. That record data will be stored in the form of a bean object. That bean object is available to my application. I'm going to get the data from bean object. I'm not going to use any SQL query, but without using SQL queries, I'm able to get the data. I'm able to insert the data. I'm able to perform all the database operations. And finally, I'm going to work with only Java bean objects. Now, this alternative, this one is exactly possible in the case of Hibernate. In the case of what there? Hibernate, it is possible. Without knowing SQL queries, without using SQL queries, we can interact with the database, we can perform database operations. That is the main advantage with what there? Hibernate. Yes, sir, got my point or not? Now, what Spring is doing there? Spring doesn't have its own persistence mechanism, but Spring is able to provide some environment to integrate what their Hibernate applications. We can prepare Hibernate logic separately. Spring application is available. That Spring Hibernate application logic I want to integrate into my what there Spring application. For that purpose, we require some environment. That environment is provided by whom there? ORM. Spring ORM. Object Relational Mapping. This is Hibernate. Hibernate is one implementation of the ORM. For ORM, so many implementations are available. That famous one, and one of the implementation is what their Hibernate. That Hibernate we are going to integrate with our Spring application. For integration purpose, we need some environment. That environment is provided by what their Spring ORM module. Of course, that ORM implementation may be Hibernate, not only Hibernate. IBATIS may be available, and OpenJPA is available, and JPA is available. Any technology we can use to prepare your database related application, then integrate that application with our Spring application. For that purpose, we are having what there? Spring ORM, Object Relational Mapping. Clear to all of you what I'm telling you? So this is another topic here we are going to understand. After completion of this, another one is like what there? After the Spring ORM. Next one is like what there? Spring Web module. Spring Web module. What is this web module actually? What is the purpose of this web module? Before that, now answer for it. In outside might be we are able to prepare web applications. Am I right or not? We are able to prepare what applications? Then web applications. Now tell me, by using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? No. By using which technologies we are able to prepare web applications? Now tell me. As of now, here we are having the concepts like what there? Servlets and JS space. Am I right or not? As of now, we are having the concepts like what there? Servlets and JSPs. Right, sir. Servlets and JSPs. Here we are having the concepts now. All right. Listen careful. I think you are not aware about this. Now let me explain that. Sir, first of all of you are comfortable. All of you are following the statements what I am telling there. But I don't know the reason why some people are in the middle getting disturbance. They are getting disturbed and they are having unnecessarily some kind of discussions there. Then are my points are clear to all of you? Are you able to follow the concepts what I am telling there? Straight coaching to all of you. What I am doing now? Don't say teaching now, right? Anyway, it's a teaching only, right? What I'm doing there actually, what I'm explaining now, spring the total syllabus what I'm going to be covered for you in the next duration. I'm talking there, just one point about each and every module. I'm telling to you know. Say this type of introduction is important. Why? Because if anybody else in outside they're asking to you, if they're asking to you, tell me something about Spring now. At least you can open your mouth. You can say the Spring framework has these many modules. Where the purpose of each and every module like this. At least we can give some kind of introduction. Understand my point? And moreover, my selfishness is what there at present in this today's class now. My selfishness is what there. I'm trying to say what I'm going to explain to you in the next upcoming days. Indirectly, I'm giving the information about like what the importance of the Spring framework. So then better to understand the points here. These points are very, very important. And one more point I want to clarify to you guys. In outside, maybe so many developers are available, so many students are available. So many students, they completed the total Java, complete Java, full stack Java, totally they completed. But the learning approaches are different from person to person. One category of persons, what they're able to do about their learning, no, they don't like these introductions, they don't like this theory, they don't like anything. Directly, they want to go for a program. Of course, some trainers are also available like that. Yes, their approach is like that. Trainer's approach may be anything, leave it. But student approach must be very, very important. One simple example I'm telling there. If trainer is not taking one-day class, nothing is going to be happen for everybody. But trainer is taking the class, but student is not attending the class, definitely student is going to lose that. Identify that relation, what I'm telling there. Similarly, the learning process, if we come there, one category of students, they're getting boring by seeing that theory and all the concepts. So directly they want to go for what their program. Directly they want to go for program. They're trying to prepare the first program by hearting the syntaxes now. But it is not at all worthwhile. It is not at all worthwhile. If you go for interview will not ask to you directly a program. Interviewer will not ask you directly a program. Interviewer will ask you why this concept is coming. What is the need of this particular topic? Already we have some existed system. Then what is the requirement to go for this new system? Already we have XML documents. What is the requirement to go for annotations? In this way, that interviewer is going to ask the question where we have to give answers now. If you are moving to the programming directly, you may not give answers for all these things. That is one category of people. And second category of people are available. What is the second category of people know? When they have the requirement, then they want to come to know about the each and every point here. In their company, when they want to go for Spring Boot, then they're trying to start a Spring Boot learning. They're not getting 100% knowledge. Without up to that time, they worked with the .NET project. All of a sudden, they have a requirement on Spring Boot. The company people have given information to him. Tomorrow onwards, we have to work with the Spring Boot. That persons are not taking any tensions in there. What they think there that today night they are going to start to learn what the Spring Boot. They are going to start it now. They are going to work on it, but without knowing answers, without knowing anything about Spring, Advanced Java and Core Java. But there also be complete knowledge is not available. If any client is conducting some interview there, if that interviewer is asking some questions on Java, he is unable to answer for that questions. Why? Because he had only Spring Boot knowledge, that too light knowledge. Understand my point? What I'm telling. But some other people are available. They're going to start any kind of technology right from pre-page onwards, first page onwards, other page onwards. They're going to start. Their intention is what? There everything they want to know. If A is depending on B, B is depending on C. Their approach is what there? They're going to start from C. After completion of C, then they will come to B. After completion of this, then they will come to what there A. And these people are standard people. Once they completed their learning process, if they go for any company, they will give challenges to the requirements. Let my project manager to do any type of work. No issues for me. I can handle. This type of confidence level is going to be happen. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there. So here, my view is also be what there. My view is also be not in the first two cases. I want to make you to understand like what there, the third case. Understand my point, you know. So because of that is only we are going to discuss about all these points here now. Please try to recognize this. Don't be deviate from the concepts now. So the what exactly the points I'm telling there, overall view of the course I'm telling there. At least some information we are able to get in the first class now. That's why I'm talking about all these points. Okay, fine. Don't think much about it. When I'm going to complete these classes there, when I'm going to start Spring Boot and everything, I will take care about it. Understand it now. But anyway, then I have a clear-cut plan for your classes there. Maybe first weekend, maybe next tomorrow and day after, I may not go for this continuation of this. Monday onwards, I'm going to start again. The next upcoming weekends, we are planning to take long sessions. On a Spring framework, we are going to work on weekends, minimum 3 to 4 hours of time. We are going to work as early as possible. We are going to complete the Spring framework. Then after that, we'll go for what there some other. Okay, forget about it now. But don't be deviate now. Try to understand something what I'm telling you now. Now let's understand this point clearly, all of you know. Web applications we are able to prepare. Web applications we are able to prepare. Web applications we are able to prepare by using what there? Servlets and JSPs, guys. Yes, sir. All of you are getting clarity on this now? Yeah. Here I want to give one example to you. Now try to understand this example. I think at evening 6 o'clock I have given the same example, but again I'm telling the same example to you. Now try to understand it now. For example, in India maybe at the south and at north, two regions if we take no, but I'm not partitioning like that. But example I'm taking no. Try to understand it. If we go for any marriage occasions at south, then food items are very good, right? Then what food items we used to take no? Example I'm telling to you. What food items we used to take no? Definitely right from what's that? Lemon rice onwards, maybe veg biryani. Next one is what there? And pappu, right? Dal, sambar, right? These are main items. Am I right or not? If you take exactly the same thing, if you take at north side, what is going to be happen there? Rotis, naans, salads. As per their locality, their food items now. They're also be good. Assume the situation I'm telling to you guys. Understand it now. For example, listen carefully. I have some catering service, not only catering service. No, for example, I have a company, food preparation and as well as catering. That services we are providing for marriage occasions. Then we have a team of 10 members or 15 members. Then we used to attend for what their marriages occasions where we are serving the food. Then we have some kind of catering service. No? Got it or not? So unfortunately, we have a client, very good client, and they had some marriage occasion in their home. They are given that catering, the total catering support to us. Then what we have to do? That cooking masters are available with me. One day before or 2 days before, we have to go there. We have to set at that environment. There we have to prepare the food. It's a North Indian marriage actually. North Indian marriage. There we have to serve the food. That's the requirement. Observe carefully. What they are given order to us. What they are given order to us. Please all of you listen carefully. What they are given order to us. So many delegates are coming to this marriage occasion. The crowd will be very more. So here, 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. Chapatis only. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. It's a large quantity. 50,000 chapatis you have to prepare. That's a task we are having. It's a big task. Here, two cases I'm telling there. Case number one. Listen carefully. We don't have any machinery. Just only we have manpower. Maybe 20 members people I can get. What these 20 members are, they have to do right from one day before onwards. They have to go to the customer's home. There we have to take some room, cooking room. there we have to start preparing the chapatis or not? First of all, raw chapati we have to prepare or not? Then we have to prepare the chapatis or not? Then what we require the raw items? No, maybe at one side the powder is required. Chapati powder is required. At some other side, what there? No, some plates we required for preparing chapati. Some kind of sticks we required. Some kind of oil we required. Some type of water is required. All items here we have to gather or not? That all items are available with each and every cooking master or not? Then along with that master, these items are available. They're manually preparing the chapatis now. How many chapatis they have to prepare there? 50,000 chapatis they have to prepare. 3 days before they have to start preparing these chapatis now. Continuously, every day 24 hours. Every day 24 hours. 3 days of time they have to work. Then only they are able to get like what there? 50,000 raw chapatis. How many days we have to work there? 3 days of time we have to work. 20 members nearly 20 members and 20 slots they have created there. Then each slot contains like what there? One master, 24/7, 3 days of time they have to work, or maybe 5 days of time they have to work. Then only the raw chapatis we are able to get nearly 50,000. 5 days of time they have to work. 20 members team. This is a work, guys. This is one approach. Finally, the marriage date was there. Then occasion is going on. 50,000 or maybe 25,000 delegates are coming. Each delegate contains is required like what the 2 chapatis. Along with the chapati might be some salads or maybe some kind of curry preparation and everything. It's so going on. So finally we serve all 50,000 members. It's okay, well and good. Services are very good. Then fine, finished. That occasion is finished. We got the required amount of money from the respective. Even some appreciation also we are getting. That's okay, good, nice, clear. Up to that. Now tell me, what is my total productivity? How many days of time we worked for that particular occasion? 5 days of time we worked there. 5 days of time, 20 members. As the manager of this catering service, every day salary I have to give for all 20 members or not? Per day, for one master, nearly 5,000 rupees I have to give. How many days? No, 5 days. Each day 20 members. 20 members and 5,000 in the sense 1 lakh rupee. 5 days, 5 lakh rupees for only cooking masters. Then for other expenditure is going to be available there. Anyway, then its overall cost is 10 lakhs rupees for me. Then I got the contract is what there? 15 lakhs from the occasion. 10 lakhs I invested and 5 lakhs is the profit. That's okay. Good, nice. Understand? Productivity I'm telling there. How much time, then how much effort, how much money. That is called as productivity. Leave it. This is case number 1. Again, I'm telling there in case number 1, you have to take the responsibility. As a master, we have to take the responsibility. First, you have to prepare that powder with oil or some water. We have to prepare a paste. Then divide that paste into the small like what there? Small nuggets. Then the nuggets we have to go for like what there? We have to get like what there? Chapatis. Everything we have to do. As a master, I have to do everything. Am I right or not? Sir, all of you are following or not? Case number 2, I'm talking now. Nowadays, chapati prepared missions, chapati preparation missions are available. In outside might be some missions are available. Am I right or not? Some missions are available. In that missions, what we have to do there? Just we have to keep that mission, then attach some power sockets. Then inside this mission, just give maybe 10 kgs of chapati powder, and give might be then 1 bucket of water, required amount of oil. Everything just we can pour. That's it. It's a matter of 5 minutes. Then switch on that mission. What that mission is doing there? No, it is preparing that paste. It is dividing that paste into the number of equal parts, and it is preparing chapatis there. For 1 hour, for 1 hour, it is preparing 1,000 chapatis. Like this, 10 missions I will take. Now tell me, within how many days we are able to prepare 50,000 chapatis there? Within 1 day we can prepare or not? Within single day, 1 day, 50,000 chapatis we are able to prepare or not? Even they are not raw chapatis now. Then final product we are getting directly after having some, what I'm telling there, the final product we are getting directly, they're ready to serve. That product is ready to serve. First of all, in the first case, we have to prepare raw chapatis. Then after that, we have to make it is what their final product. Then that final product we have to serve. There again, lot of work. But in the chapati mission, directly raw final product we are getting. That final product we are going to serve to the respective delegates. Now, in this case, how many days of work we have to work there? One time. 1 day of work we have to do. How much manpower we require? 2 to 3 members. Not we don't require 20 members there. 2 to 3 members are sufficient. but power socket is required, power support is required. That's finished. Automatically we are able to get what there? The chapatis, 50,000 chapatis in 1 day effort. We are able to get it. Now tell me guys, all of you now tell me, as a manager of that catering service, no, 15 lakhs is the contract for me. Out of this 15 lakhs, how much investment I'm going to put with these missions? No, missions are my own missions only. Missions are my own missions only. No need to give even rent. Even if we give rent, no, each mission per day maybe 1,000 rupees. 5 missions, for example, 5,000 rupees. Finish. 2 to 3 members labor work, maybe labors in the sense like what their manpower. 2 to 3 members, no. Then it's more than less than 25,000 or not. But where 5 lakhs rupees, but here 25,000. Out of this 15 lakhs contract, no, less than 1 lakh is an investment. Then remaining 14 lakhs are remaining or not? Is a profit or not? Observe carefully. Then which case is a benefit for the catering service people? Which case? Second case or first case? No. Second case here. Got it or not? First case is totally everything that caterers have to be prepared. Second case, missions we are using there. Through that missions we are simplifying our work. Am I right or not? Right. The first case is without framework preparing an enterprise application. Second case is preparing enterprise application with framework. Understand my point here? First case is what there? No framework support. Directly we are preparing application with our own hands, everything. That's only by using servlets and JSPs we are preparing that. But second case is what there? Servlets and JSPs we are using, but with the machinery we are using that. That mission is nothing but what their framework. That mission is what their framework. Understand it clearly. With the framework, if we prepare the application, no, within 1 day we are able to finish our entire enterprise application. But manually, if we do that without using frameworks, no, there it may take like how much time, you know, maybe 5 days of time it is taking there. More time, more development time. But here less development time. More development time in the sense, more development cost. But here less development time in the sense, less development cost. Here more time, same result. Less time, same result. Now tell me where productivity will be more. First case or second case now? Second case. In second case only productivity will be more. Understand my point here? Productivity in the sense what there? Less time, more result. Less time, more product. There is nothing but what their productivity. Productivity will be very good in the case of what their second case with the frameworks. Because of this reason only, nowadays every company is trying to use frameworks. Now tell me, if you are using frameworks, no, companies are getting benefit or not? If you are not using frameworks, no, companies are losing their profits or not? Because of that reason, frameworks are getting very much famous in outside. As part of that only Struts framework is available previously. As part of that only JSF is available previously. As part of that only nowadays Spring framework is available. Or maybe Spring Boot or microservices, whatever it may be. All these are because of improving productivity only. Moreover, one more example I'm telling you. Try to understand it now. One human being is preparing all the chapatis now. That master, that cooking master is preparing chapatis now. How many masters are working together to get that 50,000 chapatis? No, 20 masters they have worked there. Am I right or not? Now tell me. You only tell me, guys. Observe carefully. Do you have any guarantee all masters are preparing the chapatis with the same size, with equal size? Do you get any guarantee? Will you give any guarantee? Where accuracy of the application development is reduced or not? Application is not coming in the form of accuracy or not? No accuracy is available or not? All chapatis are not at all equal. Definitely some sizes point of view differentiation is available. Am I right or not? Work performance is not good. Am I right or not? But if you use mission, no, then mission is nothing but one program, right? Then it able to divide the total chapati paste into the equal parts or not? Then here there is a guarantee for every chapati it must be in a equal size or not? Come on guys, you have to understand this point, so here performance is very good, accuracy is also very good. Am I right or not? Similarly, without using frameworks, if we prepare the application, where accuracy of the implementation is not good, but if we use frameworks to prepare the application, where accuracy is very simple or not? Accuracy is very good or not? Accuracy of the application, or maybe productivity of the application or performance of the application will be very good or not? Here in a standard approach we are getting all the products or not, but here there is no standardization for it. Understand it clearly. So because of that reason, always we will use or we will go work with what their frameworks. Because of that reason, frameworks are getting very good demand. All right, sir. All of you understand it clearly. This is a simple example I'm telling to you. After this, whenever we are getting these frameworks now, so many frameworks are available, like Struts is available, JSF is available. These two are for preparing web applications, for example. Okay, fine. One developer has prepared one application by using Struts framework. Another developer is preparing Spring application. In a Spring application, I required these Struts. In a Spring application, I required what their Struts application. I required the Struts application inside my Spring application. I want to integrate that Struts application with my Spring application. To integrate Struts application with the Spring application, to integrate Struts application with the Spring application, Spring framework has provided some environment. That environment is nothing but what their web module. Spring web module is providing an environment to integrate Struts application with the Spring application. Spring web module is providing environment to integrate JSF application with what there with the Struts application. I'll show. Then by the time you may not aware about the Struts and JSF, no, but don't worry. I will give the basic information of Struts framework, how to prepare Struts application, then how to integrate the Struts application with the Spring application. We are going to understand that point clearly. But before that, understand it, no, Struts, JSF, all these are MVC based frameworks. All these are what they're MVC based frameworks, model view controller based frameworks. That applications which are prepared on Struts and JSF are integrated with the Spring framework just by using what there Spring web module. Spring web module here we are able to get clearly. Right, sir. Understand it now. After that, all of you listen carefully. The next module is what there Spring MVC module is available. Listen carefully. All of you listen carefully. Web application we prepared by using Struts means that MVC framework. That application is available. We want to integrate that application with the Spring application. Spring web module here we are using. Got it or not? But what Spring is providing now, to prepare MVC based application, first we have used Struts. We prepared application separately with the Struts that we are integrating with the Spring framework. Instead of doing that work, Spring framework itself is having its own framework on the base of MVC. That framework is what their Spring web MVC. Spring MVC module, that is what their web MVC. That is in which way Struts is available outside to prepare web application. In the same way, Spring has its own MVC framework to prepare web applications in a simplified manner that we are able to prepare directly without integrating other technology product into our Spring framework. Directly we can prepare MVC based web applications by using Spring provided MVC framework. So further purpose we have to go for like what there Spring web MVC module. Directly we have to go for what there Spring web MVC module. This we are going to understand clearly. First of all, we are into integrate Struts application with the Spring application, JSF application with the Spring application that I can show. After that, how to prepare our own web applications by using Spring own MVC. By using Spring own MVC, how we are able to prepare web application, that we are going to show clearly. That is another part here we can understand now. Next one is after completion of this, another content is like what there Spring security. Security in our web applications. How we are able to provide security for our web applications. So in a Spring, basic Spring security in the sense like what there, just we can understand it is like what there, authentication and authorization services. Authentication and authorization services only up to this part only. Here we are going to see in case of like what there in a basic Spring, in a Spring security, authentication and authorization services only, we are able to understand max. So all of you are getting it or not? So these are the various modules. This is the content here we are going to understand inside like what their Spring framework, not more than this. But the security, Spring security here we are discussing at one level. In Spring Boot, again security module is available. There we are going to discuss some advanced security techniques. Read my point or not? Then OAuth like this, some other technologies are available there, security related things, no? That I'm going to use in Spring Boot, but here basic security only here we are going to use. What Spring framework is providing security, up to that we are going to use that, but in Spring framework, in a Spring Boot, we are going to use some other advanced level of securities for us. But as of now, in a Spring framework, these many things here we are going to understand. Sir, all of you are getting my point or not? Okay, fine. Out of all these things, what dependency level is available? Introduction anyway, no need to have any knowledge on programming, leave it. Steps to prepare first Spring applications also be okay. But if you want to go for this core module, there we required core Java knowledge. Core Java knowledge, complete knowledge is required. Okay, fine. Spring DAO JDBC, if you observe this, there we required JDBC knowledge. In advanced Java, JDBC is available, the JDBC knowledge is required. Next one is if you want to go for Spring AOP module, again here, what is required? What knowledge is required here? We need to have core Java knowledge. Definitely here we required what there? Core Java knowledge is required. Observe carefully. Now here if you want to go for Spring transactions, no, what knowledge is required here? No, core Java knowledge is required. JDBC knowledge is required. Maybe some extra, some other. But when we go for the Spring ORM module there, ORM module where definitely core Java, next one is what there, JDBC, and what next one get little bit. That idea is on what there, Hibernate is required. Especially Hibernate knowledge is required. Hibernate knowledge in the sense definitely core knowledge is required. Core Java and as well as like what there, Hibernate knowledge is required. Web module, if you want to go for this web module, then what is required here? Struts awareness and JSF awareness is required. Don't worry, I will discuss about the struts and JSF basic programming. I will discuss. I'll show how to integrate the these two applications with the struts Spring framework that we are going to understand. Next one is when we go for this one here, MVC module here, there we require directly servlets, JSPs. Then what next one here? Better if you are having struts and JSF, better. Knowledge is not mandatory but required. If you know, then it will be very good. Then security model, if you want to observe this security model, there we required servlets and JSPs we required. And the Spring, remaining part of the Spring, that's also required here. Observe carefully. After completion of the core module, in every module, core module is required. Core module is required. Without core module, we can't do anything. Answer my point, guys, what I'm telling you now. So, introduction part, steps to prepare a Spring application, core module, JDBC module, AOP module, or maybe up to transaction module. Up to completion of this one, core Java and JDBC, the knowledge is sufficient. But when we go for ORM, Hibernate is required. Meanwhile, we are going to complete, we are going to enter into the Hibernate at 7 o'clock there. The moment when we come this, where some basic programming we are able to see, unlike what there on this content. Then after that, web module, where I will talk about struts and JSF. No need to join for any other courses there, like struts and JSF, no, but they are totally outdated. But still, I will give basic programming approach. Then I will start integrating that struts and JSF applications with what there Spring applications. I'm able to show that clearly. I had very good knowledge on the struts and JSF previously, but nowadays nobody is using that. That's why even I'm not teaching that content there. Okay, then after that, this MVC module we are going to say effectively. More content we are going to discuss there. So there we are going to understand the content here. Anyway, this is my total content here we are able to use clearly. Right, sir. Just examples I'm telling there, web, that means web module in the sense any web framework applications we can integrate, sir. Any web framework, web application framework we can integrate with Spring by using web module, where examples I have taken struts and JSF. If we have any other web framework there, that we can integrate with the Spring application through web module. But examples I'm taking the struts and JSF. These two are the majorly used frameworks for web application development. Okay, clear. Once if we complete this part, then I'll go for Spring Boot and microservices content. Yes, guys, all of you are getting my point or not? Okay, fine. Then apart from this, do you require any other concepts here? Do you require any other concepts there? No, apart from this, like anyway, then if you come for the services, no, regular things here we are going to provide. What services here we are going to provide there? Every class is being recorded, then recording videos will be provided. Classroom applications and classroom notes. Classroom notes is very important. Clear cut document I will provide there. So I will give that access of it. Anyway, I need to prepare the link. Then tomorrow, that means in the next class, I will give the link to access these notes also. No need to worry for it. Then after that, after completion of this, What else required here? No. Anyway, deep concepts we are going to discuss. Definitely deeper and deeper knowledge here we are going to provide. Understand it clearly. No. Then what version of the Spring we are going to use there? At basic level, Spring 5.x version. Directly I'm going to use what there? Spring 5.x version. It is going on there. Spring Boot. Which version of the Spring Boot we are going to discuss there? Observe carefully. In a Spring Boot, recent version is what the 3.x version. 3.0 version is available. But I will start programming with the 2.x version. After that, we will go for what the 3.x version applications. But fortunate or unfortunate, but the problem is what? Spring 3.x version required Java 17 version knowledge. Spring Boot 3.x version, Spring Boot 3.x version required Java 17 version knowledge. If you're attending my core Java classes, obviously we are able to get that awareness. Why? Because I'm going to talk about Java 19 up to Java 19. So by the time of Spring Boot, we are able to have awareness on it. Understand, guys, what I'm telling there? But other members, we have to check the possibility. But you have to update up to what there? Java 17 version, where records topic is available that we are going to use in Spring Boot 3.x version. Java 17 knowledge is required. So then it may take some time here, but not immediately. The moment when I'm going to start a Spring Boot, there I'm giving clarity. No, right, sir? Then people are asking to me, videos are permanent. Then what I have to give answer there? Up to 1 year of time access is okay. More than 1 year also we are able to provide, but after more than 1 year, I don't know how much time it's going to be available. But up to 1 year, definitely damn sure that service will be available for you. After 1 year also they are going to be available. Why? Because my office people are not to remember this kind of activities. So don't worry. After 1 year of time, we have to delete videos, we have to terminate the access. No, our office people don't know about it. Max up to know they prepared the videos, they created the drives, and they forgotten about the drivers also. Up to 1 year of time, it's available, guaranteed one. After 1 year of time also, it's available. But how much time they are going to be available, but we don't know for that. But more than 1 year, we are able to get access. Right, sir. Anything else about from this? Right, sir. Then apart from this, right, sir. That's okay. Then tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we don't have any class for this Spring framework. Next class will be on what? Monday. Next class will be on Monday. And one more thing I'm requesting to everybody. I think some offline students are attending in online. Please, I'm requesting to you at least Monday onwards, come to the offline classes. Those who are registered for offline, then come to the offline classes. This link on online link, demo link, maybe up to next 2 to 3 days of time only. After that, private links will come. That private links will be provided for what there? For online students there. But anyway, videos are available for everybody. But I'm requesting to everybody, those who are in offline, without depending on videos, at least come for the offline classes. If you come for offline classes, that will be more effective one when compared with your videos. Of course, videos are always available for you. I can give that video support to you. Don't worry for it. But the point is what there, better to attend for offline classes. At least I want to see your faces, those who are registered for offline. No. If you don't want to show your face to me, then it's okay. That depends on you. At least come here and show your face. No. 1 or 2 classes at least try to attend for it. Then after you can, depending on your what there video support. No, but I'm suggesting to you, even though I'm giving video support to you, then try to attend for the class. So if you don't want to attend for offline classes there, I may think about to provide video support. Now this time definitely people will come. Huh? Right, sir. So fee structures and everything, just you can contact with the admin people, guys, not related to me. Maybe our office numbers might be existed there, just we can go for it. Right, sir. Anyway, then for offline people may leave for that. And today I wind up this session. And tomorrow and day of tomorrow not required to come for this. On Monday, directly we have to come for these classes now. Thank you. Thanks a lot. We'll meet on Monday. Thank you. For online people, guys, just give a minute of time. I'll talk with you regarding these fee related things and all we are able to get. 1 minute, guys. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. End of it. Which version of WebLogic you are using? 12. Still you are getting it now. No such method error. Okay, fine. 1 minute. There's a security problem basically, right? Open our Pro JDBC program. Yeah, guys, 1 minute. Give a minute of time. Guys, I'll give some numbers to you. One minute. Guys, 1 minute. Those who are attending in online, I'll give some details to you. Wait a minute of time. No errors. It's okay, fine. Security problems, no? The security related thing, right? So then I'll check one time there. Then I had the same type of problem. Which version of Java we are using? Better to use 8 version. Java 8 version. That WebLogic server you installed with Java 8 or 18? No. 1.8 or 1.18? 8. 8 is okay. 1.8 is okay. Then here in our project, 19 we are using now. One time check with 8. I think so. This may not be the problem, but try to check one time there with 1.8. No, but let me check once. That problem is coming frequently anyway. Sorry. Guys, and use these numbers there for the sake of this payment process. No, some of you are sending messages to me. Right, sir. Then use this mail IDs and all those who are attending in online. Use these details here so that you can what I'm telling there. You can go for the payment mode and everything. I think some of you are sending messages to me. That's why I'm giving this option to you now, guys. Please try to check this and try to use this mail ID and this number, especially this number, guys. Our people will be in touch with you. Any of these numbers here we can use. That depends on your view. Yeah, Spring Cloud it will cover in Spring Boot and microservices, guys. Definitely will cover that. Spring Boot microservices. Spring Cloud will cover in Spring Boot. Jayant. Okay, can I explain the schedule once more? 7 to 8:30 and 8:30 to 10 o'clock, guys. 8:30 to 10 I'm taking the Spring class. 8:30 to 10 Spring Boot microservices. But 7 to 8:30 after a few days of time, Hibernate. Then what next one there? Web services. They are the schedules. Okay, Shardul. Thank you, Jayant. Thanks a lot. Yeah, Prachi Singh use Zoom app. I think then when compared with the Zoom, then go to webinar is more comfortable, guys. The more security features are available. Tomorrow no class, guys, and tomorrow even core Java also be at night time. Today at night time core Java class at 9 to 10 remaining topics. No, tomorrow and day after tomorrow also be core Java classes will be at the night time only, not at the morning time. Okay, tomorrow no core Java class at 8:30. Core Java class is at what time there? 9 o'clock only. 9 to 10 I will take the sessions for core Java. Okay, right, sir. I'm attending of advanced Java. This is Spring also covered, or should I separately pay? Exactly. So I Teja, the Spring course is totally different, and advanced Java course is totally different now. Yeah, please check it or off is there. Then they're able to give more clarity. Yeah, no 8:30, only 7 a.m. Yes, Agarwal, Jayant Agarwal, right. Tomorrow Spring class is not available, and Monday onwards Spring class I will take. Next class will be on Monday. Okay, fine. Okay, anything else? Yeah, Rakesh, at morning 7 o'clock it will be covered. Santosh, not required to quit it. If you have any another company offer letter, then only we can quit. Unnecessarily don't come out from the offices now. If you have any another job with another company, then only we can think of the present job. Yeah, then Shabaz Hussain. Yes, it will take like that. Yes, exactly. Your thought is right. Yeah, sure. Jayant Agrawal, in the document I have given already that link to you. Open that Core Java document. There you can see that link. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. That's all, guys. That's all for today. Then I'll meet on Monday directly. Yeah, I'll start advanced on new batch at evening time, guys, but not immediately. It may take some time. Yeah, thank you. Jalender 3, Jalender 3, definitely 3. We are going to take 3 months of time. Okay, minimum. That is minimum duration. Thank you, guys. Then thanks a lot. Thank you for your support, and we'll meet on Monday. Monday we are going to discuss about it. Spring Boot and microservices. Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thanks a lot. Thank you. We'll meet on like what there Monday, right? Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, guys, good morning. So my name is Samir, and I'll be a faculty for this ADB. And when it comes to my experience, I'll just walk you through. I have around 10 plus years of experience in IT, and on the clouds since the past 3 years. I'm working onto this cloud technologies. Okay, that's it. Working in some corporate. Okay. So guys, let us start with this now. So what is, before we go ahead, let us see. And guys, I want everyone to just have an interaction. So I want the session to be an interactive. Rather than me talking on a side, I want everyone to interact with me. Okay, guys? So let us start with this. So let us say here, Azure Data Engineering. What is Azure Data Engineering? Yes, guys, everyone, I'm audible? Please.
Yes, audible, Samir, audible.
Okay, so now this is what is Azure Data Engineering. So basically, Azure Data Engineering is packed in the form of services. In the form of what is that? Services. Azure Data Engineering is packed in the form of what? Services. The following are the various services provided for various operations in the that is nothing but in the Azure Data Engineering. So the following are the services. Let us see what is a first one. What is it? You have it. We have the first one here as a Azure. Is Azure Databricks. Azure Databricks. And then we have the next one after this. We have the Azure Data Factory. And apart from this, we have the next service that is called as Azure Synapse. Azure Synapse. And next one after this, many services are there, but I'm listing few of them. Okay, so we have the Azure Artificial Intelligence, AI, or else we can also refer it as a ML, that is called as machine learning. Okay, so these all are the services packed into this Azure Data Engineering. That means all end-to-end solutions for the data. That is nothing but data engineering means end-to-end solutions for the data. So now, guys, what is this Azure Data that is Azure Data Bricks is used, and what is the purpose of it? So, guys, this service called Azure Data Bricks is provided by the Microsoft to perform the job of ETL. So, guys, what is this ETL? Where ETL stands for what? Extraction, transformation, transformation. Okay, guys, extraction, transformation, and loading. So the Azure Databricks is provided for Azure Databricks is a service provided by the Microsoft, within the Azure Data Engineering for the purpose of extraction, transformation, and loading. Guys, this extraction, transformation, and loading, what it is? Let us try to understand this first. So guys, this extraction, transformation, and loading is nothing but it is a process where, guys, data is summarized, where the data is summarized, where the data is summarized, where the data is, what is that? Summarized. And this summarized data is used for decision making. This summarized data is used for what? Decision making. So whereas what is this process of extraction, transformation, and loading? So this process of, guys, extraction, transformation, and loading, basically consists of, requires the following. What is that? Source, that means what? Source. And the next one, it requires as a target. Source and the target. Now, guys, what is a source and what is a target? So basically, between the source and the target, this process of ETL is applied always. Okay, irrespective of whatever the thing service we use it. Generally, I'm talking about the ETL. That is nothing but ETL is the process where the data, guys, ETL is a process where the data is summarized. Okay, so what is the source? What is this target? Let us try to understand this, guys. Source is a place where we get the raw data. Source is a place where we get, what is that, guys? Raw data. And whereas this raw data is extracted as per the requirement in the process of extraction. This raw data is extracted as per the requirement in the process of extraction. And once the extraction means what? Picking up the data. Whereas after this process of extraction is done, the process of transformation is implemented. Transformation is the actual process where the data is converted into the required format by the customer. And once the transformation is done, guys, on the data or applied on the data. The data is finally prepared, and it is loaded. And it is what? Loaded. And where it is loaded? It is loaded into the target, that is called as a destination. Getting my point? Now, guys, this is a bit technical. I want to simplify it and explain it to you. Okay, what exactly? Now, guys, all of you are you able to hear my voice? Everyone, please come out.
Yeah, yeah.
So now, guys, suppose you go to a supermarket to buy a vegetables. You go to a supermarket to buy a vegetables. Tell me now, what are the different? That is, how many vegetables will be there in a supermarket? Let us say Reliance Fresh. You have been to the Reliance Fresh to buy the fresh vegetables. Now tell me, how many vegetables you have it? You will be having many, almost all vegetables you will have it. Am I right? So now, guys, tell me a answer now. Do you purchase all the vegetables, or you will purchase only those vegetables which is required for you? Yes, my question is that you have been to a supermarket. Yes, guys, you have been to supermarket, and that is more supermarket, or you have been to a that is Reliance Fresh, where you can find many vegetables. Are you going to purchase all the vegetables or some of the vegetables?
Only required vegetables will purchase.
Required. That means before leaving, you will decide what curry has to be cooked. What curry has to be cooked. Based on that curry, you're going to buy the vegetables. Am I right? Some 2-3 vegetables. So now what you're doing is, suppose you have been to a supermarket and picked up some 5 vegetables out of some 100 vegetables are there. Different varieties of 100 vegetables are there. Out of those 100 vegetables, you are purchasing only 5 vegetables. Why those 5? Because that is required for the cooking process. You want to cook only those 5. Am I right? You're picked up. What you will do, once you pick up, you'll put it into your basket, bill it off, everything is done. Now you will come home. Now tell me, what is the form of vegetables now?
It's raw form.
Yes, exactly. Very good. So the vegetables in the raw form. So now, guys, what you will do, you have to eat those vegetables. As we are human, so we require to eat those vegetables, but we need to cook it. Am I right? Cook it. So what you will do, you will cut the vegetables, chop the vegetables, everything you'll do it, and then you will put it on a, that is nothing but you put it on a stove, and ultimately from the raw farm, all the 5 vegetables you will pour it in one that is nothing but bowl, and you will cook it. That means you're converting this raw form of vegetables into cooked format. Am I right or not? Are you changing the form of vegetables or not for eating purpose? Yes, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, you have converted. Ultimately, the vegetables are cooked. Now the curry is ready. So that means what you're doing, you have bought the raw vegetables. You have first of all picked up the vegetables. You have been to the supermarket and picked up the vegetables. And once you have picked up the vegetables, what you are doing, you brought them home and cut it off and chopped it. And once the chopping, everything is done, you are changing the form of those vegetables from the raw form to what is that? Cooked form, as per our requirement. Ultimately, once the vegetables is cooked and ready, then what you will do? Finally, you will eat. That is nothing but called as what? Loading. Same way, guys, picking up the vegetables. From multiple 100 vegetables are there, but you are picking up only 5 vegetables. And those vegetables, picking up the process of vegetables from the supermarket is called as what? Extraction. It is called as the process of what? Extraction. Whereas the extraction is done, then what you are doing? Transform. That means you're getting them home and chopping them, cutting them, and putting them into the bowl to cook, and ultimately cooking those vegetables. That means you're converting the raw vegetables to what is that? cooked format in the form of a curry. Am I right or not? Ultimately, once that is called as a process of what? Cooking is the process of transforming. Cooking is the process of what? Transforming. Ultimately, once the transformation is done, finally your destination is what? Your destination is the curry. So curry, you will eat it. That's it. That is nothing but finally the process of loading is nothing but the cooking. That's nothing but eating the same. So hence, this is actually you have the process in what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. That's it, guys. Nothing else. There is no technicality. There is no something is, where you need to worry about how the things will move on. All these things, you need not worry about this. Simply extraction, transformation, and loading is the process. Extraction, transformation, and loading is the process of converting the picking up the required data, and transforming the data as per the requirement, and ultimately transformed data, you will load it into the target. Okay. So guys, is it clear for everyone what is ETL actually? Yes, guys, I want an answer, ma, please. Huh?
Yes.
Okay. So before we see some examples on how actually this process is taken place, let us try to understand few more things here, then we'll come back to this. Let us try to understand first of all what is a cloud, what is a clouds, and what is an on-premises. Then we'll come back to this. Okay, so first of all, let us try to understand what is cloud. So now guys, because what is it you have it? Azure data engineering is a cloud-based engineering, cloud-based data engineering. Am I right? So now guys, I wanted to explain you, or let us try to understand first of all, guys, what is a clouds and what is an on-premises. Let us try to understand first of all what is a cloud basically. Okay, so guys, when it comes to this cloud, okay, just forget about this cloud. I'll just give you an example for this. Now guys, all of you are using the mobile phones. Am I right? All of you are using the mobile phones or not, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, I want a reply from every one of you. Please, guys, try to respond. Yes, are you using the mobile phone or not?
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So now every one of you, us, is using the mobile phone. Now, guys, when it comes to this mobile phone, you in the mobile phone, we have some memory. Will it be there, memory or not?
Yes.
Every mobile has some memory or not?
Yeah.
So now, what are the types of memories you will have in your mobile phone? Can you tell me? Yes, guys.
Mobile SD memory.
Yes, mobile internal memory and scan disk memory. That means you will have the memories in a mobile phone. You will have the memory in the mobile phone, such as what is that? SD card memory. So I'm writing it here. In mobile, you will have the memory. So that memory is called as mobile inbuilt memory. Am I right? With every default you purchase a mobile phone, you will get mobile memory as a free. Am I right? Mobile memory as free. Apart from the mobile memory, guys, you will also have you will also have, guys, you will also have a memory that is called as SD card memory. What do you mean SD card memory, guys? SD card memory is nothing but scan disk card memory. That means, suppose every mobile you are getting it with a 16 GB internal storage memory. That means this 16 GB, guys, this 16 GB is a default memory. That means in your mobile phone, you can store up to 16 GB memory. Whereas if you require to store more memory, rather than thus you want to store one more, that is nothing but 32 GB of memory you wanted to store it. For that, what we do, we buy an external SD card and we will just put it in your mobile phone. Okay, put it in your mobile phone, and from that point onwards, you can use this memory of 32. So now tell me, totally what is the amount of memory you have it in your mobile phone now? 32 plus 16. Guys, tell me now. 32 plus 16 means what? Guys,
48
32.
GB. 48 GB.
Very good. So 48 GB memory. Totally, you can store up to 48 GB memory now in your mobile phone along with SD card. Now, the question is that now the further I have some more videos and photos, etc., which is amounting to around 100 GB. 100 GB. Let us assume amounting to around 500 GB. Now tell me, how do you store this 500 GB memory? You already utilize the 32 GB, you already utilize the 16 GB memory. You have to store more 500 GB memory is required now. So now tell me, guys, what is the way you adopt it? Just think generally, because we do it in the daily basis, this kind of job. Tell me now.
OneDrive or Google Drive will put.
Very good, very good. So that means you will take the support of a Google Drive. Am I right? Google Drive. But the problem is that Google is also providing you by default 15 GB as a memory. Am I right? 15 GB of the memory by default Google is providing to you. But now you have to store 15 GB or 500 GB, guys? 500 GB. So now what you have to do, tell me now. Tell me, guys. Yeah, please. Guys, please tell me, ma. Did you get my question? What I mean to tell you? If you get the question, just simply say yes, or else I'll repeat the question once again. My question is that, I'll repeat the question once again. My question is that now, my mobile memory already has 16 GB memory. And SD card, I have installed it. I have put some SD card and it has the 32 GB memory. Totally both the memories amounting to 48 GB. But I have some more 500 GB memory to be stored. So for that, I took the support of Google Drive. And Google Drive is providing only 15 GB memory. What is the alternative for me now?
External hard disk. External hard disk.
External hard disk, that is fine. Okay. But I want the data. Okay, no problem. One more way is that you can ask the Google. That is fine. That is very good. Okay. But here the thing is that you can ask the Google to increase the size. That means from 15 GB, I want 500 GB. So Google is providing, Google will provide you 500 GB of memory free of cost, or they will charge something for it? They will charge. That means after 15 GB, even if you store 0.1 MB also, okay, then it is going to charge you. So you can buy the space on the Google Drive by paying some cost. Now, guys, totally, I bought it. I bought this one also. Everything is done now. Totally, the amount of memory. What is that amount of memory I have? 548 GB memory. Totally, I have it now. Totally, how much memory I have it? 548 GB. That means 48 GB in my mobile phone and 500 on my Google Drive. Now, one fine day, I lost my mobile phone. One fine day, I lost my mobile phone, guys. That is my query. Now, my query is that when I lose my mobile phone, so I could not able to trace it off. Now, the question is that I bought a new mobile phone. I have to buy a new mobile phone. Hence, I bought the new mobile phone. Now, once you bought a new mobile phone, guys, please tell me, can you recollect this 48 GB? Can you recollect this 500 GB memory or not?
500 GB is possible, 48 GB is not possible.
Yes, exactly. Very good. So we can say that 500 GB you can recollect it by just using the synchronize option. You can just log in with your mail ID, enter the password, and in the same way you can recollect it. But what about the 48 GB? The 48 GB memory is lost with the mobile phone because this memory is called as physical memory. Am I right? This memory is called as what? Physical memory. Physical memory. So hence I cannot recollect it. Whereas the memory or the data which is stored on the Google Drive can be recollected. So we can say that the Google Drive, we can call it as a cloud. Am I right, guys, everyone? Google memory is called as what? Cloud memory. Google memory is called as what is that, guys? Cloud memory, cloud data memory. It is called as what? Cloud data memory. Cloud data memory. Whereas the physical memory of your mobile phone, we can refer it as what? On-premises memory. Am I right, guys? I can refer it as what? On-premises. So now tell me, what is the drawback, guys? Now tell me, what is the drawback you have? What is the drawback you have between on-premises memory and cloud memory? On-premises memory, once you lose your mobile phone, you cannot recollect it. But the same can be recollected using the cloud. Am I right or not? So now this is the drawback. You have it in the on-premises data. So now, guys, just for 548 GB, which is required for us, now what we have done, we took the support of the cloud rather than taking the support of the mobile phone. So in the same way, what you have done, tell me now, what you have done? That means you have moved physically, guys. You have moved physically from the cloud, from the physical mobile phone memory to what is that? Cloud memory. That is called as Google Drive memory. Am I right or not? So nowadays, every one of us storing the data in mobile phone inbuilt memory, or we are storing it data into the Google Drive, guys? Tell me now. Huh?
Google Drive.
Most of us, every time we will store the data in the Google Drive. Am I right, everyone? So why do you store the data in the Google Drive? Tell me now.
You can recover.
Yes, can recover it. Suppose tomorrow you have traveled to other country, suppose United States or America, and you did not take your mobile phone now. Now what happened is, as you did not take your mobile phone and you are there finally into this some United States of America, so can you get this Google Drive memory resaved to your mobile phone in even after reaching the USA? Tell me now, guys.
Yeah.
Of course, that means the access is possible even irrespective of the location. So we can say that we can access this data which is stored in the Google Drive from anywhere in the world. Am I right? From anywhere in the world without worrying about the physical location where my data is stored. The same way, guys, tell me now, actually Google Drive is stored where? The Google Drive stores the data into the cloud environment. Into what is that? Cloud environment. So cloud environment is what? Ultimately, cloud environment is nothing but ultimately it stores the data physically into the data centers. So every cloud provider has the data centers, and now in these data centers the entire physical data will be stored. In this data centers the physical data will be stored. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Okay. Somebody just put it yourself in mute mode. I think there is no issues from my end. Yeah, guys. Okay, now fine now. So now I think the voice is, background voice is not there. It's fine now. Okay, guys. There is no disturbance now, I think, from the background. Please say yes.
Yeah, it's fine now.
So now, guys, now in the same way, guys, here you have a cloud and on-premises. Cloud means what? Cloud is nothing but storing the data onto the Google Drive is your cloud environment. And now, guys, on-premise is nothing but storing the data into your mobile phone physical memory. Mobile phone memory. Mobile phone memory is called as what? On-premises. Is called as what, guys? What is it called as? On-premises. Am I right, guys? So now, guys, as we are an individual, still we wanted to save the data. Still we wanted to move it from the physical memory to what? Google Drive memory. In the same way, lot of the corporates, many corporates, now what they're doing is they're planning or they are moving from the physical data to what is that? Cloud data. So for that, many cloud providers has come out. Many cloud providers has come out to provide the support for it. So for that, The following are the cloud providers. We have it. What is that? The first one is called as what? Azure. Azure is a cloud provider from Microsoft. So Microsoft, what it is doing is it is marketing their product, the cloud product. It is marketing its cloud product with a name called what? Azure. Okay. And then we have, what is that? The next one provider as what? Amazon, or we can say AWS. AWS is from what? Yes, Amazon Web Service. Amazon Web Service. And the third one, what is that? You have it? Google, GCP. So we have the GCP, which stands for what? Google Cloud Platform. Google Cloud Platform. Okay, guys, Google Cloud Platform. Then afterwards, then we have, what is that? Alibaba. This is a China-based, okay, that is cloud provider. And now then we have, what is that? We have the SAP Cloud. SAP Cloud. Likewise, then you have even the SAP Cloud is there, Oracle Cloud is there, etc., etc., etc. These are all the cloud providers. But whereas the market leader is the two or three, first three are the market leaders. And number one is the Azure. Number one is the Azure in providing the cloud services. So now, guys, these cloud services are basically classified or divided into three categories. These cloud services are basically classified or divided into three categories. What is that? First one is called as what? IaaS. IaaS means what, guys? IaaS stands for what? Infrastructure. Infrastructure as a service. And then you have, what's that? PaaS. PaaS stands for what, guys? PaaS stands for what? Platform as a service. Then, guys, third one is SaaS. SaaS stands for what, guys? Software as a service. Software as a service. Guys, these are the three different services provided by the cloud providers. That means IaaS as a service, PaaS as a service, and SaaS as a service. These are the three categories of services provided by the cloud providers. Getting my point? So now entire cloud service is classified or built according to these categories: IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. Infrastructure as a service means what, guys? Suppose just now we have discussed that you require 500 GB of data to be stored. That means you require what? Space on the cloud. Space on the cloud to store the 500 GB data. Am I right? So whereas this all storages, suppose you require, what is it? All the storages, how much storage you require it? 500 GB or 1000 petabyte, okay, petabyte. So all these, okay, all these, can you see here? All this is the responsibility of the that is nothing but the cloud provider, and it provides this service in the form of what? Infrastructure as a service. Now, guys, you require a RAM, random access memory. You require a RAM speed of let us say 56 GB. So now, guys, you need not buy an external RAM, anything. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider that this is the RAM speed you require it. So he will set it for you. So you need not worry about the physical components or the physical parts. Now, getting my point? Next, after this, platform as a service. Suppose, guys, suppose. What is platform, guys? What is platform? Platform is generally a type of an operating system. Now, guys, we are using Android as an operating system, and can you see here? That is nothing but Apple is using some operating system. Okay, so hence these are the various operating system. Okay, these are the various operating system used by the various that is nothing but various mobiles, we can say. In the same way, if at all you have a computer, so generally in the computer, what is the operating system we use it, guys? Can you tell me? What is the operating system we use it in a PC? Guys, tell me now. Generally, we use the Windows as operating system. But now my question is that I have a very massive amount of data. And this massive amount of data is not supported on the Windows operating system most of the time. Let us assume banking data. Banking data is very huge, massive amount of data. So now it is not supported on the Windows operating system. Hence, we require some other operating system that is called as what? Mainframes. Mainframes is an operating system. Mainframes is an operating system from what? IBM. So you need not buy the license of this. You need not worry about the operating system. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider Azure that you require the mainframes operating system. He will take care. And now guys, suppose you require some softwares. Softwares in the sense you require some reporting softwares, or you require some analytical software, such as you require some you require some softwares, or you require any kind of reporting. That is nothing but suppose you require Power BI, or suppose you require some Cognos. You need not buy the license of this, need not worry about this. Simply you need to inform your cloud provider that you require it. He is going to buy that for you. He is going to buy that for you. Everything is taken care by that is nothing but by the cloud provider in the service called what? Software as a service. So these are the three categories of services we have it. So whereas the cloud providers has divided their service based on these three, and based on these three categories only they will bill you. They are going to bill you. It is as simple as, guys, as simple as simply you log into this. You have the OTT platforms is there, Amazon Prime, Netflix, etc. What you will do, you will enter your mobile number and a password. That's it. You will enter it into the application, and once you enter into the application, if you want to watch a new movie, then you have to subscribe that particular premium subscription or not. Tell me now, guys. You need to buy a subscription or not, premium subscription, to watch a latest movie. Yes, tell me. Do we require to buy it or not?
Yes, sir. Yes, required.
So in the same way here also, whichever the service is required, in the same way, simply we need to buy it from the Azure. Buy means what? Here we are just that means utilizing it, paying it. That's it. Utilizing and paying the cost. It is just like renting off. Okay, without having an ownership, without claiming an ownership, you can do your task just by paying them. Okay, just by paying them the cost of the same. So where these are the three categories of service provided by the cloud. Now guys, the cloud is clear for me, and on premises is also clear for me. Everything is clear. But my question is that source, target, and this thing is done already. This is also extraction, transformation, loading done. But my question is that what is exactly the use of the ADB, that is called as Azure Databricks? What it does, we have to understand this. So now guys, let us come back here. When it comes to the Azure Databricks is a service of Microsoft, which is provided to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. To perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. The Azure Databricks is a service of a Microsoft provided to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Okay guys, now when it comes to this Azure Databricks, exactly, let us try to understand this ETL with some example. Guys, here I have a data. So let us say here I have some data here. So I'm using it this as a source, and now I have the source, and now guys, in the bottom I'll write the target. My query is that I have a data of a supermarket, and supermarket data is given like this: product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. Now guys, some this you see here. Now my query is that, guys, my query is that and here is the customer. The customer is here. The customer is here. The customer wanted to know, guys, this is a customer. That customer means what? The owner of the supermarket is a customer for us. The customer wanted to know what is the change in sales, or what is the sales difference on 21st of this month and 22nd of this month, whether the sales has increased between these two dates or not. He wanted to know first of all. So guys, first of all, to know this query or to report him the same to the customer, what is that you require it? You require the source, and the source consisting of the following information. What is that? Product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, date of sales. Let us give the product IDs something like this. Product rate, let us give it as 100 rupees, and the quantity sold is 10, and then you have a date of sales. Date of sale is 21, guys, 21/11/2022. And then you have the product something like this, okay, product ID, and the rate is 200, and the quantity sold is 05, and now the date of sales is 21/11/2022. And then I have something like this. So I have 500/02, and now guys I have 21/11/2022. Now guys, this is the thing we have it. First day, that means what? 21st data is already recorded. Do we have 22nd data? No, we will write the 22nd data. So as you wanted to write the 22nd data, simply what I will do is I'll copy this information and I'll paste it here. Okay, that's it, guys. Let us see it here how to make it. So simply copy this information and I'm pasting it the same information. But now what I will do is, instead of this, I will make it as 200. Rate is 200, and here I'll make it as rate as 300, and here I'll make the rate as 1000. That's it. Okay, just now guys, product quantity sold as it is, but I'm changing the date here. What's the date? 22, 22, and now guys 22, 22. Now guys, here you have it. Now tell me now, as you have this 2 days data, tell me now, the 2 days data is here or not, guys? Now to tell me, is there any difference in the sales? Is there any difference in the sales from 21st to 22nd? Can you tell me, guys?
Yes, different is there, sir.
Difference is there. How can you say? How can you say? Just by looking into the data. Am I right or not? Just by looking into the data, yeah, just by looking into the data, you can say there is a difference. Why you are able to say? Because you have only, how many records are there, guys? Totally 6 records. Very simple, small data. You can look it here and decide it. Am I right or not, everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Yes. If you have massive amount of data, can you look onto the data and decide it or not? Suppose each table having some 1 lakh records. Can you decide it by looking into the records?
No, not possible.
Not possible. So for that, here we use the technique. What is that? ETL. Let us see how the ETL is applied here. Extraction. ETL stands for what? Extraction. Extraction. Let us see how the extraction is done here. The first process of extraction is that where you have to pick up. Do we require the product ID to find out the net sales amount of the day? Do you require the product ID, guys?
Not required.
Not required. Do you require the product rate?
Yes, required.
Required.
Quantity sold?
Required.
Date of sales?
Required.
So now, guys, I'm picking up these 3 columns. Picking up these 3 columns is the process of, what is that? It is the process of extraction. It is the process of what? Extraction. Now the columns are picked up. Now, guys, next comes transformation. Picking up is done. Transformation. Now in the transformation, how can you find out the net? You want to find out the net sales amount each day. So to find out the net sales amount, do we need to perform some arithmetic operations on the data or not? That means some mathematical calculations is required or not?
Yes, sir.
Hello, can anyone hear the voice?
Yes, yes.
Sir, screen is not visible.
Actually, he's left. He's left. Maybe he's facing network issue.
Okay, okay.
Shamil is not there.
Sorry guys, got disconnected due to some network issue. Sorry. Okay. Hello, I'm audible now?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm audible now. Yeah, so got disconnected due to some this thing, network issue. Okay, so now guys, okay, we were just a minute. So just a minute. I'm just looking out for this. I don't have this host rights. Just a minute. Let me call the people to provide me the host right, because once
Because you can provide a host rights to Shami. Might be or is the host.
I'm audible, guys. Please tell me, I'm audible.
Yes.
Now guys, see here. So we have, what is that? We were discussing about the calculations. 100 into 10 is what is 1000. 200 into 5 is what? 1000. 500 into 2 what? Again, tell me now, guys. 1000. Now tell me, guys. You have one totally. Calculate the sum here. What is the sum? Can you tell me the sum, guys? The sum of these three is what? Yes, guys, the sum of these three is what? It is 3000. So I can say that. Can I say that here? Can you see? 3,000 is the net sales amount. Am I right, guys? Am I right, everyone? So this you are doing it under the process of transformation. Now it is done for the 21st day. What about the 22nd day, guys? Can you tell me? Please come out, all of you. Help me out in this. Yes, guys. Tell me now. For the 22nd day, 200 into 10 means what? 200 into 10 means what, guys? Tell me now. 2,000. 300 into 5 means what, guys? Tell me now.
1,500.
Yes.
1,500.
Very good. 1,000 into 2 means what?
2,000.
Very good. So now calculate the sum now.
5,500.
Very good. So now, guys, 5,500. Now, guys, this is the net sales amount. Now, guys, this process is called as a transformation process. It's done now. Finally, you will be loading. Where you will be loading the data, guys? Tell me now. Finally, you will be loading the data into the target. So how will I load the data? I will load the data like this. See here. I'm loading the data. So net sales amount underscore sales underscore amount. Net sales amount is what, guys? Tell me now. Net sales amount is what? 3,000. And now for which date it is? So I'm declaring one more column here. Oh yes, that is date of sales. Date of sales is, I'm using it as 21/11/2022. And then we have, what is that, guys? Tell me now. 5,500, and it is on 22nd/11/2022. Now, guys, this particular thing, that is nothing but called as output. Now, can you see here? This entire thing, what you have done, guys? Can you see this entire thing? What we have done? We have transformed this much data. Can you see here? This much data of two tables I have transformed into one table and in the summarized manner. So this data, you can report it to the customer, stating that this is the difference of sales between 21st and 22nd day of November 2022. Am I right, guys? Everyone? This process is called as the process of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. And this is done by using the Azure Databricks here. By using, what is that? Azure Databricks. It is done by the process called what? Using the service called what? Azure Databricks, where extraction, transformation, and loading of data is done by the Azure Databricks. Clear, all of you now? Now, as a part of this course, guys, we are going to see this Azure Databricks. Okay, Azure Databricks, and the total duration of this course will be 60 hours. Okay, 60 hours, but it will be, we are quoting it as 60, but it will go beyond the 60 hours because we have many live scenarios we are going to look into. Okay, and that's the thing, we have it. And we are going to start the classes from tomorrow, the same 10 o'clock in the morning. Okay, guys, 10:15 in the morning. That's the timings we have it. 10:15 to around 11:30. Every day you will have 1 hour 15 minutes class, 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes class. And next, after this, guys, when it comes to this, the classes after this, even the resume planning and everything will be given to you as a support. Okay, and contents brochure, you can check it. Okay, Azure Data Factory and Azure Databricks both are used for the same process, but Azure Databricks, here you can use the it is called as CUI that is called as character user interface, where you need to use different languages: Python, Scala, R, and SQL. These are the 4 languages used in the bricks, Azure Databricks. Whereas in the Azure Data Factory, it is totally a menu driven. It is totally a menu driven. Both performs the same job. Both performs the same job, but this is a menu driven, and this is a that is nothing but the code based. You have it. Okay, so that's it about this thing. and every day we'll have the class 1 hour to 1 hour 15 minutes, and Saturday, Monday to Saturday, Friday you will have the classes. So generally Saturdays and Sundays I don't take the classes. If it is required to cover up the portion, then we will continue on Saturdays, guys. That's the only thing we have. Okay. So now you can ask me any questions if you have. Please go ahead.
Sir, like I just wanted to know, there is coding part is there in the curriculum, so we need to learn coding as well.
Yes, of course. Coding means whichever it is required, we will discuss it in the class itself. As such, separately, you need not learn the coding somewhere going outside. Okay. So what is that? I will explain you. That will be easy only, not so tough enough for people, what the people think. Okay. So we will be seeing here the coding in 4 different languages. See, there is SQL, Python, R, and Scala. I'll write the coding. Yeah.
Sir, like what is PySpark that I'm hearing a lot about?
See, PySpark is basically Python and Spark together. It is called as Spark, PySpark. PySpark.
Okay. Okay. Do we need to learn that also for ADB?
Yes, of course. I will teach you that PySpark also. I'll teach.
Okay. 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 Thanks, sir.
Okay, that's thank you. Any other questions, guys?
Sir, this is a duration, sir.
Duration will be 60 hours.
Okay. Okay.
60 hours.
Azure Data Factory. Is it required to learn both Azure Data Factory and Azure Database?
It basically
for industries.
There is see guys, there is no connection between Azure Data Factory and database. If you learn it, that is up to you. If you don't learn it, then also no problem. You can get the job individually on Azure Databricks as well as on the Data Factory. These are 2 different services you have it. Okay.
Sir, if there any deployment process are you explaining, sir? Deployment processing.
Yes, of course, deployment process we will see now anyways. Without the this is all a technical subject.
Yes, sir. So ADF also there, right? ADF and ADB. Okay, deployment process is required. That finally classes over, right?
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Is there any combined batch for both Databricks and Data Factory? Is there any combined batch? I mean,
see, you will have Data Factory batch is morning 7 AM started today itself along with you, and Databricks is this time. Combined batches means these are 2 different services, so I teach them differently.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
Combinedly we'll see a type of a project anyways. A case study, you can say, not exactly the project, case study I can see. See, basically, when it comes to the data, someone is typing. So what is that? Monitor, optimize data storage, data processing. All this is covered, guys. And whatever the training we are going to look into, it is basically okay. More than enough to write a certification also. Certification for ADB whenever you want to write it. Okay, this is enough. So as a part of even the that is nothing but everyday videos will be provided to you. That's it.
Sir,
any other questions if you have? You can.
Any batch for the evening? Any batch for the evening?
Right now, no, there is no batch in the evening. So morning batches only we have it. It's there, one batch is there, but it's already started 12 to 14 days back. It has started already. Yeah, 12 classes is already done with that.
Samit sir, ADB and ADF both are providing Azure, right? Microsoft. What is the main difference between ADB and the ADF?
Basically, the ADF, what they are using is, if there is a project in where you are going to use the ADF and ADB both, the ADF is used for data ingestion process. Up to only data ingestion process only, the ADF they are using it. Further, after the data ingestion of the data, that means insertion of the data. Okay, once the data is inserted, the data picking up the data from there and preparing or moving the data into Delta Lake and then performing the visualization. For all this process, we are using the ADV only.
Okay, got it.
Yes, any other questions, guys? Okay,
Sir,
that's it, guys.
Any specific software we have to download for this?
No software is required. No software is required. No licenses is required. Simple, very subscription. I'll tell you. I'll show you. You have to subscribe that. That's it. No software, no piracy, nothing is there. No piracy,
yeah,
no
but it is asking some card, yeah, credit card number asking.
Yeah, credit card, obviously. That is for free subscription. It will take you. It will charge some 2 rupees from a credit card, and the free subscription will be valid for 30 days. Okay, and after that you have to go for pay as you go model. That pay as you go model will not cost you if you based on your usage only. It is just like pay as you go, means it will not charge you more than 700 to 800 for an individual. So okay, because we are working on, because we are working on a type of an organization. Then even I'm taking multiple batches. Even then I'm not getting the bill more than 2,000 rupees per month, 2,000 to 2,500. But there is a technique for saving this. That is nothing but how to save the cost and all. I will that is anyways tell you those techniques. So if you follow that, that's not a problem for you to make out. That's the thing.
Yeah, can you providing that license code in per practice purpose? Yeah, can you provide license account? Sorry, can you providing account so for a practice purpose?
Account, you can take it. It's not me to provide you. You can take it directly. I'll show you the way how to create account, everything. I'll show you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, guys, any other questions? Okay, guys, thank you. Then we'll meet tomorrow morning at the same time. Yeah, please go ahead. Any questions?
Okay, sir. Bye.
Okay. Thank you, guys. We'll meet tomorrow. 10:15. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, so now let us start with this. Okay, guys, so let's start again, and just we'll begin the introduction part today. So guys, we're using it Azure Data Bricks. Okay, we're using the Azure Data Bricks. So basically, what is Azure Data Bricks? Guys, the Azure Data Bricks is nothing but it is a cloud-based service. Cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. It is a cloud-based service, guys. It is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. So Azure Databricks is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft. It is a cloud-based service provided by Microsoft to perform the job of ETL. Now, guys, what do you mean by ETL? Guys, the ETL stands for, yes, the ETL stands for, already I told you yesterday, ETL stands for what? Extraction. Yes, extraction, transformation, extraction, transformation, and loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Whereas this process of extraction, transformation, and loading is a process of, yes, is a process of what? Data summarization. Is a process of what? Data summarization. It is a process of what, guys? Data summarization. So extraction, transformation, and loading, this is a process of what is that? Data summarization. It is a process of what? Data summarization, wherein for the process of ETL, that is called as extraction, transformation, and loading, guys, we require the following. What is that? We require the source. First of all, source means what? The source of data. Source, guys, source. And then we require, what is it? The another one as a target. We require the first thing as a source and the second thing as a target. So now, guys, when it comes to the source, what do you mean by source? Okay, guys, what is the source of income? The place from where we get the money is called a source of income. In the same way, a place where that is nothing but the source from where you get the data is called as what? Source of data. Source is nothing but actually it is, guys. Source is nothing but what? Actually it is. Yes, guys. Source is nothing but actually it is. Okay. Actually, it is the source of data. That is a place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. Okay, guys. A place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. So I'm using source of data. Yes, guys, source of data. So now, guys, tell me now the source of data. So according to you, what are the sources which are available from where we get the data, guys? Tell me now, what might be the sources from where you get the data? Now, guys, for example, now you're typing or you're recording some information of your expense, house expense. So where do you write your house expense generally? Nowadays, we are using in digital format only. We are not taking a pen and paper and writing the things. Everything we are digitally writing it. Tell me now, house expenses, where do you write it? In which type of file do you write it? Tell me now, guys. This much is the earning for this month and this much is the expenditure you have incurred. You have to write all these things. So tell me now, how do you write it, guys? In which file you use it, or where do you write it in the computer? Can you tell me, guys? Somebody? Guys, am I audible? Yeah, am I audible, guys, everyone?
Yes, you're audible.
So you're understanding what I mean to tell you? Guys, you're understanding what I mean to tell you? My question is that, suppose you have to write your household expenses. Not let us go into the broad scale. We'll just go to at our place. You want to write a household expenses. Where do you write this information? That is income, expenditure. You have to write it. What type of thing you use it? Are you going to use in Excel file, guys, or not?
Yes.
So that is nothing but basically your house affairs or your that is nothing but house expenses and income. You're going to write in an Excel sheet, but ultimately that is what? That is nothing but the data. That is nothing but what is that? Data. So we can say what is that? Source of data is nothing but The place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. A place from where we get the data is called as what? Source of data. So we can get the data from what is that? Following files. We can get the data. Okay, files. What type of files, guys? Okay, but ultimately the files will also receive the data from what? Ultimately business. See, we all are working for the business or not? Even though you are working as a data engineer, that means you are working for a business or not? Tell me now, guys. Yes, everyone, you're working for the business. Am I right, everyone? Just give me a second. Just give me a second. I'll back. Okay, sorry. So guys, we all get the data. We all work for the business only. Though we are working here, suppose you're working as a data engineer in an IT sector. That means, are you working it for a business or not? In fact, that means you will get the data from the business. From the business entities only we get the data. Am I right, guys? From the business entities only we get the data. Whereas this data is recorded in the form of what is that? Files. In the form of what is that? Files. So what are the type of files you have it? Guys, what are the type of files you have it? The files are the following. So we can have what is that? Yes, guys. We can have what are Excel files. Excel files. Excel files. And we can have what is it? CSV files, which stands for what? Comma separated value files. Okay. Comma separated value files. And Excel files, comma separated value files. And you have what is that? JSON files. JSON stands for what? JavaScript object notation files. Okay. And then afterwards, what is it? You have it? Excel file, CSV file, comma separated value files, JSON files, and you have the Parquet files. Parquet files. You have the Parquet files. Okay, guys. You have the Parquet files, and then you can have what? Avro files. And then we can also have what's that? ORC files. Various type of files. That means we get the data ultimately from the business, and this business will be recorded in the form of what? Files. Excel files, comma separated value files, JSON files, Parquet file, Avro files, ORC files. Anyways, you don't worry about the files. Once we get into the subject, I will explain you about each and every file. You don't worry now. Okay. So this is nothing but the data we get it. From where? From these files, what we do from these files, guys. From these files, we get the data. From these files, guys. From these files, okay. From these files, we get the data. So ultimately, what we do, we pull in the data. We pull in the data by using the process called what? Extraction. We pull in the data by the process called what? Extraction. So extraction is done. And now, guys, this extraction is done by what? By using the ADB. That is called as what? Azure Databricks. By using the Azure Databricks. By using the Azure Databricks, guys, by using the Azure Databricks, we perform the process of extraction. That means extraction of data. Extraction, the full name is what? Extraction of data only, guys. Extraction of data. Extraction. Then extraction is done. Then next, what is the process you have it? Tell me now, guys. The next process, the next level of processing is what is that? Transformation. So transformation is nothing but the ultimate requirement. Based on the requirement of the customer, you're going to change the format of the data. You're going to change the structure of the data. You're going to design a new structure of the data. Am I right? This is called as what? Transformation. And once the transformation is done on this data, ultimately the process of loading will be taken place. And loading means what? The final data, whatever you have it, will be transferred to the destination. That is called as what? Target. that is called as what? Target, or we can say destination. We can say target, or we can say destination. We can say target, or we can say what is that? Destination. The data will be transferred to the destination. Am I right, guys? Everyone? Yes, guys. Everyone is following or not? I want a reply, guys. If you don't talk, yeah. If you don't talk, I cannot understand what is your thing. Okay, so I want everyone to respond it, guys, so that I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. Okay, anyways, so this is the first. Now, apart from, guys, apart from getting the data from the files, we can also get the data from the business. We can also get the data from the business in the form of what? Database. And database can be what again? The database can be what? It can be Oracle database. It can be the SQL Server database. Okay, it can be any type of database you have. Whereas this kind of database, can you see here? This kind of database, when you receive the data, we can say that we have received the data from OLTP system. We have received the data from what is that? OLTP system. What do you mean OLTP? OLTP stands for online transaction process. Online transaction process. That is called as what? OLTP system. Okay, OLTP system. You will receive the data. Getting my point? You will receive the data from what? OLTP system. So now, guys, ultimately from this database, what we do? We pull in again the same process. We pull in the data by using the process of what, guys? Same process we perform it. Extraction will be done. That means using the ADB, we extract the data. We extract the data. And once the data is extracted, then what we do, guys? We perform the transformation on the data. We perform what is that? Transformation. Transformation is the actual process of data summarization or loading the data as per the requirement of the client. So now, guys, loading will be done. And finally, once the loading is done, guys, once the loading is done, the loading will be done. Okay, the loading will be done into the destination. That means this is the destination. This will be your destination. Getting my point? Now, guys, destination. Destination. I'm linking up just to show you, guys, these all will reach the destination like this. Finally, the data reaches the destination. Target is nothing but, guys, it is called as what? Destination. Destination. Okay, now next one. Apart from this, guys, apart from getting the data from the businesses from the data into the databases or into the files, we can also get the data. Everyone, we can also get the data, guys. We can also get the data from another way. It's called as what? From the business only. Because we all working for business, we get the data, business data only. So we get the data in the form of what? Live streaming data. Live streaming data. Such as, guys, live streaming data means what? Guys, stock market data. Live streaming data. Suppose that is India versus Pakistan match is going on. You will get the live streaming. Am I right or not? Yes, guys. That is all called as what? Live streaming data. Even the live streaming data we pull in here as it is. The live streaming data also we pull in here in as it is. And this process is called as what? The process of, again, extraction. We perform the extraction on this data. So can you see here? We perform the extraction on this data. And once the extraction is done, then what happens? Again, the process of transformation will become. So what is the process of transformation? Transformation is the actual process of, transformation is the actual process of what? Data summarization. Transformation is the actual process of what? Data summarization. And once the data summarization is done, guys, finally what we do? We load the data into the target. We load the data into the target, guys. Okay. So now this all data, whatever you have it, that is source data, destination data, or whatever the data you have it, finally will be recorded into the target. That is called as sync system. In Azure, it is also called as what? The destination is also called as what? Sync system. Sync. This is also called as what? Sync system, guys. Okay. It is also called as what? Sync system. Sync system. Okay. So now can you see here? This is how we get the data here. Ultimately, we get the data from what? Various sources. Ultimately, we get the data from what? Various sources. And from these various sources, what we do? We extract the data, we transform the data, and we load the data into the target, everyone. Okay. So this, all this can say extraction, transformation, and loading will be done by using the service, guys. This is a service. ADB is one service. ADB is one service, guys. Likewise, you can also have, what is it? ADF is the another service. Likewise, you can have Synapse as the another service. These are the various services. We can do it. Okay. Whereas, can you see here, guys? This is how exactly things works off. Okay. Here, everyone is following or not, guys? Yeah, I want a reply from all of you guys.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Now, next after this, now guys, next one, let us see exactly what exactly the big data is. Big data. Now, guys, what is a big data? Big data is nothing but whatever the data you're getting, this data, this is called as big data only. The data from the business, whatever you're getting, that is called as big data. So just understand, big data means not a very great concept, something, you know, where you need to get confused. It's not like that. Big data, just split it, guys. Split it. Big means what? Huge, na? Huge or massive, you can say. Data means what? Information. So we can say that huge information. You can say, what is that? Huge information, massive information, huge information, or massive information. Huge information or massive information is called as what? Big data. Big data. Okay, where you have a massive amount of information is called as what? Big data. Ultimately, we get the big data from, what is it? All these businesses only. But what is that business? What are the sources you can see? Let us see for that. Actually, types of source of big data. Now, guys, types of sources of big data, types of sources of, okay, types of sources of big data. Okay, sources of big data. The first one from where you can get the big data, that is called as what? Social networking sites. Social networking sites. So what is the social networking sites, guys? Social networking sites are nothing but you have the WhatsApp, you have the Facebook, you have the Twitter, WhatsApp, Facebook. Okay, guys, WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter. Then you also have, what's that? LinkedIn. Then afterwards you also have, what's that? Instagram. All this Insta and all these are what? These are all called as what? Social networking sites. These are called as what? Social networking sites. So the social networking sites are basically referred as the major source of getting the big data. Major source of getting the big data. Getting my point? Next one after this, guys, you have the second source. So what is the second source? We can say second source as the banking application. So across the globe, the banking application is the major source, considered as the major source, guys. Banking applications are considered as the major source of getting the big data. The banking applications are considered as the major source of getting the big data. Major source of getting what's that? Big data. Major source of getting the big data. Suppose you go to a bank and get an entry done. So in your passbook, you have made some entries. That is some cash withdrawal entry and some deposit entry and some online transfer entry, some purchase entries, some entries you have made it. Okay, that means some transactions you have done it. So, but can you see here in this passbook, as you have made only 3 transactions, but it will give you some 7 to 8 lines code. Am I right? 7 to 8 lines it will print balance, it will print deduction after the debit balance. So that means type of data. That means banking data is considered as a massive or huge amount of data across the globe. Getting my point? So we can get the data, the big data. We can also get it from what? Banking applications. That means this we have discussed as a business now. Business means what? It can be social networking site, which is a one type of business. Banking application is the another type of business from where we get the data. Okay, then we can also get the data from what is that? Machine generated data. Machine generated data. So what do you mean machine generated data, guys? The data which is generated by a machine. Suppose you have a CT scan machine. Suppose you have a CT scan machine. Okay, so it scans of the human body, whereas the CT scan machine or MRI machine, okay, MRI scan or CT scan machine, whatever the machines you have it, okay, and then we have what's it, MRI, okay, scan, or else we can also have what is that, CT scan, MRI scan, and even the ECG machines. Okay, these are all the machines which generate some data. Am I right, guys? These are the machines which generate some data. Am I right, everyone? These are the machines which generates some data, whereas even these machines, can you see here, generate some data. So this kind of data is also considered as the big data. That means a massive amount. The CT scan machine generates a very massive amount of data. So that is nothing but called as what? Machine generated data. Any that is machine which generates the data is called as what? Machine generated data. That's it. Okay. Then afterwards, guys, just a minute, 1 minute. Okay, guys, sorry. So now, guys, okay. So now, guys, after this, okay. So now, can you see here? This is nothing but the can you see here? Some that is machine generated data. After that, the fourth one, what we can consider here is okay. That is called as what? IoT sensors, Internet of Things. Okay, IoT sensors. We get the data from what? Sensors. We get the data from what? Sensors. These sensors basically measures what is that? Pressure. Okay, and then it measures the that is even the gas pressure. Okay, and then it measures even the temperature. Okay, and even the wind. All these are the sensors which basically measures. But these sensors, how it generates, these all will be connected to computers, to required computers. So this computer generates the data here. The data will be recorded here, and this data will be further processed or transferred to us like this. From in the files we received, we extract it, we transform it, and we load it. Ultimately, it will go like this. Okay. So now, guys, so basically IoT sensors, I can give you one example. Guys, whenever you travel, and on the highways, once you will enter basically a type of a town or a village. At the starting of this town or a village, you will find some a very big table fans which is rotating very slowly. Am I right? Which rotates very slowly. What it does exactly? That measures the wind, and those fans are nothing but machines, at sensors only, and those are connected to the computers. And whatever the thing is recorded, the data will be transferred to the computer, and from the computer again the data will be that is kept into the files, and again it is transformed further for this analysis. So basically this is how exactly the process moves on here. Okay, so guys, okay, all of you following or not, please let me know, guys.
Yeah, we can able to follow.
Now next, after this again you have, what is that, guys? The fifth one is human generated data. Human generated data, it's not basically you will have that massive, but still it can be considered as a big data only. Human generated data means the data which is generated by you and me. Okay, the normal routine data, that is basically a kind of a human generated data. So this is also considered as the part of big data. But guys, this big data is basically has some categories. That means we can say types of big data. We can have various types of big data. So now I will say types of data. Now guys, what are the types of big data? Generally guys, you will have the following types of big data. The first type of big data which you can consider, okay, which you can consider, that is first type of big data which you can consider. Okay, the first type of big data which you can consider, is called as what? Structured data. Structured data means what? I'll type it. Guys, I'm writing it: name, ID number, and salary. Can you see this is the thing we have it. Name is, let us say, Alan. And now guys, I'm using the ID number as something like this, and salary I'm making a 10,000, and Bobby 20,000, Carl 30,000. These are the basically, can you see here guys? This is the data. Where can you see this data is in which format? It is in the proper format of rows and columns or not? These are the rows and these are the columns. Am I right guys, everyone? Yeah, these are the rows and these are the columns. This kind of data is proper data. Hence it is called as what? Structured data. This kind of data is called as what guys? Structured data. The data which is placed into the proper form of rows and columns. The data which is placed in the proper form of rows and columns is called as what? Structured data. Am I right, everyone? Yes, am I audible, guys? Yeah, what happened? I'm audible to everyone or not? Yes. So now guys, this is nothing called as what? Structured data. Next one is what is it? You have it. The second one is semi-structured data. Semi-structured data means what? This data is purely not structured as well as not unstructured. It is semi-structured. You will have some semi-structured, such as you have the data into what's that? JSON files. For example, I'll give you the JSON file, how the JSON file looks like and how the data will move. The data in the JSON file will be given in the curly braces. Now, if at all I'm writing the first, I'm calling defining this data into JSON format, how the data will be. Let us see it here. Name under the quotes, double quotes, and use the colon ALN. Now, guys, use a comma. After this, use it again. ID. ID. Then use it as it's a numeric data. Now you can place it normally. Again, we have what is that, guys? Under this, again you have what is that? Car. That is salary. This is also numeric data, so hence you can leave it as it is. Do not place under this. And finally, after this is done, the data is closed. The braces. Can you see this kind of data is called as what? Semi-structured data. It is called as what, guys? Yeah, it is called as what, guys? Semi-structured data. This kind of data is called as what? Semi-structured data. And now finally, the third one is called as what? Unstructured data. Unstructured data is nothing but guys, this unstructured data is nothing but basically there will be no particular structure, such as the photos in your mobile phone, the videos, the chat history, and the voice notes. All these comes under the unstructured data only. There is no proper structure for it. Okay, there will be no proper structure, guys. There will be no proper structure. There will be no proper structure. Okay, there will be no proper structure. All the that is nothing but data is called as what? Unstructured. 80% of the globe, 80% of the data from the globe, we'll get it in what? Unstructured format only. 80% of the data across the globe, we'll get it in what? Unstructured format only. So guys, these are the types of big data we can have: structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. And this structured, semi-structured, and unstructured can be placed onto what is that? Into this type of files, or into this databases, or we can extract it from the live streaming. Further, the as it is process. So this is how the entire structure works. So is everyone clear with this, guys, or you have any doubt? You can ask me now. Yes, guys, tell me. Guys, tell me now.
No, Samir, no doubts as of now.
Okay. So this is how the things works off. Okay, guys. That's it. So for the day, guys, that's it for the day. And
so with Azure Databricks, what kind of data we usually handles, like structured or non-structured?
Unstructured only.
Unstructured only. Okay.
Unstructured, semi-structured, and structured. 3 of them will handle it basically. Not mostly you will have semi-structured data.
Okay, thank you.
That's it, guys. So this is the thing we have it. Please go ahead now.
So to learn Databricks, do we need any predefined technical background? Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, no, I'm just asking, what are the prerequisites to learn this Azure Databricks?
See, basically, yeah, prerequisites is that if you know the Python, or if you know the R, or if you know the SQL, that is very well. You can just understand the code, what you can do. If not, also I will explain you, and you have to put your efforts much on that, because this is basically a purely type of a technical job where you have it. what we are doing in Databricks. If you don't want the amount of coding, you don't need actually the coding. Simply you can go with the ADF rather than going with the ADB.
Okay, so I'm basically ETL background. Okay.
Yeah.
So what do you suggest? Should I go for ADF or ADB? I'm not really sure. And I would like to
You're basically you're from technical background or non-technical or
I am basically an ETL developer, Informatica developer.
Then you can go with the ADB. Why not? Definitely ADB will work for you.
Okay. And to be Azure data engineer, what are the services we need to know? Like
To be an Azure data engineer, if you know ADF, then also you will call as a Azure data engineer. If you know ADB, then also it is called as you are called as a Azure data engineer. If you know the Synapse, then also you will call as a Azure data engineer only.
Okay, so either one also should be fine, that means, right?
Yeah,
no,
that's
I heard the reason I'm asking, I heard ADF also like something like it's an ETL tool only, and here you have mentioned ADB also ETL tool only, right?
See, if you have what is the companies are doing till the job of data ingestion in a project. I'm telling you the live scenario what is going on right now in most of the projects. Up to the data ingestion, ingestion means what? Extraction. Up to this data extraction, they're using the ADF. Further, for transformation and loading, they're using the ADB. Some projects.
Okay.
Because you have more good facilitation, or we can say good facilities, or very flexible to perform the process of data ingestion using this that is ADF, because ADF does not uses any code. It is basically a menu driven this thing. But here you will have to write the code for everything: extraction again, transformation, and again loading again. Basically, using this ADB, you can design. It is mainly focused on the visualization, data visualization. That means visualization in the sense performing the analysis on the data, etc.
Okay. So my understanding is like ADF might be something like a tool based, like ETL.
You can go with this ADF or ADB, anything, because already you have a technical background. You need not worry about that.
Okay. And both are not. If I would like to join any training, both are not.
Both means it will be very good. No issues.
Okay. I'm trying to join any one of these. So what is this? Should I start with ADF or ADB? Like being an ETL.
That you have to decide it. I can't tell, because you basically, I'm telling you now, if you are mainly you think that you can manage the amount of coding, then you can go with the ADB. If you don't want the coding, because ADB is required anyways in the process. One time in one situation you can do the job without ADF also, but ADB is very mandatory to have it mostly. So just how it's better to have ADB knowledge. You can just decide it. That's not a problem. Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. Any other questions?
Sir, may I know what is Synapse used for?
Synapse is totally a visualization process. It is basically called as a data warehouse of Azure. Synapse. Okay. So data visualization, analysis. I told you now, analysis, data visualization, all analysis from this part. Once the data is loaded into that sync system, from here the data is picked up. And now we use a technique called OLAP, online analytical process. And using this artificial intelligence or machine learnings, all this we apply it further on this data. Whereas can you see here the machine learning, artificial intelligence, or machine learning or artificial intelligence, all this is the part of what is that we have it. The Synapse performs this job, this type of job, more focusing on the visualization of the data.
So, sir, like I just wanted to know, ADF and ADB are enough to crack a job in the current market scenario?
More than enough. Synapse, see, particularly in this particular course, we are covering Synapse. We are covering integration with even the Snowflake. I'm covering integration with even the Amazon Web Services, integration with all various things I'm using up here. So anyways, you will not have anything where you need not do that. So you can do it very well. That's not a problem.
Okay, so sir, ADF and ADB are enough, right?
Yeah, that's more than ADF is enough. ADB individually is also enough. ADF and ADB combination, okay, if you have that, it's very good. If not, it's not like that. If you know ADF, you don't get a job. Definitely you will get the job, even if you know the ADF or not, or the ADB. That's not a thing. There is a misconception in the market that if you know the ADF, you should also know this ADB, then only you'll get a job. It's not like that. These are two different services you have it. ADF has its own functionality and ADB has its own functionality.
Okay. The only thing is just the market is a bit low, so worried, that's all.
Market is obviously in this November and December, the market will be low.
Okay.
Always, again, it will pick up after January 15th.
Okay.
That
Thank
is the every year issue you will have it in the IT sector.
Okay.
Whether you go with the training or whether you go for real-time jobs searching, everything, but the slang will be like that. See, every batch I'll be having 50 to 60 students, but this November and December I have a less amount of students. That obvious. That it does not mean that the market is down. Of course, the flow will move. It will slow down automatically. It will pick up, because right now most of the times even in the US, this is the ending of the year, so everyone will be prepared for Easter and everything, Christmas. So things will slow down because we are totally dependent on the all the US and the UK and Europe, and we're all the Western countries we're depending upon for the data, for project, everything. So obviously it will have an impact even on our life, isn't it or not?
Yeah, correct.
That's the thing.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, am I audible,
Yes,
guys?
sir. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Okay, so let us start now. So Azure, Databricks. Okay, guys, Azure Databricks. Guys, when it comes to this Azure Databricks, okay. So as already you know that what is Azure Databricks? Azure Databricks is Azure Databricks is a service. It is a service, guys. Everyone, Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform the job of, guys. What is that? Azure Databricks is a service. Okay, Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform. Azure Databricks is a service which is used to perform the job of what? ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Okay. Between what is that? Clouds. Between the clouds and on-premises. Clouds and what is it? On-premises. Between the clouds and what is that? On-premises. Okay, guys. So now between the clouds and on-premises. So here, okay, guys. So when it comes to this ETL, so now, guys, ETL is what basically? It is a service provided. Can you say Azure Databricks is a service provided by Microsoft, and to perform the job of ETL between the clouds and what is that? On-premises. Between the clouds and what is that? On-premises. So now, guys, let us try to see this. Okay. So what is basically an ETL? So ETL, as we know that it stands for what? Extraction. It stands for what? Extraction, transformation. Extraction, transformation, and what's that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and what is that? Loading. Extraction, transformation, and loading. Now, guys, when it comes to this extraction, transformation, and loading, this is a process. This is a process, all of you. This is a process of, what is that? Data summarization. This is a process of what, guys? Data summarization. This is the process of what? Data summarization. This is the process of what? Data summarization. Okay. It is a process of what? Data summarization. It's a process of what? Guys, data summarization. It is the process of what? Data summarization, wherein you have, what is that? Source. You have, what is it? Source data. Source, what is the data storage? What's that? You have it? Source data storage. So now, guys, source data storage or source is a place where actually we can find the data, and from the source ultimately we pass on the data to, what is that, guys? Target. We pass on the data to, what is that, guys? Target. We pass on the data to what? Target. We pass on the data to, what is it? Target. So can you see here we have, what is it? Source. Source means what? A place where we can find actual data. The place where we can find, what is it, guys? Actual data. All of you following, please? Yes, guys. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, so we have, what's it? Source. And source is nothing but what? A place where you can find the data. So now, in the source, we can get the data in a type of what? Files. Or else we can get the data in the form of, what is it? Databases. Or else we can get the data in the form of, what is it? Live stream. We can also get the data from what? Live streaming data. Live streaming data. Okay, we can get the data from what? Files. We can get the data from, what is that? Files. We can get the data from what? Files. We can get the data from what? Databases. Else we can get the data from, what is that? Live streaming data. Anyways, guys, so these files, can you see here, are of what? We can have the CSV files. We can have, what is that? JSON files. We can have what? A CSV file, JSON file, and then we have, what is that? Excel files, etc. Can see here, these are the various type of files you have it. These are the various type of files you have it, guys. What is that? These are the various type of files we have it. Okay, what is that? We have the, these are the various type of files we have it. Okay, guys, so these are the various type of files you have it. So what we do is, ultimately we pull in the data. We pull in the data into this ADB, that is called as Azure Databricks. This is called as what, guys? This is called as what? The process of data ingestion. It is called as what? The process of what? Data ingestion. Okay, so then once we pull in the data, what we do? We perform the process of, so pulling in the data is a process of what? Extraction. And once the extraction is done, guys, and once the extraction is done, then you will have, what is it? Transformation. Then you will have what? Transformation. Transformation is what? Transformation is the process of, actual process of data summarization. And once the transformation is done, finally what we do, guys? Finally what we do? Perform the loading. We perform, what is that? Loading. So now all together, loading where? Loading the data into the, yes guys, loading data into, what is it? Target. That is called as destination. Destination or target. Getting my point? So this is how we can make out using this. Or in the same process, even if you have, can you see the data access to be accessed from the database? So what we do, we using this ADB, that is Azure Databricks, we pull in the data, and now again the same process, that is called as E. Again, then you have, what is it? T. What did you have it? T stands for transformation. Again, finally we put the data into, what is that? Loading. Okay, what is it? Loading is a final process, and loading the data into, what is that? Destination. So destination is what? Destination is the actual target. Destination Guys, destination is nothing but the actual target you have it. Getting my point, all of you? So these are the, and now even from the live streaming, if at all you want to pull in the data the same way, what is it you have it? We use the ADB. Okay, Azure Databricks. And then what we do? We use the, again, what is it? Extraction. And then we perform, what is that? Transformation, guys. What is that? Transformation. And then finally we use, what is that? Loading. We perform the loading. And now, guys, this loading will be done ultimately into, what is that? Destination. What is that? Destination. Getting my point? This is how the entire process works on. Okay, extraction, transformation, and finally loading the data into this. Now, guys, even we have discussed it in the last class, but just I wanted to brush it up before we move ahead. Guys, use, what is that? Let us see first of all what is a big data. Guys, you already know what is big data now. Yes, guys, what is big data? Big data is nothing but, what do you mean by big data, guys? Huge data. What is that? Big data is nothing but what? Huge data or huge information. Huge information is called as what? Big data. What is that? Huge information is called as what? Big data. Guys, huge information is called as what? Big data. So now, guys, big data. So what are the sources of getting the big data? Can you just tell me, guys, from where you can get it? Yes, any idea? Yes, guys, I'm audible.
Maybe event hubs, storage account.
Okay, anyways, anyways, guys, we get the big data from various sources. So such as what? Social networking sites. Social networking sites. Okay, guys, we get the data from what? Social networking sites. That is big data. Such as, what do you mean by social networking sites? WhatsApp, Facebook. Okay, Facebook, WhatsApp. Then you have Twitter, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter. Then you have Insta, etc. These are all the, can you see here? These are all the social networking sites from where we get the data. So, guys, data. So basically, what you can say, this is a business now. This is a business, and from the business we get the data. And data, what we do? Data, we put it in the form of what? Files or whatever the type you have it. And these files, we get it into ADB, that is Azure Databricks. And from here, we get the data into Azure Databricks, perform the job of what? Extraction. And then we do what? Transformation. And then we do what? Loading. And loading into what is that, guys? Finally, destination. Loading into what? Destination. Destination. Getting my point? Loading the data into what is that? Destination. Okay. Loading the data into what is that? Destination. Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Okay, guys, everyone? Yes, am I audible to everyone or not?
Yes, sir.
Okay, guys, that's it. So now, next, apart from this, we can also get the data. Yes, we can also get the data from what? Social networking sites. We can also get the data from what? Banking applications. We can also get the data from what? Banking applications. So what in the banking applications, we can get the data. And from here, what we do? We pull in the data. And now, this time, whenever you have a banking applications, the data will be loaded, or data will be stored in the form of what? Databases only, guys. From the databases, what we do? We pull in the data, guys. We pull in the data. Again, the same process. What is that? Using the ADB, Azure Databricks, we perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. And now, finally, once we load it, guys, ultimately it will be sent towards destination. Now, likewise, you can also get the data from what is it? Human generated data. That means human generated data is very rare. Okay, human generated means the data which is generated by you and me. Okay, human generated data. And apart from this, we can also have, okay, same process, human generated data will be again accessed into the ADB. And from the using the ADB, we perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and what's it? Loading. And ultimately, finally we load the data towards a destination. Finally, we load the data towards a destination. This is the destination you load it. Okay, guys. So yeah, what is that? Human generated data. What is it? Social networking sites. We can get the data from what? Social networking sites, banking applications, human generated data. Okay, guys, human generated data. These are the various things you have it. Getting my point, everyone? Now, apart from this, we can also get the big data in the form of what? Machine generated. Guys, machine generated data. What is machine generated data? The machine generated data is nothing but the data which is generated by the machineries, such as your CT scan machine is there, ECG machine is there. Okay, guys, many machines nowadays, we have everything. We are surrounded by machineries. So every machine, almost all every machine generates the data. Getting my point, everyone? Almost all every machine generates the data. So now, guys, every machine generates the data. So now every machine generates the data. Okay, so whereas those generated, that is nothing but whenever the the data is whenever you have that is nothing but any kind of machine generated data is there. Okay, any kind of machine generated data, any machine generates the data, that data, guys, will be recorded. The data will be recorded into what is that? The following. What is that? It can be in the form of what? Live streaming, databases, or files. That means live streaming is a process where you get the live data. So such as, what is that you have it now? ADB. Again, the same process, ETL. Ultimately, from here, the data will be sent to what? Destination. Now, guys, okay, these are the various, that is nothing but sources of getting the big data. That is social networking sites, banking applications, human generated data, machine generated data. Okay, live streaming data is nothing but just like the stock market. You'll be getting the stock market data. Okay, leave about stock market, guys. Live streaming data is more similar, I can tell you. Cricket match, we all must be watching the matches, am I right? In that you will have live score, na guys? Live score, that is called as what? Live streaming data. Getting my point? That is called as what? Live streaming data. Okay, guys, so now anyways, we can capture even the live streaming data and perform the job here. So now, guys, this is the thing you have it. So now, after all these things are completed, now guys, this data, we get the data here. What we do, we get the data from what's it? Files, etc. into the ADB. And now ADB, from ADB perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, loading. But here in ADB, where the data is stored, the data is stored in ADB in the following storages. So we can see that storages in Azure means what? The following are the storages which we require it to store the data in Azure, guys. If you store the data in Azure, you can use it anywhere, guys. You can use the data anywhere, guys. You can use the data anywhere. That means you can use the data in that means you can use it by using the ADB. You can using the data by whenever we use the Synapse. Even if you're using the ADF Azure Data Factory, also if you're using it, we can use the storages as it is. Okay, it is just like common storages. What we can say is commonly used storages, guys. Okay, commonly used storages. Okay, yeah, guys, I'm audible. Yes, guys, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
So now, okay. Yes. So now, commonly used storage. What are those storages? Let us try to see this now. The storages. So first storage, I'm writing it here. Azure blob storage. Second one is Azure Data Lake Gen 1. Third one, Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Azure Data Lake Gen 1, Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Okay. Then next one, what is it? You have it. Azure Data Lake, or sorry, Azure, okay, SQL database. Then you have what's it? Azure Cosmos DB. That means this is called as NoSQL database, guys. It is called as what? NoSQL database. Getting my point, everyone? This is called as what? NoSQL database. Following everyone, guys, please. This is called as what? NoSQL database. And afterwards, we can have the next one. What is it? Azure Elastic Pools. Can you see here? These are the various storages you have it. Wherein, out of all the storage, this storage is going to retire in 2024. Hence, we cannot create only this. Rest of all we can create and we can use it. Getting my point? Hence, rest of all we can create and we can use it. Only this storage you cannot create it, guys. That is called as what? Azure Data Lake Gen 1. Azure Data Lake, what is that? Okay, guys, Azure Data Lake Gen 1 you cannot create it. Rest of all you can create it. Now, in Azure totally you have 90 plus storages. How many? 90 plus storages are there. Now, guys, I'll show you the storages, how the storages appears. So these are the, I'm just go to the portal, take a portal. I'm just sharing the screen here. New screen, I'm sharing it, all of you. How to begin here? How to start? All of you. Yes, guys, I'm audible, guys. Please come out, all of you.
Yes, sir.
A portal, can you see here? Just type it here. Portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. Use a web page directly called portal.azure.com. So in this, can you see here? You have a storages. So for seeing the storages, guys, click on more services. Click on the more services. Click on the more services, guys. Can you see it? These are all the storages you can say. I'll show you the storages. Can you see storage? These are all storages only. Storage accounts, recovery service vaults, data lake Gen 1, storage, okay, sync service, Azure Stack Edge, Azure data box, okay. Then you have that data shares, HPC caches. All these are the storages you can use it. Okay, that means you have 90 plus storages are there which you can use it. Guys, what is that you have it? Can see databases. Can see all of you? Yes, everyone.
Yes, sir. Yes.
These are all the storages you can have it. So in Azure totally you have 90 plus storages you have. Okay. So this is how. Now how to log into this portal, guys? I will tell you one more way. So now, guys, I'm just showing you. Use first of all azure.com. First of all, use the azure.com. Once you use the azure.com, guys, get your free account. You'll get it. First, click on this. Try Azure for free, getting started. Click on getting started or try Azure for free. And you can select getting started. Can you see here? Anyways, it's taking me directly because I'm already logged in, so hence it's taking me. So guys, here what we can do is, if you just click on this get started, it will ask you some of your details, that is your the mail ID, etc. Once you enter your mail ID, everything guys, then finally it will ask you for the credit card. If you provide the credit card, it will deduct 2 rupees from your credit card, guys. Okay guys, so yes guys, tell me.
Okay, sir.
So now this is how. So finally, what we can do is finally what we can do is once you click on this, finally you'll be landing up here on this. Finally, you'll be landing up here. This is called as portal.azure.com. And now you can start the service here. What is that? Bricks. I'm just typing here bricks. Bricks. Type it here, bricks. Can you see here, guys? This is the bricks. Okay. So now this is the one way. Can you see here? Bricks. If you have this tab here, it's fine. Okay. So anyways, the login, how to log in this one, how to check on this, how to create this, and how to start, what is the bricks you have it, what are the things you have in bricks, that we will again see it from tomorrow onwards, guys. Okay. Tomorrow we'll have the class. Okay. Tomorrow we'll meet at the same time. No changes in the time. Okay, guys. That's it. So now guys, for the day, can you see it? These are all the things. So these are the very mandatory things which you have to remember it. Sorry. It's okay. This is the storages, and this is the thing we have it about this. Okay, guys. So we'll just stop the class here and we'll continue tomorrow. Okay, ma?
Hi, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, is there any chance to modify the timings?
Modifying in the sense?
It will start at 10:15, right, sir? So,
we can shift it to maximum 10 o'clock, not beyond that. Because already I have one batch at 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
Since
I'm interested to join the session, sir, but because of office, the timings are not suitable for me. So that's why. Is there any chance? That's why I'm asking.
Let me check. Let me check and update you on this with the management. I'll check. Okay. I'll check and tell you on this. Definitely.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Anyways, tomorrow we'll meet at the same time. Okay, guys. So we'll just meet at the same. Now I'm stopping the class. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. See, guys, my name is Samir, and I would be your faculty for this Azure Databricks. And when it comes to this, my experience, I have around 10 plus years of experience in IT industry. And since the past 3 years, I'm onto the clouds. I'm supporting for the clouds and various clouds technologies. Okay. So now, guys, let us go ahead and see first of all, okay, what are the things you have it in this? See, what is Azure Data Engineering? Okay, Azure is nothing but it is a name for the cloud services. Azure is nothing but it is the name for the cloud services given by the Microsoft. That means Microsoft is marketing their cloud products or their cloud services with a name called, what is it? Azure. And now data means what? Information. Okay, data means what? Information. For the services called engineering, for this engineering services, they are using the Azure Databricks. Apart from this, they are also using the service called what? ADF, Azure Data Factory. They're using the service called what? Synapse. Okay, etc. And Synapse, and then we have the artificial intelligence, and then we have the machine learning. These are all the services provided for engineering service, for performing the engineering on the data. And these all are, that is nothing but these all are provided by what? Azure. So Azure is the that is nothing but name given by the Microsoft, given by what is that? Microsoft, for marketing their products, cloud-based services, cloud-based services. Now guys, when it comes to this Azure Data Bricks, the Azure Data Bricks is nothing but, this is, okay guys, everyone just have a look, and I want everyone to just interact with me, so that, okay, if you have any doubt, we can just clarify it meanwhile. Okay guys, so now the Azure Databricks is nothing but, it is a cloud-based, okay, it is a cloud-based service. It is a cloud-based service or cloud service. It's a cloud service. Azure Databricks is a cloud service provided by Microsoft, provided by what is that? Microsoft. And now it is used for the purpose of what? Extraction, transformation, and loading. So now guys, what is this extraction, transformation, and loading? Let us try to understand this. Whereas the extraction, transformation, and loading, everyone, the extraction, that is ETL, extraction, transformation, and loading. Extraction, transformation, and then we have loading. Basically, the extraction, transformation, and loading, it is a process, or it is a technique which is used to perform the data summarization. It's used to perform the data summarization. As that is extraction, transformation, and loading. It is a process, or it is a technique to summarize the data, And whereas for this particular process of ETL, we require the following. What is that? Source. And then we require, what is that guys? We require the another one, that is called as a target. Whereas a source is nothing but what? The source where we get the source from where we get the information is called as what? A source. And target is nothing but what? Target is a place or destination. Target is nothing but place or destination. Is called as what? Destination. Target or destination. We can say it here. Okay. Now guys, between the source and the target, we perform the process of what is that? ETL. What is that? Extraction, transformation, and loading is the process which is performed between two. What is that? Source and the target. Source and the target. Now guys, even a layman, that is a person who is not from an IT background, should understand this. That is my main motive, okay, for explanation of all these things. Okay, so now guys, let us try to see what is this ETL actually does. Now guys, this ETL basically performs the extraction process on the source, picks up and transforms the data, and load it into the required format. For that, let us take an example. Now guys, you wanted to cook a curry, that is a vegetable curry you want to cook. So as soon as you decided to cook a vegetable curry, you will go to the market and get the vegetables. Once you have been to a market, there you can find many vegetables in the market, such as we have, for example, in Telangana, we have this Raitu Bazaar, or in various areas, even we have the supermarkets, that is Reliance Fresh, where they are providing all the vegetables at one store. Am I right? So once you've been to this market, how many type of vegetables you can find it, guys? Can you tell me? Just a practical one, nothing related to subject. Tell me now. Yes, guys.
Different vegetables.
Yeah, many types of vegetables, vegetables. So are you going to buy all those vegetables, or some of it which is required for your to cook your curry?
Require for
That is there. So you are going to pick up only those vegetables which is required to cook the curry. Now you have picked up. Okay, now you have picked up. Okay, guys, just a minute. Just give me a second. I've got some important call got here. Sorry, guys. Actually, I got some important call to attend from my office. Okay. So now, guys. So I'm audible now. Hello. Yes, guys. I'm audible.
Yes, you can continue.
Okay. So now, guys, you have, what is this? We have this ETL. So now, guys, Azure Databricks is nothing but this is a service provided by the Microsoft to perform the job of ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and loading. Whereas this process of extraction, transformation, and loading requires a source and a target. So once you have a source and a target, between the source and the target, we perform the job of ETL. Now, to understand this ETL in a better way, I'll just give you an example. We were discussing an example of a vegetable supermarket. So now once you've been to the vegetable supermarket, so you will find various kind of multiple vegetables. But are you going to purchase all of them or few of it? Few of it. Am I right? Very few of it you will purchase it as per your requirement, what you want to cook today. So what you will do, you will pick those vegetables and put it in a basket. Now, tell me now, what is the form of vegetables now currently when you're picked up? Yes, guys. What is the form of the vegetables right now when you picked up? It is in a raw form. Am I right? Yes, guys. It is in a raw form. So now what we have done, we have picked up those vegetables and put it in a basket and build it. We bought it at a home. Now tell me, so in order to cook the vegetable curry, what is it you have to do? Tell me now. Cutting and chopping. That means you have to change the format. You have to change the that is nothing but format. That means by cutting and chopping vegetables, you have to do it. And now once the vegetables are cut and chopped, okay, that is nothing but again what you will do, you'll put it in a bowl and start cooking. So once the cooking is done, so what you are doing, you have converted here, just listen it, you have done a process that is nothing but from you bought a vegetables, you cut them off, and now you have cooked it. That means you have changed the format. So now guys, in this, can you see what is that? Picking up from vegetables, from all a list of vegetables, you're picking up only restricted vegetables which is required for you. That is called as what? The process of what, guys? That is called as the process of what? Extraction. Am I right, everyone? It is called as the process of what? Extraction. And now once the vegetables is bought, and what you will do, cutting, chopping, and cooking them. So are you changing the form of vegetables from the raw form to the cooked form or not, guys? Yes. So that is called as a process of what? Transformation. And ultimately the loading. Loading means what? Whatever you have it, you'll put it in the target. Your target is eating. So that's called as loading process. So here in the same way, example, in the same way here also, what we do, we perform the extraction, transformation, and loading between the two. What is that? Source. The source consisting of what? Data. Data means what, guys? Data means what? Data is nothing but information. Data is nothing but what? Information. Okay. Data is nothing but what? Information. Data is nothing but what? Information. So we pick up the information from the source, required information, that is called as the extraction. And once the information is extracted, what you do? You transform. That means change the format of the information. That is called as transformation. And once a transformation is done, then finally you will load the data into the target or the destination. For example, guys, now I will give you a live type of example so that you will understand this ETL in a very better way. Suppose, guys, you have a latest, take a say supermarket data is there. Okay, some supermarket data is here. Can you see, all of you? Just concentrate well, guys. You will have a very good idea on this. So now, guys, you have product ID, and then you have the product rate, guys. Product rate is there, and then you have the product rate, product quantity sold, QTY. And next is what? Date of sales. That's it. These are the columns we have it. Product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. Am I right, everyone? Yes. Are you? Am I able to? You are able to hear me, guys? Please. Guys, please, you should respond it. People are not kids. You should respond it. This is a professional class going on, isn't it? So I want everyone you to just interact with me, please. Okay. So now, guys, what is it called as? Product rate, product ID, product rate, product quantity sold, and date of sales. These are the columns. These are the columns information of a supermarket. Let us make it here as a more supermarket, guys. More supermarket, you have it. And this is the information of the more supermarket. Day-wise sales is recorded. Can you see here, all of you? Guys, can you see here, all of you? Now, product ID is something like this, 1, 2, 3, and rate is, let us say, 100 rupees. Okay, and then the product quantity is, what is that? 10. Or quantity sold is 10 pieces, or 10 in the quantity, and date of sales is, let us make it here as 28. Guys, what is that? You have it 28 11 2022. And now 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, again we have what's it? 200 rate, and 20 is the quantity sold, and then we have the date of sales is what? 28 is 11 2022, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 5, 300, quantity sold is 10, and the date of sales is 28 11 2022. Now, guys, everyone is following? Please say yes or no, guys. Yes, everyone is following?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now we have this. This is nothing but the first one. And now, guys, on the second day also the data is recorded. That means the second day data. I'm just making it off. Can you see here, all of you? I'm just having this 28th data. Na? I want some other day data is also here. That is nothing but, let us say, 27th. I'm taking it as what? 27th data. Okay, 27, 27, and now 27. Now, guys, here you have, let us make it as 100 only. Okay, some change I have made it, that is okay. 100, and let us make it as a 10 here. Now, guys, this is the data you have it. Now, guys, tell me now, my query is here. The supermarket management wanted to know, management wanted to know the net sales took place on 27th and 28th of November 2022, and find out the variation. Find out the variation. Getting my point, guys? Find out the variation. They want this query to be executed. Now tell me, the supermarket authority wanted to know what is the variation in 27th and 28th day, whether the sales has increased or decreased. They wanted to know this. This is their query. So based on this, how this Azure data engineer is going to work. Now, guys, first of all, to apply the process of extraction, transformation, loading. Now tell me, to find out the net sales, do you require the product ID, guys? Can you tell me, all of you? If you interact with me, I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. If not, I'll be helpless, guys. I don't have a habit of,
No, it is required on dates here.
Yes, we don't require the product ID. Product rate is required?
No, only here.
Huh?
Here.
Here is required. But if you want to know the net sales without the product rate, how can you find out the net sales?
Yeah, sir.
So here we require product rate. Product rate we have picked up. That means product ID is not required. ID wise is not worried. He wants the net sales amount. So product rate is taken here. Product rate. Then now product quantity sold is required. Yes, of course we require to find out the net sales amount. We require the product quantity sold also. Then we have what's the date of sales. Yes, of course I require this DOS. I'm writing a shortcut. Now, guys, tell me product rate. What is the product rate? You have first product rate. Can you tell me, guys?
100.
Very good. So 100 is the rate, guys. Everyone, 100 is the rate. So I'm using this 100. Now tell me, what is the product quantity sold?
10.
Very good. That means the 10 pieces or 10 is the quantity, whatever it may be, you can consider. You can consider 10. Now, guys, what is the date of sales? Huh? This is the date of sales. Yes, this is the date of sales. Okay, this is the date of sales. It is 28 of so and so month. Now, guys, tell me. Second time, tell me now. In the second transaction, I've just made it 3 entries to make the process very simple. I have what 200 rupees as the rate of the product. Then I have the rate of the product as what 200, and then you have the quantity sold as what 20. Yes, yeah. 20 is the quantity sold. That's it. Now date is same, anyways, leave it. Now guys, the third one is 300 is the rate of the product. And now guys, once the 300 is the rate, you will have to just make it here 300, and then the quantity sold is again 10. Now guys, this is called as the process which I have done right now. This is called as the process of what? Extraction. Am I right, everyone?
It's a small note. For extracting our data, we need to create another database table like for these 3 fields.
Simple. Yeah, that is fine. Technically, I'm not just, just simple example. I'm just making it you. Okay, just to understand the process. Extraction. Okay, guys. Now, the next one after the extraction is done. What is the next process you have it? Tell me now. Transformation. Very good. Transformation. Okay. Transformation. Now, guys, transformation is the actual process of where we on the data we perform any kind of arithmetic operations, whatever the things you require it, we have to do it. Now tell me, to find out the net sales, what is that you require? You need to find out you pick up the product rate and product quantity. Now tell me, product rate is 100 rupees, quantity sold is 10. That means 100 into 10 means what is outcome, guys? Tell me now.
1000.
Very good. 200 into 20 means what?
2000, 3000.
Very good. 2000. And next one is what? 3000. So now, guys, 2000, 3000. Now you have performed some arithmetic operation. Now sum all the values. 1000 plus 2000 plus 3000. What is the total sum you have it? Can you tell me? The total sum amount is
4000.
6000. Am I right? So can I write like this? Can you see here? I'm writing here like this. I'm creating a new table here. I'm creating a new table with a name called what? Net sales. Net sales amount. Simple. Net sales amount table. Now, guys, what I will do is, below this, I will put up, guys, below this, I will put up the value, the net sales amount. What is the value of the net sales amount? Can you tell me? 6000. But now, on which date this transaction took place, guys? On which date the transaction took place? Tell me now.
28th.
28th. Very good. So now, guys, okay, now, guys, you have 28/11/2022. So finally, what I'm doing is, finally, I'm pasting up the data here. Now, guys, this data is ready. But I wanted to know the variation of 27th and 28th. Now, again, repeat the process for the same. Now, tell me, instead of pasting all these things repeatedly, I'll directly calculate 10 into 100 into 10 what?
1000.
Very good. So I'll write it here 1000. Yes. 100 into 10. Yes. 100 into what is that? 10. Then I have the value as what is that? Tell me now. 1000. Now tell me. Next one, what is the calculation you have it? 200 into 10 means what?
2000.
Very good. 2000. So use it as 200. Then into 10 is equal to 2000. Very good.
Then 110, 1000.
110, what is that?
1000.
Very good. 1000. I think it is 4000, no?
Yes,
guys.
Yes.
8000. Am I right? Okay. Anyways, no issues, no problem. Okay. Now, guys, can you see it? We have it. Now, guys, now it is what? Tell me. Now it is what? 3000. Sorry, 2000 plus 4000. 2000 means what? Totally, what's the amount now? Now the net sales amount here is what? I'm directly writing it here. What is that? 4000. Am I right, everyone? And the date of sales is what? 27/11/2022. Now this is the final data I will. What I will do is, this is called as a transformation. Now the transformation is done. Finally, what I will do? I will start the process of loading. Now loading will be done. Loading, and the data will be loaded into what? destination. Okay, the data will be loaded into what is that? Yes, guys, the data will be loaded into what? Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Now tell me, destination is nothing but what? Target. Am I right, everyone? Target. This is your target data. So now, guys, this data I'll load it into the target once. Now, from the job of extraction till the job of loading into the target, it's the job of a Azure data engineer. It is a job of what is that? Azure data engineer, which we do it by using the Databricks. Which we do it by using what is that, guys? Databricks. Now further, he wanted to know what is the final variation. That is, find the variation. So this job further is a job of analyst. Analyst or the job of the data scientist. So job of the data scientist. These are the person who is going to work. So, but in Azure, for even working onto this, that is for the analyst and data scientist, we have the services provided here. Instead of Databricks, we can use the machine learning, we can use the artificial intelligence and do the same task of finding out the same and finally generating a report and sending back the report to the client here or the customer, whatever we have it. So this is the process of extraction, transformation, and loading. Everyone is okay now, guys? Please tell me now. Is this clear for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now this is how it works. Yes, this is how it works. Now, whereas when it comes to this, now this is fine. But what about, I have a doubt here. What is that? So the thing is that I wanted to know, first of all, guys, everything is fine. But I wanted to know here, first of all, what is basically, we are doing it all these things. This is cloud, etc., everything is here. But now what is it I wanted to do here is, cloud is there, everything, but on premises. I want to know, first of all, what is the difference? So now, guys, here you will have two things. What is that? Clouds. And next one is what? On-premise. Clouds and on-premise. Basically, these are the two factors which is importantly we should know. Okay. So to understand the situation of this, basically cloud, I'll give you a very simple example on this. Cloud is nothing but, or on-premises is nothing but, it is just like, just take an example of your mobile phone, guys. Everyone take an example of your mobile phone. Your mobile phone has how many memories? Can you tell me? Your mobile phone has how many memories? Yes, one is the inbuilt memory. You will have it in your mobile phone. Another one is, what is that? You will have it. You can store it in the SD card. And the third one, and the third memory, which is nothing but you can store the data in, what is that? Yes, which you can store the data in, what's that? Google Drive. Now tell me, one fine day, you lost your mobile phone. Now the data which is available inside your mobile phone and in the memory card, can you recover it back? Can you recover it back?
No, sir.
No. But if you store the data in the Google Drive, you can recover it back at any point of time, even if you change the handset. Am I right, guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So now the data, which is stored in the Google Drive is nothing but the data is on the cloud. The data is on, what is that? Cloud. And the data which is there in your, can you see your mobile phone? That is called as what? On-premises. It is called as what, guys? On-premises. So now, slowly all the corporates, all the business entities are moving from the on-premises environment to cloud environment. For what? For security reasons, for storage reasons, for avoiding purchasing of a licenses, everything. To avoid this, they are going on to the cloud services. And whereas across the globe, we have the following cloud providers. What is that? We have the Azure. Okay. Azure is one of the topmost cloud provider. And then we have AWS, Amazon Web Services. Then we have the GCP, which is nothing but the Google Cloud Platform. Google is also into this. Whereas these two are the market leaders in providing this. Apart from this, you also have, what is that? Alibaba, one of the China-based cloud provider. And we have SAP Cloud is there. And then your Oracle Cloud is there. Various people has come out with their products. Various people has come out with their products with various names. Getting my point? Azure, AWS, GCP, Alibaba, SAP, and then we have Oracle, etc. But now the leading market, the leaders of the market is what? Azure and as well as the Amazon. Yes, Salesforce, of course. Okay, all these are the cloud providers, but Azure, or Amazon Web Services. Even the GCP is coming up now, but the market leader is the Azure. Okay, why? I'll tell you. Before it was Amazon Web Services. Yes, of course. So before it was Amazon Web Services was in the top position. Now it has come down. Why? The same task what Azure is providing, or you can do it in Azure, that is quite cheaper than if you use it in AWS. If you use in what? AWS, it is bit costlier. So hence, to reduce that, the Azure has provided or launched their product on a very cheaper cost. So hence we can say that here the Azure is cheaper than comparatively with the Amazon Web Services. Hence, it is more efficient than AWS. Then that's the reason why it's leading up the market. And whatever the cloud providers you have it, they all provide the cloud services in the form of the categories. What is that? First one is called as what? IaaS. And the second one is called as what? PaaS. And the third one is called as what? SaaS. IaaS means what, guys? Infrastructure as a service. That means if at all you require some space to store, suppose this is my computer, all of you, this is my computer, I'm taking it to my desktop. Everyone, just a minute, I'm sharing my desktop. Just a minute, I'm sharing my desktop. See, these are some sharing my desktop. Can you see here, all of you? Just have a look. Here, guys, what is it I wanted to do is, I'm sharing my desktop. Just a minute, wait. I have some files are there. Some files are there here. I don't want these files to be remain on my computer desktop. I want to store it in the cloud because for easy access, more security, etc. I require some storage space or not to store the data. Am I right? Google Drive is providing by default how much space for us? 15 GB. Am I right? Whereas if at all you require to store the data more than 50 GB, then what is it you require to do? Tell me, guys, what is it you require to do?
We need to
purchase. You need to purchase. Am I right? In the same way here also, you here, what is it? The drive. I want to store this entire some information. Some, let us say you have, okay, I have on my desktop around 10 petabyte, 10 petabyte information is there. I want to store it. That I need not worry for that. Simply, I need to inform my cloud provider. My cloud provider is going to provide me the service of storing the data on their particular cloud environment. And cloud environment, ultimately they store the data in what? At the data centers they have it. Data centers across the globe, they have the data centers. And Azure is having their data centers around at 54 locations currently. They are operating from 54 locations currently. That means the Azure is operating from what? 54 locations currently to provide the, that is nothing but storages. And whenever you require, they can access. That is called as what? Infrastructure as a service, storage service, all this going to provide. Infrastructure means what, guys? Infrastructure is nothing but computer, that is nothing but hard disk, or else we require a RAM. All these things will be provided to you by the Azure in the form of what? IaaS as a service, infrastructure as a service. PaaS means what? Suppose, guys, you wanted to use a platform called operating system on not Windows, because banking data, when you consider, you will have a massive amount of data in the banking sector. So banking sector, massive amount of data is not supported. So hence what we do? Yes, what we do? We require to store the data, or we require to save the data, yeah, or we require to run the data on the various cloud, that is the platforms, that is called as what? Mainframes from IBM or Unix platform. But right now, can you see here, you don't have that. If it is in a local computer or a local server, you have to buy that particular operating system and install it into your PC. In order to avoid that, simply you can inform your cloud provider Azure to provide you the PaaS as a service. That means platform. I want to operating system as the mainframes operating system. So they will install it for you. They will provide you that service, licenses and all these things. You need not worry about this. Suppose you have a software as a service. Means what? Suppose you require some software. That means for storing your data, you require some SQL database. So now, guys, whenever you require the SQL database, you require to buy the license. Am I right? License of all softwares. So here you do not worry about the license, guys. Here you need not worry about the license. The license is not your responsibility. License is not your responsibility. License is the responsibility of the Azure provider, that is a cloud provider. So simply you need to use this, you need to pay. So how you are going to pay? You need to go with the model called pay as you go model. That means the way you use it, you have to pay. It is just like your OTT platforms. If you want to watch some premium movies, you have to pay some extra cost. Am I right, guys? Yes, everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In the same way here also, if you want to take some premium services, you have to pay for it. That's it. Use it. Pay, use and go. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing will be your own. Whenever you require, they will save it. For saving, they will charge the cost. So that is nothing but they have cut short the things. So here, serverless, they have made it serverless now. That means you need not have a servers in your office where server room for maintenance of the server. Again, some service administrator is required. All these things is not required. Everything is cut short here. Getting my point? So that is nothing but the simply with a laptop and that is nothing but your mail ID and login, just like this. You can start your project. I'm using it. Can you see here, all of you? Portal.azure.com. I'm using this. Simply you need to log into this web page, guys, with a laptop, and then you can start working on this, guys. Can you see it? Then you can start working on this. See, you can start working, you create your this thing own. So here, can you see here? Go to the subscription. You will find how much cost they are billing it for you. Can you see here? Currently, my role, they'll display you. I'm the account admin, and current cost, see, 587 rupees because I'm using it right now active. Likewise, you will have to pay as you go model. So simply with a username and password created on the Azure, you can start up your own project with a very low cost, without any infrastructure, servers, etc., etc. Everything is taken care by the Azure only. There is a cloud provider only. Okay, guys. So as a part of this course, we are going to see this Azure Databricks. Okay, with all the real-time applications we have it. Okay, so all the real-time applications and what are the things you require it, Azure Synapse, all, even the Delta Lake, how to develop a Delta Lake. Delta Lake is about the data lake. So all these Delta Lakes creation, how to extract the data, how to perform the transformation on the data, how to report the data, visualization of data, everything we are going to see as a part of this course, for which we will be having 60 hours time. 60 hours time we will have it. You will have a time called what? 60 hours time. Okay, 60 hours time. And you will have the class from Monday to Friday. Monday to Friday, 5 days. But Saturday, if it is required, we'll put it the class some days, or if it's not required, we don't put up the class some days. Okay, guys. So this is how we are going to move it ahead. And the contents brochure and all, you can find it on the web page. You can see there. Yes. If you have any doubt now you can ask me, guys. Go ahead and ask, please.
Sir, it is just extracting transformer loading, or we use any SQL behind this, or any developing, just we have to know any Python coding or any other?
Yes, Python coding development is also there. Python coding is also there. So Python, Scala, R and SQL, these are the codes in which you need to write it. It is basically a coding based process where you need to know this. If you don't know this, you will have to learn it. And whereas as a part of this course, maximum I'm going to cover you the Python, because Python is the main this thing I'm going to teach you. And Bricks is also providing default languages of Python only, but you can also use the Scala, you can use the R, you can use the SQL language to write the commands and do the same. So basically the thing is that here in this, it is not, this is the, you will have two services. I'll just give you one more service name here. That is, first is the Azure Databricks, which is nothing but it is used for the process. And also you will have the Azure Data Factory. ADF is also there for the same process, but the ADF is used here as that is nothing but as a GUI, graphical user interface. But here you will have the ADB as a character user interface. Both of them performs the same job, but why ADF and why ADB? That means basically in the real time for data ingestion. That means for data ingestion means what? Extraction. Here, can you see? Pulling in the data, pulling in the data, pulling in the data, extracting all those things. Till here only they are using ADF. Further to this ADB job, because ADB has a more feature of visualization, more flexibly visualize it, and ADB provides a user, multiple users to work onto the same environment. Suppose there is a data scientist, there is a data engineer, and there is one more programmer is there, database programmer. All of them collaboratively work in a single environment. That is the Databricks thing you have it. Okay, so now guys, so this is the thing you have it in Databricks. And now if you want any other questions, you can go ahead and ask, please.
Can you please show me the some coding, how it involves in real time? Just sample coding, sir.
A sample coding. Okay, some sample coding is basically, I'll tell you just a minute. See, sample coding here, what we have it is, we can use in 4 different languages. So we can write it, the coding like this, such as I'm using Python. So if at all you want to use the Python in bricks, use %py, and then you can see here, you can just print of this line, whatever this is, bricks class. Likewise, you can write it here. Okay, you can write like this. Okay, or else if at all you are using the same thing, can you see here in Scala, you have to use %Scala, and you can use it print ln, print line. The same thing you can use it there in Scala. Okay, these are the type of codings you can write it here. Okay guys, so these are the things you have it. So anyways, we will see. Hello, this. Sir. Yeah.
Sir, in the course content, I have seen some Spark syllabus.
Spark, PySpark also will tell you.
Okay, sir.
Sir, Samir sir. Sir, if I learn this Databricks, how many years of show the experience, sir?
See guys, Databricks, if you learn any cloud technology, not only Databricks, whether it is Data Factory or it is Azure, Amazon Web Services, whatever the thing you have it, you can start, or especially Azure, don't put it before 2018 because this version has not been launched. So hence it was there, but it not launched basically. So you can put it after 2019-20, you can put up 2 years experience maximum. Okay guys.
Sure. But if you are finally giving us some real-time environment experience,
obviously.
Sir, will you provide any real-time hands-on project?
Yes, projects in the sense the real-time scenarios. There will be no project like structure in cloud environment. You will have the case studies. That is the only realistic case studies.
POCs, like we need to take one POC and we'll be applying on the data factories.
Yes.
Data factory and Databricks.
Yes, the same way we work here.
It is a combination of the ADF and Azure Databricks, sir, or also
this one is only ADB, not the ADF. This particular class, what you people are attending, it is only ADB. It has to do nothing with the ADF. ADF one class integration I will show you. That's it. But ADF is totally different course. That is at morning 7 AM. We have a new batch started the same day.
But the same functionality will be the same for the
functionality will be changed. Functionality will be, that is ultimately doing it for ETL only. But I am telling you now, this is a bit different concept. Ultimately, it achieves the same task, but the concept is variation. Obviously, you'll have some variation on this.
Samir,
the people who don't know about the Python, how they can manage Python, PySpark,
See,
Scala, etc.
Python, PySpark, basic commands you should try out. You can get it here basically on this Google. If not, I have some Python videos that I can refer you. I can send you that videos. You can refer those videos, Python classes videos. Then you can understand it. Okay, that is my classes only. And here, because we have a bricks, it itself is a very vast subject. Teaching again Python here will be a cumbersome process for me. So I don't want to make you any kind of fake promises that I will teach you that or this, because the realistic issues what we have to see and the real-time scenarios which we have to see, every scenario will take 1.5 hours to 2 hours time every day. Okay, though we are saying 60 hours, but it will cross around 90 hours a day, 90 hours totally, because 1.5 hour to 2 hours class also we have to take up some days. So that is the thing. So Python, if you want, see, basically I will go from the basic Python only. But still, if you need some more inputs, because you might not be from this background, you might be from some different background. In such a case, then in such a case, you can just either do the Python separately, or I can send you some videos. Is there basic Python videos, how to write the code, how to generate this line, how to print all these things. I'll send you that you can have it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, mobile. Okay, any other questions? Anyone else want to ask me some questions? Okay, guys, that's it. So we'll meet tomorrow at same time, 10:15. We'll join the class. Okay. Thank you everyone for attending this demo. Thank you everyone. Okay, guys. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so now let us start with the this Azure Databricks. Okay, guys, so now the Azure Databricks will just go ahead. Now, as you know, yesterday already we have discussed about these things. What is an Azure Databricks? So basically, the Azure Databricks is nothing but the Azure Databricks is a service. Is what is that? It is a service. It is a service provided by what is it? Microsoft. It is a service provided by what? Microsoft, in order to perform the job of what is that? Extraction, transformation, and loading. That is nothing but ETL. Okay. So that is nothing but Azure Databricks is a service provided by Microsoft to perform the job of extraction, transformation, and loading. Okay. Now, so this process of ETL, guys, tell me now, this process of ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and loading requires what? Yes, guys, you require two things. One is the source, another one is what is the target. You require the source and the target. Between the source and the target, guys, we perform this job. That is called as ETL. Okay, everyone. So we have what is that? Between the source and the target, guys, between the source and the target, we perform the job of ETL, that is extraction, transformation, and loading. So whereas the source is nothing but all of you, source is nothing but what, guys? Source of data. Am I right, everyone? Source of nothing but what? Source of data. Guys, source of income means what? A place or a source from where we get the money is called as source of income. In the same way, source of data is nothing but what? Source of data. That is, we get the data from what? Ultimately, we get the data from what? Business only. Am I right? From where do we get the data? Can you tell me, guys? Yes, all of you. Yes, I want a reply from all of you guys.
From source.
Huh?
We have to extract the data from the source, and
My question is that data we get it from where ultimately? From the business only we get the data, na?
Yeah.
From the business we get the data, and this data we can get it in the form of what? In the form of files. In the form of what is it?
CSV.
Yes, we can get the data in the form of what? Databases. We can get the data even from live streaming data. So what do you mean live streaming data, guys? Live streaming data is nothing but just like, you know, the share market data you have it live streaming, which will be fluctuating. Okay, on that is immediate, that is very short interval, the values keep on fluctuating. That is called as live streaming data. Okay, just like your cricket match. Okay, just like the stock market, this thing. So all this data will fluctuate. So we get it data from ultimately business, and from these businesses we get the data in the form of what? Files. Again, guys, these files can be what? It can be CSV files, it can be Excel files, all of you. It can be CSV file, Excel files, then we can have what's that? JSON file, etc. All these are the various type of files we have it. So from this data, from these files, what we do is we pull in the data by using the ADB. By using what is that? ADB. And ADB is used for what? ETL. Am I right, everyone?
Yes.
Yes, everyone tell me now. Yes, ADB, yeah, tell me. Yes, we use the ADB, that is called as Azure Database, and we pull in by using this ETL of ADBs. Ultimately, once it is done, extraction transformation is done, finally the data will be loaded into the destination. Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. What is that? Destination. Okay, destination. Destination. Finally, the data will be loaded into what? Destination. Destination means what, guys? Can you tell me? Please, all of you. What is destination? Target. Destination is nothing but what? Target. Okay, target is nothing but ultimately where you want to put the data. Now, guys, these are the data sources we can have. Now, tell me, we have the types of data. Types of data. Can you tell me, guys, now? All of you just try to interact, guys. You should respond it to me. Then only I'll come to know whether you people are following or not. Okay, else it will be issue. Guys, types of data. So now, guys, what is types of data? The following are the types of data. We have it. The first one, that means we get the data from business now. All this data, database data, live streaming data, data from the files, etc. All this data are basically classified. And now, guys, this data, we can also refer it as what? Big data. Am I right, everyone? Can we call it the big data, guys? Yes, everyone tell me now.
Yes, sir.
So hence we can call it as a big data. Now, guys, let us do one thing now. Now, here, let us see the types of data. So generally we have the following types of data. That means this big data, can you see here? Or we can say types of big data. For your more clarity, I can say types of big data. So the types of big data are following. The following are the types of big data we can have. The first and foremost type of big data which we can have, guys, the first and foremost type of big data which we can have is what is that? Structured data. Second one is what? Semi-structured data. Third one is what? Unstructured data. Getting my point? Structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. Getting my point? Structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data. These are the three type of data. So you have it. Now, guys, tell me, what do you mean by structured data? Structured data is nothing but, can you see here? I'm writing an example. For example, I'm writing it here. For example, all of you, I'm writing here written as an example. You have the name as a column. Then you have ID. ID is nothing but identification number. Then you have salary. Then you have job. Something like this. Name is, let us give Alan. and ID number is something 21. Salary is 1000 or 10,000. Let us make it as, and the job is the clerk. All of you following me or not? Bobby, 12,000. Senior clerk. Yes, guys, are you following it or not? Please convey it, guys. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So now next again, what's it? Carl, we have it. Can you see it? 32, and the salary is 15,000. Accountant. That's it. Okay. Now, guys, can you see it? This is the data we have it. Now tell me, this data is in which format? Can you tell me, guys? This data is in which format? It is rows and columns. Am I right, guys?
Yeah.
It is in the proper form of rows and columns. Hence, this kind of data is called as what, guys? Tell me now. Hence, this kind of data is called as what? Very good. Structured data. This kind of data is called as what? Structured data. Now the turn comes for the semi-structured data. How the semi-structured data? I'll show you guys. Semi-structured data, guys. Semi-structured data is nothing but, okay, whereas the data which is recorded in the following type of files is called a semi-structured. JSON file, then we have XML file, etc. Suppose the same data, above data, I'll use it and I'll write the JSON file. How I'll write it? JSON file, always the data will be recorded in the curly braces. These are the curly braces. Suppose I am writing the column called name here. Name. Under the double quotes, use ALN as a name. Okay, guys. Comma. Everyone. Use it here. What is the next one? You have it. Column. Tell me now. Guys, what is the next column? I have it. ID. So ID is which column here? Can you tell me, guys?
The second column.
Numeric column. Second numeric column. Am I right? If you have a numeric column, then the data will be normally given without the quotation marks. Next. What is the third column? What is the third column? Can you tell me, guys?
It's a salary based column.
Salary column. So now tell me, salary is a numeric column or character column?
It's a numeric.
So again, there will be no quotes here. Now job. What is the next column? You have it. Job, na? Job is a numeric or character?
Character. It's a character based.
So now use a clerk, and now this particular thing will be given here in the form of quotes. Can you see it? Quotes. Now finally, once it is completed, it will give you the brace here. That means this is called as a document. It is called as what? A document. It is called as what? JSON document. Clear, all of you? And this kind of data is called as semi-structured. This is not a fully structured, but at the same time, it is not unstructured also. It has some structure which the user can understand it. That is called as what? Semi-structured data. And guys, most of the times you will get the data in the semi-structured format only in the real time. Get my point? In the JSON format or XML format or HTML format only we get the data most of the times. Okay. So as a data engineer, it is your responsibility to pick up this data, guys, to pick up this data and convert this semi-structured data into what? Proper structure format. With the process of ETL, you have to do that. Get my point? That is the actual meaning of transformation. That is the actual meaning of what, guys? Transformation, where you transform the data. Now, guys, I will show you one more format that is called as XML. Now, let us make it as a table name here as a employees. All of you. Employees is a table name. Guys, employees is the table name. So, I am using it here as it is. Guys, everyone. Employees is the table name. So now the data will be recorded in the form of tags. These are called as tags, guys. Everyone have a look. These are called as tags. The tag. If the same data I write it here in the tags format. Now tell me, what is the name of your table? Can you tell me, guys? What is the name of this table I have given?
XML.
Name of the table. I'm writing the same data here.
Employees.
To use the employees. This is called as an opening tag. This is called as opening tag, guys. This is called as what? Opening tag. Okay. This is called as what? Opening tag. Now, guys, next one. What is the first row you have it? First column you have it? Tell me now. Name as the first column, na? Copy this. Can you see it? The first column will be like this. And now, guys, what is the value in the name? Tell me now. What is the name of the employee in the first row? What is the name of the employee in the first row, guys?
Alan.
Use Alan. That's it. Now, this job is done now. Is there any more data right now in the first row for this Alan? No. So close the tag now. This is called as closing the tag. Now, what is the second column you have to tell me now?
It's Bobby.
ID. Value is what? 21. And now close the tag. So is done now. So let's close the tag here. That's it. Next. What's the next one you have to tell me now? Sal. What's the salary you have value? 10,000. Now close the tag.
This is what type of format, sir?
XML.
Okay.
Now again you have what's it? Job. And now job, what is the job value you have it? Clerk. That's the first row. I'm writing only first row here, nothing else. Close the job. That's it. Now the first row is completed. Finally, you have to close the tag here. So I'm closing the tag here. Can you see? This is called as the opening tag, row tag. This is called as the closing row tag. That's it. Okay. This kind of format is called as XML format. That is called as what? Exponential markup language, or we can also say extendable markup language. Okay. This is called as what? XML format. This is called as what? XML format. Okay. This is called as what? XML format. And this is called as a JSON format. These are, but you can understand the data with this, but this kind of data is called as what, guys? Semi-structured data. This kind of data is called as what, guys? Semi-structured data. Getting my point, all of you? Yes, guys, I want an answer, ma.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, tell me now. Now, okay, basically, okay, this is nothing but you have it. Extendable markup language, we have it. That's it, guys. After this, okay. Okay, guys. So these are the two formats. That is extensible markup language, and what is that you have it? JSON format. That's it. Now, guys, we have already done with the semi-structured data and structured data. This is called as a structured data, where the data is recorded in the proper rows and columns. And here you have what's that? Semi-structured data. That's it, guys. And now the third one, the third type of data, that is called as what? Unstructured data. What is the unstructured data, guys? Can you tell me? Unstructured data is nothing but in your mobile phone, you will have photos, videos, voice notes, chat history. All this is what? All those are called as what? Unstructured data. The data which does not follows any structure, or which does not have any structure. Which does not have any structure. Which does not have any structure. Okay. Which does not has any structure is called as what? Unstructured data. Okay. There is no format for unstructured data. Your photos, your chat histories, etc. But whereas the drawback is that 80% of the data collected in the big data environment. 80% of the big data environment or big data collected will be 80% of the data will be unstructured only. Only of the 20% we'll have it structured and semi-structured. Getting my point? All of you?
Yes, sir.
Only 20% will have structured and semi-structured. Okay, guys. So now this is called as the type of data we have it. Now the next one, guys, let us try to see whether whatever the type of data you have it. Can you see it? Just to see this example. What we do from the business, we get the data in the type of files, and these files can be all JSON, etc. And we pull in into the ADB. Then we perform the job of ETL. So after we pull into the ADB, guys, that means ADB is a service. ADB is what? Service provided by what? Who provides this ADB?
Oh, it's Azure one, Microsoft Azure.
Azure, Microsoft Azure. So now, guys, actually the data need to be stored in Azure storages first. From the Azure storages, the data can be pulled in. From the, can you share? We extract the data from external sources, and these external sources, guys, these external sources, whatever you're getting the data or whatever the external sources we are having, that we will access the data and store into the Azure storages. Into what is that? Azure storages. And then we use the ADB on this Azure storages and perform the job of extraction, transformation, and loading. Then you perform the job of what? Extraction, transformation, and what? Loading ultimately. Clear now, guys, everyone? Now let us see. See, these storages are common for all. Whether you use the ADB or you use the ADF or you use the data factory, Azure Databricks or Synapse, machine learning, artificial intelligence, you use anything. These storages are common for everyone. Getting my point?
Yes,
Please
sir.
come. Yeah. Now let us see the storages you have it. Storages in Azure. Okay, guys. Storages in Azure. So now, guys, the following are the storages in Azure. The following are the storages in Azure. The Azure supports almost all 90 plus storages. How many storages, guys? 90 plus storages. We can have the data in following. What's that? The first one is what? Azure Blob Storage. Azure Blob Storage. And the second one, what is it? You have it. The first one is the Azure Blob Storage. Blob stands for what, guys? Blob stands for binary large object. Blob stands for what? Binary large object. The blob stands for what? Binary large object. All of you okay? Am I audible, guys?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
So blob stands for binary large object. Now the second one, you have the Azure Data Lake. In one.
Sir, how blob looks like?
I will show you the practical now. Don't worry. Okay. Azure Blob Storage, Azure Data Lake Gen 1, and then Gen 1 is this is going to retire in 2024. So right now they are not allowing to create us, but we can migrate it when is very soon we'll migrate it. Okay. So they have the third one, Azure Data Lake Gen 2. Then we have what is that? Azure Data Lake. Sorry, Azure SQL DB, SQL database. Azure Cosmos DB means what? This is called as what? No SQL database. This is called as what? No SQL database. It is called as what? No SQL database. This is called as what? Where you don't use SQL language. This is a very this particular Cosmos DB is on very much demand right now. No SQL database. And then we have, apart from this, Azure Synapse analytics. Likewise, you can have Azure Elastic Pool. That's it. Okay, guys. These are all the storages we can have. And now these storages can be used by, guys, these storages can be used by all the services of AD, that is Azure, whether it is ADF or ADB or Synapse or machine learning or artificial intelligence, any kind of thing you have it, we can use it here. Okay, guys. Now I'll show you guys how to see how many 90 plus storages you have now. How to see the storages, guys. Every one of you, just have a look, ma. Every one of you, I'm just opening the tab here. Everyone, I'm sharing this tab once again. Browser, open a browser and now type it here, portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. Use it as what? Portal.azure.com. And once you use the portal.azure.com, guys, these are the storages you have it. Click on more services. I will show you all the storages you have it. Can you see here? All these are the storages. These are the services you can say. And these are the storages. Can you see here? Container storages. These are called as container storages. These are called as what? Database storages. Can you see container storages are 7. Database storages are 20. Then we can have, what is that? These are some analytical services you have it. Artificial, can you see? Artificial machine learning plus machine learning. AI plus machine learning. AI means what? Artificial intelligence plus machine learning. IoT, Internet of Things. We say IoT sensors, I said, you know, this is the Internet of Things. These are all the services we have. But it has, what is it? How many storages? 90 plus storages it supports. Clear, all of you? Yes, guys, this is the storages. Storage account, consider Azure Data Lake Gen 1, Azure Stack Edge, Azure Data Box, data shares, okay, HPC caches, okay, various consist services we have it. Then you have what? Azure Data Box Gateway, Azure NetApp files. These are the various storages. So first of all, you have to create the storages. That's it. So these are the storages you have it, guys. Okay. Is everyone is following or not?
Yeah, sir.
So okay.
Sir, by using
Now,
Databricks, what we use here? I mean, storage. What are the storages we use in Databricks?
All 90 storages we use it.
I mean, in real time, we go with any AI and data synopsis.
Synapse we use it, but artificial intelligence is not our job.
Okay.
It is a job of a data scientist or data analyst. We are data engineers.
Okay. For the data engineers, what are the requirements, sir? We need only ADF and Databricks, or we want to learn any other also?
No, that is enough. Can you see here? The data engineer job will start here. The data engineer job will start here. Extraction, from the part of extraction. And it will end at the part of loading. You will have many more things to do in this itself.
Yes.
Further, after this extraction and loading, transformation loading, then further you will have, what is it? Artificial intelligence to be applied. So here, the artificial intelligence or analytics, everything will be applied here. So on by what's it? Data analyst. Analyst. and now by the data scientist. Now, basic difference I'll tell you between the data analyst and data scientist. Suppose you have the data like this, all of you. We have a data like this. What is that? Let us say here example. You have a sales of 28/11/2022, and you have a sales of 29/11/2022. So now, what is the difference of sales? Whether the sales has increased or decreased between these two dates, it will be given by the data analyst. Suppose now tell me, you have the 30th/11/2022 and 01/12/2022. Now tell me, these dates are available right now? No, or not? Yes, guys. These dates are available or not? Tell me, guys.
Dates are available, but the data is not available, sir.
Nah, that means dates are available, but data is not available. That means this is future prediction. So all the predictive analysis will be done by the data scientist. Getting my point? The predictive analysis, that is future, is going to be forecasted by the data scientist, and data analyst will make out the difference here. Okay, that is a job. So that is, anyways, this is not our cup of tea. If you have a knowledge, then it's fine, but we are going to work from this part and end at this part, as I showed you, where actual project technicality will be involved here in this. Okay, so that's it, guys. So I showed you this one, and now how to start up this section here. I'll just show you that also, so that you can prepare yourself accordingly. The practical skills, begin it from tomorrow. Now, guys, do one thing: open a tab, and now type it here, azure.com. Then click on what? Try Azure for free, or you can say start free. You can click on start free, or you can click on the pay as you go model. First, you can take the start free, because if this is provided free of cost for the 1 month. Okay, you can just click on this start free, and then it will ask you. See, mine is already registered, hence it is directly giving me my mail ID. If not, it will ask you for the mail ID and all. Okay, your mail ID, you have to register it, then you have to give your password. Everything has to be given here step by step. And once it is given, guys, okay, once it is given, then you will have to click on the sign in. And once you click on the sign in, guys, automatically you will be drive, or you will be rerouted. You will be rerouted to this portal card. You can see here, portal.azure.com. This will be a session. That's it. Okay. So from here, you can see a bricks. This is the bricks session. Open this bricks. So the same job, you can do it by using the bricks. You can also do it by the data factory session. This is a data factory. You can do it anything. Okay. So anyways, we'll start with the data bricks from tomorrow. How the things will work on in data bricks and all the things, we'll check it tomorrow. Okay. This is for the day, guys. That's it. So we'll just start up from tomorrow onwards. Okay. All of you just connect by 10:15, guys, everyone. Okay. Just try to connect by 10:15. 10:15 is your starting time. That's it. Okay. So we just let us connect it by 10:15, because even I have some other work to log in here. Okay. So just let us connect it by 10:15 tomorrow. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm just stopping the class here. Okay. Yes, guys, I'm audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, ADF also teaching by you, right, sir?
Yes, I'm teaching ADF also. Morning 7 a.m. new batch. Parallelly, new batch is started. Morning 7 a.m. ADF, you have it. Okay.
Okay, and the content we have the same in Databricks and ADF.
No. The contents of data factory is a separate. It is there on the Durga soft web page. You can have it. Okay.
Sir, if you want only videos of data factory, means what the price? It will be separate, or the same of cost of tutorial? If you want only ADF videos which taught by you, The cost is same as a tutorial cost, or it may reduce in the cost.
So just to do one thing, you contact, I'll let you know. If you want only the videos, I'm just typing the number, you can contact me, I'll tell you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's it, guys. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Sir, 1 minute.
Okay, right. Okay, we'll just meet tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
So before starting the session, so let me decide what is the plan for today. So today, our focus is only what is DevOps. That is only one thing we are going to be discussed for today only. So before starting, so audio is clear for all online students. Audio, video, everything is clear. So can you confirm in the chat box, please, all of you? Audio, video, everything is clear. So please, can anybody reply in the chat box? Just say hi, something. Thank you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Fine. So today our focus is only for what? DevOps. What is DevOps? We are going to be discussed for today. In tomorrow, we are going to be discussing about what is AWS. What is AWS and DevOps versus AWS. So today we're focused DevOps, tomorrow AWS and AWS versus DevOps. That is in exactly tomorrow day. So before starting this session, and let us course overview. What is this course? What exactly we are going to do? Let us course overview. So this course is designed with complete DevOps, complete AWS, Linux basics, and shell script. So these 4 will be covered in this course. The total duration of this course is 4.5 months plus, not is minus, it is plus 1 week or 2 weeks plus or minus. Okay, it will take total duration of this course is what exactly 4.5 months. In that 45 days, more than 45 days, we are going to be discussing AWS. More than 75 days, we're going to be discussing DevOps. It is a combo, we can't separate. So if you want to join in this course, which are all the prerequisites? So Linux basics is required. If you want to join in this course, Linux basics is required. That I will be covered, don't worry. Linux basics I'm going to be covered, don't worry. And shell script also I'm going to be covered, don't worry. No programming like Java, .NET, Python, no programming is required. If you understand my language, English, it is more than enough. It is more than enough, please. Laptop is required to practice every day. So minimum, so 10 Pro, Windows 10 Pro, 4 GB RAM is minimum, but I'm recommend 6 GB. i3 is minimum. So this is an exactly your laptop configuration. So who can join in this course? Yes, freshers can join in this course. Yes, freshers can join in this course. Experienced students also can join in this course, like developers, testers, AWS admins, Linux admins, Windows admins, DB administrators, any non-IT like a chemical background, mechanical background, any degree passed out, any non-IT students also can join in this course. Graduate, any graduation is must and should. Any graduate like BTech, MTech, MBA or a BSc computers, any degree is minimum qualification. So if you join in this course, which are all the benefits? If you join in this course, which are all the benefits, guys, please? So daily recordings will be provided. Once if you payment done, you will daily recordings will be received. After this class, some students may remember, some students may not be remember. Got it very clearly. But after this class, by seeing this recording, you can able to practice. My intention is providing the recording for practice only, not for saving somewhere else, for not sharing. It is student helping only. Then after reading, after attending classes, after watching video, after completion of practice, still if you have any doubts and clarification, I can clarify in the next class. Our motto is not attending classes and practicing. Okay, that is very, very important point. Resume preparation after completion of this course. Resume preparation, I'm going to be helping you. Interview question and answers, I'm going to be providing. Okay, 4 live projects will be covered, including in this duration 4.5 months. It is not a separate. Don't expect any separate projects. Course itself inbuilt, I'm going to be covering 4 live projects. For example, Ansible module, any module. So we're going to be start with what exactly basics, understanding to advanced. Then end of the module, we'll do 1 project. That is a model of our classes. Okay. Fine. 80% of soft material I'll provide, not hard copy, soft copy. So our classes start from where exactly? Very basic level. Each and every student can able to understand very easily, even non-technical students also. And it's going to be finished with an advanced level. So each and every class gonna be explained theoretically, understand the concept. The same thing will be reflected in a practical on the same class itself every day. That you need to practice. You have to promise yourself practice 1 hour for a class, minimum 2 hours to practice. 3 hours per day you need to promise yourself before joining in this course. And after completion of this course, you will receive a course completed certificate for only freshers. Experience also get it, but don't mention anywhere. You know very well what is that. Got it very clearly. So after completion of this course, you will feel 1.5 years of experience and real experience. You can feel inside that you can manage in your resume, that you can manage there after getting a job up to 3 years or 3.5 to 4 years also. Okay, fine. So daily you need to attend 1 hour class. It's enough. Only 1 hour. After the class, I will clarify questions and doubts also. 1 hour is more than enough. 1 hour is equal to 5 hours per day. If it is increased 15 minutes, it's going to be increased 1 or 2 hours. Okay. So completion of classes doesn't matter. We can complete within 1 month also. But we need to practice. That is what 1 hour. It will take 4.5 months duration. So our classes are Monday to Saturday. Our classes Monday to Saturday. Sunday also sometimes we have maybe monthly once. Sunday also we have a session monthly once. Prior to 1 day, I'll inform you. Prior to 1 day, if it is Sunday, Saturday or Friday, I'll inform you whether we have a class this Sunday or not. Okay. So you are going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee for what? Full DevOps course, full AWS, not for introductory way, full AWS, full complete course, and daily recording sessions also. You're going to be paying for what? Daily recording sessions also. And if you want to contact with the admin, please use this information. Please use this. Contact our admin. Contact information. I'm going to be sharing in the chat box. Online students, please be get it and make it somewhere else saved. And what exactly we won't be discussing 4.5 months. What we are going. What exactly, guys, please. Course content link we need to require or not. So I'm going to be shared this link, course content link. In the chat box, please be used that. If you copy paste in any browser, that link, you can able to see the course content. Okay, first one is what first document is exactly, what is a course overview, what exactly which you have discussed right now, same thing only. But after the class, you can revise once again. Okay, fine. The next document is DevOps content. What exactly we are going to be discussing in DevOps, please look at once. It is totally around maybe 20 pages of DevOps content. Please. 20 pages of DevOps contents, guys, please. 20 pages of DevOps content. The same way, we have a AWS content also. We have a AWS content also. It is around maybe 9 pages or 10 pages of content. Please look at once. After the session, please revise once these two documents, what we are going to be discussing in the 4.5 months. So offline students, by end of the session, you can able to take it. And please ask me, I will share it. Okay. So this is an exactly course overview. Course overview. Shall we start a demonstration, please? Shall we start right now? Yeah. So first, let me introduce myself. My name is Maha. My name is Maha. I have totally 15 years of experience in it. My career starts as a Java developer. Java developer. Then I turn as a DevOps engineer as well as with AWS and Azure also. From last 5 years onwards, I'm working as a DevOps engineer, senior DevOps engineer. That is in exactly my profile. Before starting this, so I have 3 questions I'm going to be asking. Please answer to me. What is an application? First question. The second question, what is a server? The third question is, what is SDLC? Please answer to me. What is the first question, please? Please read out. Please reply. What is the first question, please? Just type in as it is. What is the question, please? What is application? Just type it in the chat box, guys, please. All of you. What is an application, please? Application is nothing but a website. Application is nothing but a website, like a Flipkart website. Like a Flipkart, like a Book My Show, IRCTC. These are all we are calling as what? Application. So if you ask me definition point of view, if you ask me what is an application, if it is ask me definition, the working software which is written any programming like Java, .NET, Python, any programming we call as what? Application. So let me repeat one more time. What is an application, please? The working software which is written any programming language we call as what? Applications. Am I right or wrong? So after we have a developers or not, have you heard about Java developers, .NET developers or not? So after writing the lines of code which you are calling a software, the software we are going to be placed on server side. We are going to be placed on server side. Once if it is placed on server side, after writing software, the software is going to be placed on where? Server side. Then there itself we are going to be accessing what exactly? As a website. Got it very clearly. So what is an application? The working software which is written any programming language. That application we are going to be placed on where exactly? On hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed a Java application on server side, then there itself we are going to be accessing over internet as a website. Got it very clearly? What is an application? We understood. What is a server also? Server for what? For maintaining our applications, for deploying our applications. But what about next question is pending, guys? Please tell me. What is SDLC? So what is SDLC, please? How many people aware of this? How many people know about this? Online students, can able to reply? How many of you know about this? How many of you know? How many of you don't know? Can you reply, please? If you know, say yes, sir, I know it. If you don't know, so no, I don't know. Can you reply in the chat box, all of you? Can you reply, guys, please, all of you? What is SDLC? Who knows? Who don't know? Because if you replied, I can explain more about this. Everybody knows it, we can move forward. That is the reason. I think somebody's know, somebody's don't know. But let us discuss about this. What is SDLC, guys, please? SDLC in the sense of what? Software Development Lifecycle. SDLC is nothing but what? Software Development Lifecycle. By using SDLC, by following SDLC process, we are going to be produce a software. By end of this SDLC, we can able to produce a software. The software we are going to be placed on server side. Then we are going to be accessing as what? Application. Understood very clearly. In SDLC, we have a several stages and several phases. Several stages and several phases. In SDLC, we have a analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. We have a several stages and several phases. Several stages and several phases. So let us understand what is this role. Let us understand what exactly what is all the phases and stages. For example, I want to build a flipchart kind of applications. I want to build a flipchart kind of applications. Can able to build this overnight? Within a day, overnight, can able to get this flipchart kind of applications? Please tell me. No, we can't be. So I'm going to be asking you one more question. Please answer to me. Can able to build an apartment overnight? Within a day, can able to build? No. The same way we can't able to build our websites also. If you want to construct the house, we need to follow so many stages, and it will take 6 months, sometime 1 year also. We need to follow so many stages, and then only we can able to complete what? Our apartment or home, whatever. The same way our website also. If you want to construct, if you want to build this flipchart kind of applications, we need to follow these all the stages. What are the first stage, guys, please? Analysis. Analysis is nothing but what? Gathering information from the client. Who is the client here? Flipchart. What exactly this business? So whether it is required, how exactly login page, how exactly registration page, what is the payment gateway, what is the search page, how exactly tracking customer, each and every information will be gathered from the client. Based on gathering information, so our architects will be designed. Design is nothing but what? Plan. Design is nothing but what? Plan. According into the plan, according into our plan, our developers will write the code. Our developers will write the code, either maybe Java code or .NET or Python, any programming, our developers will implement the software. But whether the software is in working condition or not, our testers will be verified by using Selenium test cases or automation test cases, performance test cases or manual test cases. Our testers will be verified. Once if it is verified, so we are going to be deploying on hundreds of servers. Once if it is deploy applications on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. Once if it is an access, that's it. No. whether this application is in working condition or not, we are going to be monitor and maintain. Monitor and maintain. This entire process we are calling is what? This entire process we are calling as what? SDLC. SDLC. In this total process, so we have a developers, we have a testers, we have AWS administrators, we have a Linux administrators, DB administrators. If you are IT profile, if you are doing an IT job or any profile, any platform, you are part of this SDLC, including DevOps engineer also. If you are working in IT software, you are part of this. Maybe developers are working on where? Developers are working on where exactly? In implementation part. Testers working on where? Are DB administrators, DevOps engineers, AWS engineers, Linux administrators. All together, we are going to be working in SDLC. By end of the day, we are all not a DevOps engineer, we are all either developers, including AWS engineers, DevOps engineers, Java developers, .NET developers, or we are all together. We are going to be involved in SDLC. By end of the day, we are going to be produce a Flipkart kind of application. A Flipkart kind of application. Understood very clearly? I hope you people are understand what is SD. What is SDLC? I hope you people are understand very clearly. On top of SDLC, we are going to be implementing DevOps process. On top of SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. What is DEV, guys, please? The DEV is nothing but what? Development. DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operations. The combination of software development plus operation we call as what? DevOps. We call as what? DevOps, guys, please. For example, let's say for example, in SDLC, we have several stages and several phases, which you already discussed. Am I right? Yes. Just in assume, so our SDLC, we have several stages. Am I right? It may be developers are working here. Maybe testers are working here. Maybe it is a pre-production. It is live. So the last one is what? Live. It is a live product. So these are all the stages we have, guys. So many we have, but let it be scripts. So developers are going to be writing from where exactly? In dev environment, developers are writing it by using Java code. Then what exactly it is moving into the testing environment. After verifying testers, we're going to be moving into the pre-production. Pre-production to the production. Pre-production to the production. But my point is what exactly I'm going to be discussing with you guys, please. So as a DevOps engineer, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where exactly? Production. It's nothing but operations, guys, please. So as a DevOps engineer, our roles and responsibilities start from dev environment, ends with operations. That is what exactly point I want to discuss with you. Yes. So DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operation. The combination of software development plus operation, we call as what? DevOps. We call as what? DevOps. That means our roles and responsibilities start from where exactly? Dev environment, ends with operation. That means we are part of dev environment, build, test, release, deploy, operation, and monitor. So these are all the stages we are part of it. But to be frankly, To be frankly, we are not writing any coding. Sorry. We are not writing any coding. To be frankly, we are not writing any test cases also. So our job is just, we are going to be implementing, we are going to be implementing DevOps process from where? Dev environment to operations with an automated process, with an automated process is nothing but what? DevOps. Is nothing but what? DevOps. So, for example, developers are writing a code, the lines of code, the software. The software is going to be moving into where? Production environment with an automated process. That automated process is going to be created by DevOps. That is only role we are going to be playing in SDLC. There is developers writing a code, testers are writing test cases, DB administrator working in AWS administrator working on AWS. All the people of it together, we are going to be complete our SDLC process. In top of SDLC process, as a DevOps engineer, we are going to be implementing an automated process. So if you are implementing an automated process, what will happen? What is exactly DevOps? Anybody help me? What is DevOps? DevOps is a technology like Java.NET? No. Is DevOps is a technology like a Java.NET? It is not. DevOps is not a technology. DevOps is a process. DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from dev environment to operation with an automated process. If you are implementing an automated process, we can able to deliver the software within shortest time. As soon as possible, we can deliver our developer software into the production environment. If we are delivering within a shortest time, and cost is going to be reduced, we can able to reduce the cost, and we can able to provide highest quality. Understood very clearly? What is DevOps? Let me repeat. DevOps is a process which we are going to be implementing from where? Dev environment to operations. While delivering developer code into the production environment, we can able to deliver within a shortest time with the high quality, with low cost is nothing but what? DevOps process. Is nothing but what? DevOps process. If we are replacing with our SDLC process with DevOps process, if you are replacing with the SDLC process with a DevOps process, what are all advantage exactly, please? What exactly DevOps aims, please? So we can able to deliver very fastly. We can increase the speed. We can increase the speed and frequently. And we can able to improve n number of deployments. And with highest quality, with lowest cost, with lower failure rate. These are all the advantage. These are all the advantage we can able to get it by helping our DevOps process. Simply, if you call this speed increase, cost is reduced. Quality is increased. And so quality is increased, cost is decreased, means who don't want this technology. That is the reason. So more demand in DevOps. Understood very clearly. If you go for any shopping mall, so Pepe jeans or any pant and shirt is buying, instead of 2,000 rupees, if you're getting 200 rupees, you are happy or not? Are you going to be saving our expenses or not? The same concept. Fine. Fine, please. So, but whenever after getting a job, if you are, what is an exactly roles and responsibility? Once if you are getting a job, what is an exactly roles and responsibilities, guys, please? So as a DevOps engineer, we are going to be replaced with a complex pipeline with a transparent pipeline. Sir, what is a complex pipeline? What is an exactly transparent pipeline? We should understand or not? So first we should understand what is a complex pipeline. Then we're going to be understand what exactly transparent pipeline. What is an exactly complex pipeline? Our SDLC process is a complex pipeline. We know very well SDLC or not? We have discussed already. What is SDLC? SDLC is what? complex pipeline. What is a transparent pipeline? DevOps process. Very simple. So we understood very clearly what is SDLC. We understood very clearly what is DevOps process. So we are going to be replacing with what? Our SDLC process with what? DevOps process. Why we are calling SDLC as a complex? Because if it is a manual process, it is not automated. SDLC is not a automated, it is a manual process. So from analysis to design to implementation, testing to deploy to maintenance, it is a manual process. If it is a manual process, if you got any issue, any problem in the middle, any problem in the middle, so it will take long time for resolving issues. For identification issues, it will take long time because of it is a manual process. Example, a water pipeline. The water pipeline is underground. Example, somewhere else a blockage, there is no leakage, it is a blockage. So can able to find immediately where is the blockage? Experts are required or no? We need to pay more salary, more amount or no? Even experts also can able to resolve within half an hour, within 1 hour, within a day. No, it will take long time. The same process in SDLC process also. If you are following SDLC process, if you got any problem, for identification it will take long time. For resolving issue also it will take long time. That is the reason what we will do. We are going to be replacing with what? An automated transparent pipeline. An automated transparent pipeline. Automated transparent pipeline by using what? DevOps. Same water pipeline, it is a transparent pipeline. Look like this. Same pipeline, same usage, but it is a transparent, it is an automatic. Understood? Any issue in this middle, any problem in the middle occur, any issue, any blockage. So can able to see one look itself or in this transparent water pipeline. So can able to see one look itself where is an exactly problem and can able to resolve as soon as possible or not. The same way DevOps process also. Because if it is DevOps is an automated process. DevOps is a transparent process. In the middle, if you got any issue, any problem, please. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, fine. Let it be. Let it be continue, please. What is an exactly we are going to be, guys, please? We are going to be replacing with what? Complex pipeline with transparent pipeline. Why we are calling DevOps is a transparent pipeline? Because if it is a transparent with an automatic. In the middle, if you got any issue, any problem, easily we can able to identify, easily we can able to resolve. But actual DevOps process, how exactly look like this? This is what exactly our actual DevOps process, which we are going to be implement. Our actual DevOps processes look like this one. In this DevOps transparent pipeline, we have several stages and several phases like plan, code, integration, testing, release, deploy, operation. But in this DevOps process, we are going to be, our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operations. Starts with where exactly? Dev environment. Ends with where exactly? Operation. That means our roles and responsibilities in dev environment, in integration part, testing, release, deploy, and operations. Understood very clearly. To be frankly, while implementing this DevOps process, we are not writing any code. We are not writing any code. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing a DevOps, an automated, a transparent pipeline only. Why? To make it speed, to increase the quality, to decrease the cost. So that purpose only we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. From where exactly? Dev environment to operations. So let us understand this DevOps process in stage by stage. What exactly are roles and responsibilities in each and every stage? Let us understand, guys, please. In dev environment, we are not writing any code. We are not writing any code. The writing is responsible by whom? Developers. The lines of code is responsible by whom? Writing is responsible by whom, guys, please? Developer. After writing by developer, that code, who are all maintaining? Writing is responsible by the developer. After writing the code, that code is going to be maintained by DevOps engineer. That's what we're part of dev environment. Clear, all of you? It's very important point. Writing is responsible by the developer. After writing, that code is going to be maintaining by DevOps engineer. But how many developers we have? Please, anybody help me? How many developers? Please tell me. N number of developers. We don't know. So all developer source code. So every day, morning to evening, each and every developer writing N number of code. But all developer source code, we need to integrate or not? We need to integrate or not? Yes, we are going to be integrate. How? Continuous. We're going to be integrate. Once if it is integrate all developer source code, whether the software is working or not, we need to execute our test cases. These test cases, who is writing? DevOps engineer or testers? Testers will write, not by you and me. So we are going to be just integrate only test cases. Our job is only integrate, which is written by testers. Once if it is execute test cases, if there is no error, or else if you got an error, automatically it is redirecting back to the developer. Developer has to fix the issue again integration, again this error. Understood very clearly? So developer code going to be integrate, then it's going to be verified by the test cases. Once if you got an error, automatically it is going to be redirected back to the developer. This loop will be repeated until what? 0 errors, 0 bugs. Once if it is everything is fine, without any error, without any bug, we calling as what? The working software as a application. What is the first question which you asked, please? What is application? What is an application? The working software without any error. If it is working software is ready, what we will do? Directly we are going to be placing on server side? No. Directly we are going to be placing on server side? No one. We need to hold or halt in a particular period of time in a release. In a particular maintenance window, a particular scheduled date, we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of servers, we can able to access our internet as a website. This entire process is we calling as what? DevOps. Once if it is placed our application, once if we are accessing this website to our internet, our job is finished. Is our job is finished? No. Whether it is working or not, we need to monitor and maintenance. That is also responsible by the DevOps engineer only. Got it very clearly? What is the DevOps process? So DevOps is a process which you are going to be implementing from where exactly? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operation. Ends with where? Operation. That means we are part of dev environment, integration, testing, release, development, and operation. We are going to be implementing DevOps, an automated transparent pipeline. While implementing this transparent pipeline, make sure whether you are going to be deliver within a shortest time with high quality, with low cost. This is an exactly DevOps process. I hope you people are understand what is in exactly this DevOps process. What is in exactly this DevOps process. But for implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be using? We should learn some tools tag or not. For implementing this DevOps process, which are all the tools we are going to be, guys, please? Let us list down. Let us list down. Let us list down. Which are all tools, guys, please? Git we are going to be learning. Maven we are going to be learning. Jenkins we are going to be learning. JFrog we are going to be learning. SonarQube we are going to be learning. Configuration management like Ansible, Chef, AWS, complete AWS. Docker we are going to be learning. Kubernetes we are going to be learning. Vagrant we are going to be learning. Negios we are going to be learning. Elk we are going to be learning. Terraform. So these are all the tools we are going to be learning. For learning these tools, it will take more time. So by using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing this DevOps process. How exactly these tools are fitting into this diagram? Let us understand. So firstly, so n number of developers writing code or no? That code is going to be maintaining by whom? Maintaining by whom? DevOps engineer. But DevOps engineer is going to be maintaining it by using which tool? Which tool? By using Git. Git is a version control. All developer source code as a DevOps engineer, we are maintaining in a Git version control. Git version control. But all developer source code we should be execute or not. We need to build or not by using Maven. But this entire process we are going to be automated or not by helping of Jenkins. Jenkins is an automation tool. In automation tool, this entire DevOps process is going to be automated by Jenkins only. Once if it is an automated, and we are going to be hold our working software in release or not. The release is nothing but what? By using JFrog. JFrog is nothing but what? Release. And we are going to be learning SonarQube. SonarQube is what exactly? Code analyzer. It is an optional tool, but we are going to be discussing. By using SonarQube, whether developers are following standards or not, it will verify and give statistics and reports. By using these are all the tools. Which are all tools, please? List down. Git, Maven, Jenkins, JFrog, SonarQube. We are going to be implementing CI/CD process. Continuous integration, continuous delivery, one module. These are all the tools we call as what? One module. It will take 3 weeks. Example. Or 4 weeks sometime. All of you understood very clearly. So where exactly CI/CD guys? CI/CD is nothing but what? Continuous integrating, continuous delivery. Continuous integrating, making working software. We are going to be continuously delivering. I'll repeat this diagram. Let me. So after writing by developer, all developer source code continuously we have to integrate. Am I right or wrong? Then making working software by executing test case. Once if it is making working software, we are going to be deliver, continuously deliver. Once if it is deliver, we are going to be placed. We are going to be placed on how many servers, guys, please? If it is one server, not be here. You not be sit here, not required. Understood very clearly? So we are going to be handling, we are going to be placed our applications on hundreds of servers. That is the reason we are here. We are using DevOps. Understood? So after completion of CI/CD, after delivering working software, we're going to be placing on where? Hundreds of servers. But these hundreds of servers, if you want to configure, sir, what is the configuration? Configure means what? If you buy a new laptop, what we will do? Configuration. You buy a new laptop and you're going to be configure or maybe network settings, maybe installing some software like a Microsoft, maybe PDF. You're going to be configuring something XYZ or not, according to your requirement or not. That we are calling as a configuration. But here is how many servers we have? Hundreds of servers, and each and every server we need to install the software. We need to create a file. We need to change the files. All of you are not. But if you want to do manually, server by server, how much time? Just think about it. For laptop, it will take minimum 1 hour, and I hope maybe. But server, it will take more than 2 days, 3 days also for server. But 100 servers, it will be completed how many days and it will how many months? Can able to complete within the end of the day? No, but if you want to do that, we require an automation process. That automation process we are going to be implementing by using what? Configuration management. Configuration management. So what is an exactly configuration management? Please anybody help me? You know that answer. Manual process replaced with an automation process on a hundreds of servers. It is nothing but a configuration. So our job is what exactly? Creating files, installing softwares on hundreds of servers. How? With manual or without manual? Without automation. Manual or automated? Automated. For that we are using what? Configuration management. By using configuration management, hundreds of servers we can automate. We're going to be replaced with what? Manual process with what? Automation process. Automatically we can able to create a hundreds of servers. Automatically creating a files on hundreds of servers. Automatically installing softwares on hundreds of servers. Clear all of you? But for this, which are all the tools supporting guys, please? So it's going to be supporting Ansible and Chef. Ansible and Chef. By helping of configuration management, we can automate a number of dev environment, we can automate it, testing environment, we can automate it, production environment, we can automate. But we are going to be learning one push model. Ansible is a push model. Chef is a pull model. One push model we're going to be learning. One pull model we're going to be learning. Clear all of you? What is a pull? What is a push? Don't ask me. We'll discuss in the regular session. It will take 1 hour. For that statement, if you want to clarify, it will take 1 hour, not for today. Okay, I will discuss deep discussion, not for today. And then we are going to be, please, we're going to be discussing what exactly? AWS. AWS is a complete course. We are going to be discussing AWS as a complete course. But here is what we are going to be understand. So as we discussed, we are configuring how many servers on day? 100 servers. From where we are getting hundreds of servers? If you have a laptop, we can configure. If you don't have a laptop, from where you can able to get it done? Question is that. Where? From where? How many times? How many ways we can able to get a servers on? Physically, like your laptop. Virtually and cloud. Which cloud? AWS. Which cloud we are going to be getting as please? Hundreds of servers. Hundreds of servers we are going to be getting from where? AWS. On top of hundreds of servers, we can able to implementing automated process by helping of Ansible and Chef. I'll repeat this point, very important point. Getting servers from AWS. After getting servers, we are going to be implementing an automated process by helping of Chef and Ansible. Chef and Ansible. That's very simple. Am I right? But so we are going to be deploying servers on where? AWS service. Am I right? By using Ansible, by using Chef, we are going to be deploying our applications on a hundreds of AWS servers. That is the point we're discussing from starting of the session. Application, what is an application? Am I right? First question is that or only. But I've shown you only one server, but right now 100 servers. But the servers are from where exactly we're getting? AWS. That is the point. Fine. But are we deploying our applications on only AWS servers? Are we deploying our applications on only AWS service? No. We can deploy our applications on Docker also. We can deploy our applications on Docker container. Understood very clearly. If anybody asks you what is a Docker, what is the statement? Docker is for only websites deployment. Understood very clearly. What is a Docker? For placing our websites. Very simple word. What is a Docker? For placing our websites very easily, with the high performance, with low cost. Understood very clearly. How much cheap, you know? For example, Pepegin, you want to buy it for 10 rupees. Is it cheaper or not? Same quality, same fan, but 10 rupees. Same thing here. So for getting servers, instead of spending crores of rupees, we can able to deploy application with a minimal cost by using Docker. What is a Docker? Docker is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our application. That is a definition. But easy way for deploying our websites. Simple word. Definition point of view, Docker is an isolated area which is specifically deploying our applications. Understood very clearly. Example. So container. Have you seen this container in a lifetime? Have you seen this? Have you seen this container space? I think you would have you seen this in physically somewhere else on roads. You can see this type of containers. How exactly this container works? Same are Docker containers also. But by using this container, we can able to transport in the via sea. But by using our container, we can deploy our applications, means websites. That is only difference. The same as it is, no difference. Understood very clearly. But these containers can manage by who? These containers can manage by whom? Ship. But where is the ship here? Kubernetes. So Docker, by using Docker, we can able to deploy n number of applications on n number of containers. Those containers can managed by controlled by Kubernetes. Steering up the ship. Understood very clearly. So not only deploying our applications on Docker, not only deploying our applications on Kubernetes, we are going to be deploying our application by using Vagrant. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool. We can able to create a virtual machines in your laptop, not a production environment. On top of, we can deploy our applications also. Vagrant is a virtual provisioning tool for only laptops, not for production. But AWS is a production environment, Kubernetes is a production environment, Docker is a Kubernetes production, but Vagrant is only for dev environment. And we are going to be using Negios. Negios is a system monitoring, means RAM, what is the RAM size, CPU, we can able to monitor. We're going to be learning ELK. ELK is a Elastic Logsus Kibana. We're going to be monitor applications, how exactly this website is performing. And we are going to be learning Terraform. Terraform is a cross cloud platform. By using Terraform, we can able to create a service in cross cloud, means AWS, Azure, Google, any cloud. By using these are all the tools, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. Clear all of you? So what is the DevOps we understood? Which are all the tools we are going to be understood? And which tool is where exactly we are understood very clearly? Clear or not? What is the DevOps? If anybody asks you what is the single line answer? DevOps is an automated process implementing from dev environment to operation to make it speed, means shortest time, increase the quality, decrease the cost. This is only one sentence. Please write down and we can leave. Only one sentence. I'll repeat. What is a DevOps? DevOps is a process. So for implementing an automated process from dev environment to production environment or operation. While implementing this process, our working software, which is written by developer, making very speedily within a shortest time, we can deploy on production server with high quality, with low cost. It is nothing but DevOps process. This is only one point we learn for today. This is only one line sentence we learn for today only, the whole story. Okay. Tomorrow we are going to be discussing about what is AWS and what is the difference between AWS and DevOps. That is a class for tomorrow. I hope you people are understand what is DevOps enough for today. I don't want to hit your brains more for today. Tomorrow we'll discuss about what is AWS. Then we can compare. Understood? Very clear. That is a class for you. Do you have any questions, please? First, let me take an online student's question, then I'll take an offline. Okay, first let me clarify online students. So before taking the questions, please let us revise. So this is, as we discussed, DevOps plus AWS Planex Special by me, Maha. So total duration is 4.5 months. Daily 1 hour class, 8 AM to 9 AM. 1 hour session only. Before 9 AM, I'll close the session. Don't be exceeded because of you need to practice. Monday to Saturday. Sometimes Sundays also. You're going to be paying 12,000 rupees fee. For what? Full AWS, full DevOps, but daily recordings. Without recordings, we can't be practice. Sorry. It is inbuilt, no separate videos included, nothing. It is a combo package, single time fee. So Linux basics, shell script, I'm going to be covering. No programming is required. Freshers and experience can also join in this course. If you want to join in this course, minimum graduate is more than enough. Daily recordings will be received by after payment via Google Drive. The 11 months of access from date of registration, you're going to be access 11 months. Sir, only 11 months? No, lifetime. Unofficially. Officially, 11 months. Unofficially, lifetime. But namesake, we need to give expiry date or not. That's what 11 months. And resume preparation, interview question and answers. Yeah. Live, 4 live projects. These 4 live projects inbuilt the course, not a separate. 80% of the soft material, our course starts with what exactly? Very basic level, finish with an advanced level. And each and every session is a practically oriented session. It is my admin information. It is my course content link. I'm going to be share one more time in the chat box. Please be get it all of you. Oh, excellent. So please be get it. So before taking our questions, please. Before taking our questions, please. For offline students, please make it note this. Take a photo or note it. Spelling is N is a capital letter. 1 second. So please make it note. T.ly/NJXB. N is a capital letter, X is a capital letter. Remaining all are small letters. N capital letter, X capital letter. Remaining all are small letters. So try to view and we'll meet by tomorrow. So any questions, please, online students, please. Kumar asked this question. So yeah, you can. So even telecom background also you can able to shift to IT. Don't worry. So our class is very easy to understand, very slow. Everybody can understand. Even non-technical students also easily can understand. Please, Kumar, you can happily join in. So Jay Kumar, please, I would like to have a call with you one-on-one regarding course. So what exactly the question? Please ask me in the chat box. Try to answer. Still, if you want to talk to me personally, call to our admin. They will arrange a conference. Jai. But after 10 or 11 o'clock, please call to our admin. They will arrange a conference call. You can talk to me personally. Okay, but not here. 1-to-1. But if you want any question, if you want to talk to me any technical questions, So please wait. By end of the session, I can talk to you. Personally, if you want to talk to me, conference. But if you want to talk to me right now, please wait. End of the session, I can allow. But right now, no. Fine. Sir, any other questions, please, all of you? Online students, please. Online student, please. Yes. So IT, non-IT, or experience, non-experience can join in this course easily. But December, January, usually it is less openings. That is a common thing. But after Pongal, after Sankranti, automatically the openings are increased. But if you join in this course, half of the course will be completed by January. Am I right or not? Then, so February end, maybe within 4 months, the course will be completed. So when you are going to be complete this course, more openings you can able to get it. Don't know. From non-IT completion of 2018 batch, can I get a fresher? So 2 years maybe. Less than 2 years, you consider as a fresher. Less than 2 years, you consider as a fresher. If it is, I think, 4 years gap, that means you are going to be as an experienced. Vadai Bhaskar, yeah. Bhaskar asked this question. Job assistant, definitely. I shared very clear resume preparation, entry, question and answers. So materials providing. Job assistant, definitely. But any job guarantee, please talk to it. There is no job guarantee program in my classes, only job assistant programming. Bhaskar, definitely. Yeah, is there any other questions, please, all of you? Is there any other questions, please? Yeah. So is 2 years of experience, guys, got an interview calls? So 2.5, I'm recommend 2.5 to 3. More openings as of right now. 2 places also we have, but compared to 3, less. Freshers also getting calls, but the ratio is, for example, experienced guy getting 10 calls per day example. Maybe freshers can get 4 calls, 4 to 5 calls. Maybe after January, I'm talking about, not December this month. Sunil. Yeah. Is there any other question, please, online students? Can I move to the offline? Yeah. Is there any questions, offline students? Hands-on explanation. Hands-on means what exactly? For example, I will show you here only. So, for example, one concept called. I will show you in the live itself. I will show in the live example. That is only simple example. For example, Ansible, how to write a playbook, how to execute the playbook, how to configure servers. Practically, I will show you slowly, class by class. That's what Ansible itself 3 weeks will discuss. Ansible itself 3 weeks. Chef itself 3 weeks. CICD 3 weeks. Ansible AWS 6 weeks. Sorry, 8 weeks. I think 8 weeks or 7 weeks. We are going to be discussing AWS. I don't exactly plus or minus 1. Docker and Kubernetes 1 month. Why? Because of practical things. Each and every session is a theoretical explanation. We should understand the concept. Then only if you show practically, you can understand. Directly go for practical, nothing. That is a blur. Hands-on. So project also in example, Ansible. What is Ansible? Why we are Ansible? We should understand. So day by day, slowly, we are going to increase each and every concept. Show all the functionality. What are the features in Ansible? We're going to be discussing practically. Everyday practical. By end of the session, by end of the module, we'll do one real-time project on a module. In AWS, in DevOps, 4 modules here. That means 4 projects. Ansible 1 project, CICD 1 project, Docker and Kubernetes 1 project, Chef 1 project. So complete 1 CICD pipeline. This is a result. That's what it will take time. So if you want to complete this course, 1 month is enough. Theoretically. But it is not that. That's what it will take 4.5 months to 5 months. Minimum 4.5 months. That's what classes means it may take 1 class or month. So time is not concern for me. Time is not a concern, but we need to complete and practice what we are given content. That is my reason. One second. How much experience can I after this course? You can show up to 4 years. You can show up to 4 years by this course. What is the question, please? Okay. Eligible. For example, your name, please? Rajesh. So Rajesh had this question. So I have a 10 years of experience, 11 years of experience. 11 years of experience I have already. Okay. How exactly we can able to show this, please? How exactly we can able to show? I have a totally 11 years of experience on IT in resume. From last 3 or 3.5 years onwards, I'm working as a DevOps. You can show like that. But how exactly convince? I'm working as a, for example, XYZ technology like .NET or Java, whatever. Internally, so my project, we got an opportunity to work as a DevOps, and that's what I transfer. Depends. We can convince. It is possible. So this course is not only for freshers, not only for experienced, both. Even 15 years of experience or 20 years of experience Java architect should learn this course. There is no exceptional for that. Not optional, and should be learned. Even VP, vice presidents of the company, or a senior manager or senior architect who are all working in top position as software, there is no option for them. They should learn DevOps. Even freshers also. Understood very clearly. Anybody should learn. Even testers should learn this. For example, you join as a developer, Java developer. Last maybe 2-3 years on working. For him also, there is no option to learn it. You should learn DevOps. If you are a developer, there is no option to you. Should learn this course. Whether you want to continue developer, whether you want to continue as a DevOps, that is a secondary. Even testers also. Even if you are admin, infra type side, so no question about it. You should learn this course. Fine. All of you understood very clearly. So one more thing, compared to developers, more packages. Compared to developer, more packages here. If you are getting a more package, more work. If you are getting a more salary, that means we need to affect more. We need to mentally, we need to prepare for that. Mentally ready for that. We are working for money. Okay, please keep on the mind. So we need to hard work. We need to hard work. If you do practical, what I'm delivering in the class, if you do the same class, same if you practice, it is more than enough for getting a job. So you have to promise before joining in this course, practice. 1 hour class, 2 hours minimum practice per day. It is more than enough. So that's it for today. So we'll be continuing by tomorrow. Please. It's depending on coding, but we're not learning coding. We're handling Java, but we're not learning Java. After writing code, we need to handle the code. We need to handle the code. That means we're not writing any code. Understood very clearly. Some scripts are required. Formats we require. I tell you. I will teach you guys. Maybe YAML, Ruby. Maybe maximum we are going to be using if condition. If, variable, if. Maximum. Nothing. C, nothing, if else, data structure, nothing. No data types in, no variables we are going to use. That is also string type only. No, not required. Python is not mandatory, but it's, if you want, yeah. If you want, yes. But what's the problem, if you are keeping Python on Python with DevOps, more weightage. We can't handle after getting a job. That's the reason. So as a beginner, as a fresher, so getting a job, as a looking for a job, Python is not including you. But after getting a job after 3 years, 1 year, if you settle down as a DevOps, then looking for Python with DevOps. After getting a job, after 3 years. That's very clearly. With this combo, what will happen, after getting a job? You become a scientist. Understood very clearly. Means what? There is no time for your family. You're dedicated to the company, dedicated to the project. No personal life. That's what I'm not recommending. Without Python also, we can happily get a job. We can continue. There is no problem. It is an option. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Please. Will be continue tomorrow. If any questions, any doubt, don't worry. We'll meet tomorrow again. We can discuss. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Please. Will be continue by tomorrow. So today our agenda is what is AWS? What is AWS? That is in exactly our agenda. Okay, but in yesterday we have discussed what is DevOps. Okay, from new students we have, that is the reason. So what we are going to be, guys, please first. So we are going to be discussing about first. Just worry of what we have discussed in the last session. What is DevOps? Then we will discuss about what is AWS, and by end we can conclude, we can understand. So what is the difference between AWS versus DevOps? This is in exactly our agenda for today. Understood very clearly. Right. So before starting our session, guys, please. Before starting our session, please. So online students, audio, video, everything is perfect. Can you confirm in the chat box once, all of you? Audio is clear. Can you confirm in this chat box, please, all of you, please, once. Thank you. Yeah, if any problem, please let me know in the chat box. Okay, in the middle also. Fine. Fine. Thank you. Thanks for replying, all of you. Let it be continued. Okay. So first, so let me introduce myself. So my name is Maha. I have totally 15 years of experience in IT. My career starts as what? Java developer. My career starts as what? Java developer. From last 5 years onwards, I'm working as a senior DevOps engineer. Senior DevOps engineer as well as AWS and Azure also. This is exactly my profile. So before starting this session, so I'm going to be ask you 3 questions, please. What are these 3 questions, please? What are the first question? Anybody help me? What is application? What is the second question? What is a server? Third question is what exactly? What is SDLC? Is anybody help me? What is an application, please? What is an application, please? Anybody help me, please? The working software which is written any programming language like Java, .NET, Python, we call as what? Application. That application we are going to be placed on server side. Once if it is placed on server side, server side, you are going to be accessing as a website like a Redbus, Book My Show, IRCTC, Flipkart, any website. What is an application? Anybody help me? What is an application? Anybody help me? Application is nothing but a website. Simple answer. Application is nothing but a website. That is simple answer. You always remember, when I call application, please remember, is a website. If it is called a definition point of view, application is nothing but the working software which is written any programming language, the Java, .NET, Python, we call as an application. That application we are going to be placed on hundreds of servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of servers, we are going to be accessing over internet as a website. This is we calling as what? Application. But what are the server? What are the purpose of server? How many ways we can able to get a service? So we can able to get a service either physical environment or a virtual environment or a cloud environment. But so any server for deploying our applications, to maintain our applications 24 hours for a long time without any shutdown. So this kind of service we're going to be handling. And what is an SDLC? Anybody help me? What is an SDLC? What is an SDLC? Software Development Lifecycle. By using SDLC, what we can able to do it? Anybody help me? We can produce websites. By end of this SDLC, we are going to be produce what? Applications. That application we are going to be placed on server side and we can able to access. But in SDLC, we have several stages and several phases. Several stages and several phases. Which are all the stages, guys? Please. Analysis, design, implementation, testing, deploy, and maintenance. So these are all the stages. By following these are all the stages, we can able to produce a website, means application. How exactly, guys, please? How exactly we are going to be? Analysis is nothing but what? Gathering information from the client. For example, if you want to construct the house, we need to gather the information or not: iron cost, cement cost, land cost, how much required, what is everything. We need to gather information or not. The same way. So how exactly this business? It is a travel business. How exactly this business? What kind of business? What exactly client, the business owner is expecting? So as a BA, business analyst, we are going to be gathering information from the business owner, is nothing but a client. How exactly it's going to be login page, how exactly it is registration page, how exactly it is dashboard, which technology, each and every information will be gathered. After successfully gathering information, our architects will be designed. Our architects will be designed. Architect is going to be planning. Design is nothing but what? Plan. So to construct the house, we require a planner. Double bedroom, triple bedroom, apartment. Without plan, we can't be construct the house. Same way, according into the plan, our developers will implement. Our developers will be implement software by using Java or .NET or Python, whatever. After successfully implementing software, whether the software is going to be working, whether the software is going to be working or not, our testers will be verified by using an automation test cases, manual test cases, or performance test cases, what I mean. Once if it is verified, we are going to be deploying on hundreds of production servers. Once if it is placed on hundreds of production servers, we can able to, once if it is placed on access over internet and website. That's it. No. So whether it is working or not, we are going to be monitor and maintenance. This entire process we calling as what? SDLC. SDLC. In SDLC, each and every IT employee is involved. Not only DevOps engineer. It is AWS admin, Linux administrator, developers, testers. We're all together as a team. We're all together. As a team, we are producing a website. Like our cricket team, like a movie makers, all together. All together. If you want to make a movie, so actors required, heroes, actors, editors, understood very clearly. And so many 24 crafts we have. Am I right? But here is actors are what? Developers. But director is DevOps engineer here. Understood? Very simple way understood here. But by end of the day, any IT employee, the developer or a tester or a DevOps engineer, we have to produce an application to do business in online. By end of the day, any IT employee, his goal is for what? Produce a working software as an application. So to doing a business in internet. That is what exactly SDLC. In SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. On SDLC, we are going to be implementing our DevOps process. What is it? DEV is nothing but what? Development. OPS is nothing but what? Operation. The combination of development plus operation we call as what? DevOps. That means what exactly? What we have understand. That means what we understand, guys, please. Our roles and responsibilities start from where? Dev environment. Ends with where? Operations. That means we are part of coding, build, test, release, deploy, operation. So our roles and responsibilities from coding to production environment. That means, are we going to be writing any coding? That means, are we writing any test cases? No, we are not writing any coding. We are not writing any test cases. Just we are going to be implementing an automated DevOps process from dev environment to production environment. That is exactly our roles and responsibilities. What is it? What is a DevOps? Is DevOps is a technology? No. Like Java, .NET, Python?